Hello everybody, good morning and welcome back to the Iame Series UAE. We are back actually in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, but this time with a little bit of different scenery. You can see there Yas Marina on your screens, but we are no longer at the F1 circuit. We are at a hidden gem, in my opinion, the Forsan Resort. It's an amazing facility and a very unique track here in the UAE, but we are back for rounds 8 and 9. Welcome back to Abu Dhabi for the Iame Series UAE. Now, can you believe it? I said round 8 and 9. We're nearly there. The 25-26 season is coming to a close, not too much after today's round. We have two rounds across this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Today will be round 8, tomorrow round 9 at Forsan as well, and then we'll be heading to the final round on February 8th, where we started the whole season at Rack Track. Now, we can see everyone getting ready as qualifying. It's going to start a little bit earlier today than we did across the previous rounds. We will have a quick look at the Iame video before we move on. There, as usual, a nice little look behind the scenes of Iame and the factory and the people back there. And here is confirmation then of your overall Iame Series UAE calendar. We discussed it just now shortly. 6-7 rounds down. Rack Track, Dubai Kartdrome, Sharjah Kart Track, and Yas Marina Circuit. All 7 rounds completed, and what a season it's been so far. But it's not over. We've got 3 exciting rounds left. Forsan, that's where we are this weekend, January 31st and February 1st. Can you believe it's the 1st of February already? 2026, 1 month down is mental. Round 10 will be next week, the final round at Rack Track. So, today's schedule, how's it looking? I will tell you. Qualifying up first, as I said, 9 a.m. we'll be kicking off with the mini qualifying, and then the Bambino Warm-up, and then qualifying for the juniors and the senior 170s. And it pretty much follows the same order throughout the day. You've got the heat races up first, where there's no points on offer for the mini, junior, and senior 170s, but the Bambinos will be scoring points in their first time trial. Then it's the pre-finals. Everyone will score points in those races, and the finals, again, everyone will score points in those races. An action-packed, filled day, and super excited to see this fantastic circuit. Before we move on, don't forget a quick shout out to Iame, Emzo, Media Friends, Comet, Media Mania, and Rack Track for creating this beautiful broadcasting series. But they're not the only ones that we should thank. We have plenty of sponsors on board and partners with us this season. Let's have a look at who's joined us throughout this season.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
So thank you to all of those guys for joining us, and there are still opportunities to join us if you get in contact with media friends. You can see their logo there on the blue flag in the foreground. But before we continue, obviously I am your commentator today, Jack Johns, but I'm going to introduce you to my partners in crime. They are down in the pit lane. Let's go down to Matt Wells and Joanna Bergen and see what they're doing down there.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning, racing fans. The excitement is definitely rising right here as we're headed toward the final race of the season. My name is Joanna Bergen, and I'm so excited to be your host for this incredible weekend right here at Forsan International Kart Track. As Jack has mentioned, this is one of the most unique tracks and the best of the region, and this entire Forsan venue is home for so many other events like equestrian and wakeboarding. And next to me is my co-host Matthew. Matthew, you did something so exciting yesterday right here on the track. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, thank you very much, Joanna. It's great to be here. Happy to be here. Weather's good. Carts are lined up behind us. They're all about to head out for round 8, beginning now at the International Kart Track in Forsan. As Joanna mentioned, plenty of activities, plenty of stuff to be doing here. But I did something a bit different yesterday. So some of you may know I used to race karts back in the day, a couple of years ago. And what better place to get my debut back into the sport than at Forsan. So you guys will see a track POV on board from a driver's perspective, explaining and going through the small insights and intricacies of this very track. A fantastic track, very physical, very technical, and for sure a challenge for all of these drivers. As we're about to head out on track right now, so we're going to be passing it back to Jack. Joanna, plenty of action. She's going to be bringing you the post-driver interviews, and I'm going to be here on the pre-grid for the pre-grid interviews. Thank you very much. Heading it back to Jack.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, we're going to have a look at the video that you just mentioned then, to have a look at the track and see what the drivers are going to be driving today.
Gentlemen, to this driver POV from the Forsan International Karting Track here in Abu Dhabi as we head into the first corner, 120 kilometers an hour, double right-hander swooping with a blind exit as we head into the second corner now. Multiple different lines can be taken. However, what's important is to prioritize the exit for turn 3 as we want to make our way back to the right-hand side for this swooping chicane super fast section before braking hard into the right-hander hairpin. Super important to get on the power as early as possible as we head into this downhill. Another hairpin, very tricky to get the braking. You want to maximize the exit over here, but of course not get any track limits. As now we head into this banked section, super fast, flat out, almost like an IndyCar. Super physical for the drivers, super physical for the car. Now multiple couple corners, very tricky, very bouncy as we get it slowed down for the hairpin. Prioritize good exit, one tire on the curb, get as much rotation as possible. Again, super bumpy, super tricky, right, left, as we head hard into the brakes for this left-hander and the final right-hander to get a good exit back onto the main straight, and that's a lap for the Forsan International Karting Track.
That was a nice little insight to the Forsan circuit there. It was, it's often regarded, I mean, I was going to say not many people know about it, but a lot of people do know about it. It's a track that I haven't driven yet in the UAE, but it is one that I've really, really wanted to try because a lot of people talk about the physicality. Matt mentioned it there in the video, the rib breaker section. It's just left, right, uphill, downhill. It's a real roller coaster of a circuit. We will be going to, let's have a look, actually, before we head to our qualifying session, let's have a look at our mini driver grid. Yes, there we have the lineup. So let's have a quick look at the mini category statistics then, the specifications. The age of this category ranges from 8 years old to 12 years old. They run the Iame X30 mini engine, which is 10 horsepower and 60 cc, and they reach top speeds of up to 100 kilometers an hour. Tires, as I mentioned earlier, are provided by Comet throughout the series. The model K1DM for this category. Minimum weight for these drivers, 110 kilograms. Obviously with the kart, racing numbers from 100 to 199 is how you can tell them apart from the other categories. If it's got a 100 on it, they are a mini. Oh, look at that. A little bit stuck out the pit lane there as they brush the barriers, and they're all going to rush out. The minis don't tend to wait around for their qualifying session. And as I mentioned, this is only I think my second time at this fantastic, unique resort. So I actually don't have too much of an idea on the lap times that we're expecting today. And the reason that I mention that is because qualifying is only 6 minutes long across the categories. So, and it doesn't look like a short track when we looked at the onboard. It's a really decent size and plenty of corners, but it probably means that they've only got a limited amount of runs to set their fastest quali time to decide the grid for their heat races. You can see there, number 131 in the AK car coming down the main straight. This is just an absolute gaggle. I don't even know what to call this. What do you call a group of karts? Do they have a specific name? Gaggle is for geese, I think. But we'll have to... Let's get creative in the YouTube chat. Okay, I'll keep popping in and out. That's the challenge for today, for the director and all the fans watching at home and around the world and out there in the audience. Let's come up with a word for a close, big group of karts. Well, there's Peruzzi wasting no time, chucking it down the inside of turn 1 as we wait for them to set their first laps. It was Ivan Bagat in the AK karting kart that's coming down towards the screen. And now they all go up the hill. It's not too common actually here in the UAE to have a circuit with so much gradient and undulation. That's why this circuit is one of the ones that stands out. You have Kartdrome has a little bit of a slope in the middle. Track is fairly flat. Sahara Amusements is very flat. And then you've got Yas Marina circuit. That's a slight gradient, but not too much. But this one definitely features a nice uphill and downhill section that I'm hoping as the weekend progresses we can see that it comes across on camera. It might end up being similar to Eau Rouge, where it doesn't look as steep as it actually is on the cameras as it does in real life. And Peruzzi then goes to the top of the times with a 1:04.4. The lap times aren't, oh, okay, the lap times aren't as bad as I thought they would be. Not bad, I mean, in terms of length of time, I thought they might be a bit longer, but 1:04s is good, so they get a decent amount of laps. Also shows the amount of speed that these guys are carrying to be able to go straight into that area. LBJ Stubbs, 1:03.5. Safe Al Khalifa there as well, about a second behind. So LBJ Stubbs has come out the gates absolutely running to go a second quicker than everybody else. Al Sheikh now makes it 6/10 the gap to Stubbs. So what we're doing here is just seeing how close we can get to the number 199 Albi, because there we go. Now it's going to start changing around as everyone starts whacking in their second runs. It's Karajkovic on top with a 1:03.001, and Peruzzi just 2/10 behind. Then it's Wortley and Stubbs now half a second back. But expect to see his second run improve just as much as the other guys did. So we see them come up through this section. trying to work out the view of what we're seeing here. I think that's the exit of the hairpin of turn 7, which is down the bottom of the hill, and then they come up the hill. There it is. So that's turn 7 hairpin down there where you can see them coming up the middle. And then they come up to this turn 8 section. This is the main straight on the exit of turn 16. Really fast first corner. A 102.5 then for Karajkovic. We've dropped into the 102s, then it's Page, Peruzzi, Gray, Wortley, and Stubbs didn't improve on his second run then. Oh, sorry, no, maybe he did actually. He done a 103.0. But obviously everyone else then improved. And there's another improvement from Stubbs, 2,000ths. Separate your top two then. A 102.545 for Benjamin Karajkovic. A 102.547 for LBJ Stubbs. Very close at the top end. Charlie Page, Peruzzi, Gray, Wortley, Al Khalifa, Lisignoli, Patton and O'Hanlon round off your top 10. Augustin struggling at the moment in 13th. Pajamaki, Mazzali, Baggett, Voronins. Any other names we normally see at the front end struggling? Not really, just at the moment Augustin. And the checkered flag is out then. Will we see a change? Peruzzi goes second. Karajkovic improves again. A 102.0. Page, Wortley, Stubbs yet to cross the line. What can Stubbs do? He's half a second back. Can he improve yet again? He's currently P5. 5 attempts to find in P5. Waiting for the checkered flag to come next to his name. Will he improve? A 102.2 finds 3/10, goes up into 4th place as Page, Peruzzi and Karajkovic are your top 3. And we'll get confirmation of that very shortly. But there is Benjamin Karajkovic in your bottom right corner. 1st place, pole position for round 8 of the Iame Series UAE. And that's where he'll be starting in his heat race. And remember, the heat race is no points scored. And actually, Karajkovic will be in the most dangerous position because he's got the most to lose, as the heat race will decide the grid for the pre-finals. So he has to try and hold on to that top spot throughout that first race later on today. So we see them lining up to come into the pits. And there's a nice reminder on the gantry of where we are. Al Forsan circuit. 1st place, Karajkovic for J&KD Racing. Then it's Achilles Peruzzi for Predator Motorsport and Charlie Page for Excel Motorsport. 3 different teams in your top 3. Then LBJ Stubbs close in P4 with Grayson Wortley there in 5th. Austin Gray, Vico Pajamaki and Francesco Lisignoli rounding off your top 8. Then it's Liam O'Hanlon in 9th. In 10th is Baptiste Augustin, so he did improve. 11th for Ralph Martin. Adam Al-Sheikh in 12th. Then it's Maximilian Patton in 13th. 14th place, Saif Al Khalifa. William Mazzali in 15th. Gleb Voroshilov in 16th. Amar Tabaza, Samar Chopra, Ivan Bagat and Alexander Freenstein in P20. Then it's Ivan Voronins in 21st. Louis Bataille, Hamad Koramifa, Alexander Theocaris and Tadeusz Prochaska in 25th. Then it's Gautam Subramaniam, Leo Roitham, Cameron Harvey, Ahmed Almaina, Felix Jebjerg, Kushagra Kumar and Saif Al-Maina rounding off in 32nd. Then it's Igor Vasherin and Jack Garushka. 34 kart mini field. What a grid. 34 karts in the mini category. And I'm sure they'll be providing us plenty of action later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights of the mini qualifying. The minis don't tend to wait around for their qualifying session, and that's only 6 minutes long across the categories. So.
Thank you. Amazing stuff out there for the first qualifying session of the day on this fantastic track. I mean, just a beautiful venue, very technical, very physical, and so this will for sure be a very tough day for these drivers. But now we're on the pre-grid with the youngest drivers of the championship, the Bambino category. Now, for them, you know, the age of 6 to 8 years old, this is a super large track, you know, loads of undulations, elevations, downhill corners, so very tricky to manage, but they're starting at such a young age, which is just amazing. So quite a small grid compared to the other size of the current grids, such as the mini or the juniors or the seniors, but let's not count them out. They're all fighting here for the time trial, trying to get the best lap time possible, as we're going to try and get just a small interview as they're about to head out on track. So we have one of our famous drivers here, Yusuf from Yasit. Always interview him, gives us some great interviews, some great content. Yusuf, what do you think of Al Forsan? A very long track. Tell us about... Oh, sorry, not Yusuf, sorry. Apologies, everyone, I get confused. Zaid Al-Ansari. Zaid, please, tell me a bit about this track.
It's a very nice track. It has a lot of sharp corners, and it's hard. It's quite challenging, and it's a very big track.
Very big track. And what do you think of the last sector when for the last sector, for the people who don't know, there's a banked corner. Banked means there's some angle of degree. What do you think of that corner right there?
It's a very nice corner.
Very fast, very nice. How's it on the body?
Good.
Good. Alrighty then. Well, we're going to hand it back to Jack for some more commentary.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing next to Benjamin Karajovic. You've done an excellent job out there on the qualifying session. You were telling me a bit that your hips were hurting a little bit. What do you think is the most challenging part about this track?
I think the last sector and the chicane, because new people to this track know if you hit a curb that's not supposed to be hit, you go flying. But in the chicane, the first curb, I think if people drive here before, then you know that you have to hit it.
Yeah. So experience is definitely helpful on this track specifically. And how did the kart setup feel for you out there on for the session?
I think my team did good. It was very slippery because of the new tires and the sand on the track, but otherwise it was good.
You feel like it's looking hopeful for the rest of the day?
Yeah, hopefully I can win.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and thank you so much, Benjamin. Off to you, Jack, to see what's happening with the Bambino category on the track.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Yeah, we can see the Bambinos sitting in their carts. There's a lot of gold going on down there today, actually. I can see some of the stickers on the carts. More gold than usual, I'm sure of it. And there's a nice little red cart there for Milo Milroy, number 27. We can see on the screens. Let's go and have a look at who we have in our Bambino category. Short version of the video there. So Bambino category up next. The age range, as I think Matt already mentioned, that they start at such a young age. They're racing at these gems of circuits and learning these skills. 5 to 8 years old, the Bambino category, which is insane. The Iame M1 engine, 2 horsepower, 60cc, 50 to 55 kilometers an hour. Mental for a 5-year-old to be racing around at this speed, but they do it. They are brave and they are strong. Model K1D tyres, 77 kilograms minimum weight, and the racing numbers from 1 to 99, as we see number 17 leaving the pits, Rayan Alameri, then straight out onto the circuit in the Yas Heat kart. There is number 7. That's Yusuf Al-Kayat, who Matt was going to talk to. Spoke to Zayed, of course, instead, which is also fine. Zayed Al-Ansari getting a quick conversation. That's not Benjamin Karajkovic. That is one of the Karajkovic's. That's Samuel Karajkovic in number 9 in the JNKD car. Now that car is one of the gold ones that I spotted. It's blue, white and gold today, the JNKD team. I'll have to speak to them later, see if it's in celebration of anything or just maybe a new look. Or actually, they could probably hear me, so because I know they're often watching either the timing screen or the live stream. So if you are in the live stream and you can hear me, then do jump in that chat. Let me know if this gold livery is in celebration of something or just a new look. There's Zayed Al-Ansari, number 6, flying around. I'm just going to open up the stream and say hello to whoever is in chat. And if you're not in chat then race me there and say hello before I get there. Don't forget Driver of the Day is a thing. That will open up at some point and be open for the rest of the day, where you can vote your Driver of the Day. Oh, it's already open because I can see the link in my face as I open the YouTube video. So don't forget to vote your Driver of the Day throughout today, to be honest. We've had a couple of different ones throughout the season so far. But to be honest, what impresses me the most is actually the amount of support that is out there for so many of the drivers, because the votes come from all over the world, and we've been seeing a large number of votes actually across some of those last rounds. Let's have a look at this chat. Iame Uae are in the chat. I think that's just telling or letting us know when so when the heats, pre-finals and finals are scheduled for. That's good to see. Mark Rogers Karting says, let's go CRG. Chvoro Shilova, number 163, heart emoji. 163, who are they rooting for? Gleb Voroshilov for Sokol Racing in the mini category, that would be, because it's got a 100 on it. And then it's Kid Racer Mariano Axel says, let's go. Mark Rogers says, Axel WSG. Right, I'm going to explore my mind to try and work out what that means in modern Gen Z lingo, I'm assuming, because I don't think I could get this horribly wrong, but the way I read that is what you saying, G. That's what I think WSG stands for. Tell me if I'm wrong, please, so I don't embarrass myself and keep saying that to other people. Mark says, good luck, Leo. We've got the Driver of the Day link in there. JDS Esports, maybe. JD Sports says, hello, Jack. That's me. Hello, JD. And then Mark88, the Mark fans, Darinka is in chat rooting for Mark Ristic, who is on circuit right now. Number 88. He's in P8 at the moment, but I don't think he'll stay there. He normally finds his way up to the top at some point. Or, as I say that, have I jinxed it? Because it's showing him coming into the pits. So maybe Ristic has a karting issue. But don't forget, this is just a warm-up, so they've got plenty of time to fix it. We've got 11 Bambinos on the track today, which is good to see the Bambino category growing throughout the season. Sam Testa is fastest so far, 112.5 for the Maltese driver in the number 31. Oh, that's one of the other karts that's gold. I've just realized. So he's got a golden nose cone and front end now. Sam Testa usually easily spottable by the blue and yellow kart, if not by his luminous racing suit and his sticker-bombed helmet. Yusuf Al-Kaya, he's dropped into the 111s, has Sam Testa. Yusuf Al-Kaya is in P2 at the moment, then Zayed Al-Ansari, who we spoke to earlier, in P3. Samuel Karajkovic in P4. Then it's Rayan Alameri in P5. He'll be hoping to continue that throughout the day. That'll be a good result for Rayan so far as he explores his first season in Iame. And it's Milroy in 6th, Asgomi in 7th. Ristic, as I said, is in the pits. And it looks like Fragnier, Lee and Oganyang not out on circuit. Or they might be out on circuit, but they haven't done a lap time yet. It was 45, 80 and 95. I have not seen them. Sam Testa pulls off an overtake. in the short wheel-based Bambino car. Look at the speed difference down the straight. That's how much exit speed matters outside on a corner as he drifts it into turn 2. I've not seen him kick out the rear end like that since Yas Marina. As the checkered flag comes out then on Sam Testa and Rayan Alameri when they crossed the line just then. And I don't know if you saw it from that angle there, when he kicked out when Sam Testa just sort of slid the rear end round. That was turn 2, and that's where the uphill climb starts. As you chuck it into turn 1, it's very, very shortly followed up by turn 2, as they go uphill into a sort of 90-degree right. And then it goes back downhill again slightly, but then before then climbing back up the hill towards 5 and 6. He's drifting it again. He's trying to get those showmanship points. Is Sam Testa. No one jumping in chat just yet, so let's have a look at the results. Maybe too early for everyone to start typing on their keyboards, but I'm sure you guys will jump in there at the end of the day. Look at this then. Sam Testa in first. Yusuf Al-Kayat holds on to second, and Samuel Karajkovic bumps himself up into third place. A reminder that it's just the warm-up, but a good start to the day nonetheless. Zayed Al-Ansari then drops to fourth. Rayan Alameri holds on to P5. Milo Milroy in sixth, with Shehan Asgomi in seventh. Mark Ristic, eighth, after pitting earlier on in the session. And then no times for Fragnier, Lee and Oganyang, rounding off your Bambino category. So we see the last couple of carts come into the pits now. Oh, you can see the podium in the background there. Let's have a look at the highlights then of your Bambino warm-up.
With the youngest drivers of
Bambinos sitting in their carts.
It was very slippery because of the new tires and the sand.
That's heat cart. There is number 7. That's Yusuf Al-Kayat. One of the Karajkovics. That's Samuel Karajkovic in number 9 in the J.
Great stuff out there for the first time trial of the day in the Bambino category. And now we're on the pre-grid for the juniors. It's about to get serious as they're about to head out for their qualifying session. We're here with Mitansh Jain, driver number 255, currently sitting second in the championship. We're getting closer and closer to the end. So Mitansh, you've been quick all season. Is this a track that you like?
Yeah, definitely had some good results here before, and yeah, quite strong round here.
A very physical track, you know, on the karts, super tough, as well as on the body. What are you doing to make sure you're prepared and give your best out there for the quali?
You know, getting used to the track. Yeah, of course it's physical, but you know, done lots of laps down there, so nothing new.
Done lots of laps. It looks like he knows this track very well. So just quickly, what's your favorite sector?
Last sector.
The last sector is almost a roller coaster, left, right, ups and downs elevations. Well, Mitansh, we're going to wish you the best of luck out there as we're going to be handing it to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Standing next to me is Sam Testa. He just finished his warm-up session for the Bambino category. Sam, how many times have you driven on this track?
Like 100 times.
100 times. Is this one of your favorite tracks?
It's a very technical track. I like this track because it has hoppers and downhills. Let's say it is almost kind of my favorite track.
All right, well, that's an answer itself. Tell me, how did it feel out there on the track today? Are you feeling confident going into the heat session?
Yeah, now.
All right, well, I love the confidence. You're always going to do great. So I wish you the best of luck, Sam. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it with Sam Testa. Let's head back to Jack to see what's happening out there on the track.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. At the moment, not a lot, but soon, quite a lot, because we've got the qualifying coming up next of the junior category. We spoke to Mitansh Jain just then in the pit lane. Ever confident. Let's have a look at our junior lineup. Okay, on to the specifications then. And we are going up another age category. So the juniors are 12 to 15 years old. And we're nearly getting to the oldest category, but that's up next. So let's focus on what we have right now. The Iame S125 junior engine is what they'll be running. 29 horsepower and 125 cc. Top speeds of 125 kilometers an hour. Comet tires, this time, different model, K3H, and a minimum weight of 145 kilograms. Racing numbers from 200 to 299. That is our specs. Now, this is where we start playing the games in qualifying, although actually, I'm going to take that back a little bit because that looks like most of the field, or half of the field, now already onto the track, ready to start their qualifying. Now, it's still around a minute a lap from what we've seen so far. Oh, we've got the kart slowing down there, pulling over to the right as he goes down the hill towards turn 7. Yeah, he's looking, this kart shouldn't be doing that, he says. Is that number 237, I think? 237, Ivan Borinov for AK Karting. Just waves up and says, that's my qualifying done. It's over. And now they continue. So what I was saying about the games, they tend to wait till like the last 3 minutes or so before they go out in the junior category, and some of the seniors also, to try and save a little bit on tyres. It's only 3 minutes, but sometimes it can make a difference at the end of the day because they're all running the same set throughout the day. Actually, I've always thought, not questioned it, but what happens if they get a puncture? They can't run the same set. Did they just change to one tyre? Did they get a fresh set? I haven't seen anyone get a puncture, actually. But I suppose it could happen. I'll have to find that out. This is another one of my random questions of the day, but there you go. 4 minutes left. As I was saying, if the track was quite long, like a minute and a half lap times, then I would understand everybody going straight out. But it should be, yeah, look, it's under a minute, 58 seconds, so I'm surprised to see most of the karts out on track. But it's good to see, I love saying that, it is good to see most of the karts out on track, because otherwise we're sat here waiting for them to leave, and they normally leave the pit lane around about now. So we might see the rest of them start coming out now. 58.009 for Kalyani Pratish, who goes up into pole position with Mason behind. So Kalyani, she will be wanting the qualifying to end there. For sure. That'll be a very decent position for Miss Pratish to start in. But Peruzzi, now Jane, go to the top of the time. So Peruzzi at 56.5, and then Matanch Jane at 56.4. Barakordi, Kage, Mason, Qureshi, Rivera, Chopra, Stevens, Montanari. Oh, Pratish goes back up into your top 10. Siddiqui in P4. Okay. That's just bouncing all over those curbs. Really, really attacking the curbs there. That's number 272. So that is Kalyani Pratish. Getting some screen time in the Hive car, as we see a number of warning flags being given out also. Look at that, right on the limit, right on the white line there was Kalyani. And this is that roller coaster section that we keep hearing so much about, the left, right section. And there's a banked corner out there somewhere. This is definitely helped my decision. I think after this weekend I will be coming here for a rental kart race myself, because this track looks insane to try and pick up and learn quite quickly. It's a beautiful shot there as they go around that left and into the right. That was on the exit of 3 and through turn 4 as they go up the hill. There's Matanch Chain going down the hill. So now you can really see on some of these camera angles now the dips, the bumps, and the camber of the circuit. Matt actually touched on this in the pit lane just briefly earlier on, banking and camber. And I think we spoke about it a little bit at Yas Marina as well. But if a track has camber or banking, it's where the tarmac leans towards the corner, so it's angled towards the corner. That would be called positive camber. And what that does is it essentially means you can carry more speed through that turn, as the tarmac is obviously sort of going against the G's and pulls you towards the apex. And then negative camber, we don't see as often, but it is a thing. It's where the track falls away from the apex and then, of course, has the opposite effect. In fact, actually, the Yas Marina GP circuit has quite a lot of negative cambered corners around that hotel section. And this actually creates oversteer or sliding, makes it a little bit more dangerous and tricky for the drivers to have negative camber, because as you turn into the corner, the track obviously falls away, pushes you out a little bit. So you have to be careful carrying the speed through there. As Chopra It's only 5 thousandths behind Matanch Chain there at the top of the times. Peruzzi still in third, but the checkered flag is waving. Some of the drivers now have set their final laps. We've got Hassari, Alabaidli, Bariawala, Pratish, Siddiqui have all crossed the checkered line. But at the top end of the field, who's going to take pole position for round 8 of the junior category? We're watching Matanch Chain bounce over the curbs. He's currently on pole position. Can he improve as they cross the line? Peruzzi stays where he is. Matanch Chain does improve and stays where he is. Stevens, nice, number 228 goes up there as well. Senaniaki, oh, it's all changed now at the top. Senaniaki, Rivera, Chopra, Barakordi, Kage, Stevens and Mason. Peruzzi down to 9th. And then Essa Al-Hamadi there as well, rounding off your top 10. A good run for Essa here at the Alphasan circuit. P10, Qureshi and Ethan Reelstone there as well in 11th and 12th. Looked like Peruzzi stayed in front of Matanch Chain for most of that. I wonder if they're helping each other with a little bit of tow. The checkered flag out as we wait for them to come back to the pits. So bottom right there, confirmation of Matanch Chain taking pole position. And here is your top 3. Senaniaki for GGM, number 281, takes second. And then it's Derek Rivera, number 235 for J&KD Racing there in third place. The rest of your grid is as follows. It's Veer Chopra, Gabriel Barakordi, Savali Kage, Harrison Stevens and Aaron Mason, your top 8. Then it's Leonidas Peruzzi in P9, and in 10th place, Essa Al-Hamadi for Yas Heat Racing. Then it's Arhan Qureshi in 11th, Ethan Reelstone in 12th. In 13th is Henry King. Unusual to see him in the mid-pack. Ange Seigel in P14, Giuseppe Montanari in P15, Aham Siddiqui 16th, Malik Debussy 17th, Kalyani Pratish 17th in the end. Rayan Barialwala in 19th, Rayan Albani there in 20th, and it reset. There's a number of drivers there in the bottom 5 and 6 also. Let's have a look at the highlights of the qualifying session.
There we go, mega qualifying over there for the juniors. But now we're back for the final qualifying event of the day, and we're here with the senior class. So we've got two senior drivers right here. On my left-hand side, I've got Jeremy Montgomery-Swan, number 334, and then on my right-hand side, Antonio Haddad, number 308. Antonio with Excel, Jeremy with JNKD. So obviously competitors on track, but friends, you know, when you guys are off track. So we'll start off with Antonio's. Antonio's, talk to us. You know, you told me you've been pretty quick all weekend. Pace has been good. What do you think of this track?
Yeah, it's a very physical track, very fast. It's very technical, you know, very nice curves. You really have to hit those curves, and it's like, I really enjoy it. It's a nice track.
And I see that you've got the camera cart on you now, so we're all going to be watching. Yeah. It's going to be good to see. What are you hoping for this qualifying? Got a fresh set of rubber, track looks grippy. What's the plan?
You know, P1 would be great, but if not the case, then a solid top 3 would be sick.
Mega. And so, again, a very large and long track, especially Sector 3, very tough and physical on the body. What have you been doing to make sure you're fully trained and prepared? Because you're pulling up to 3 Gs of G-force over there. So what are you doing?
Look, I train in the gym a lot. I train my neck. I do a lot of dead hangs to stretch my back, and then that's it.
Mega, Antonio. So we're going to wish you the best of luck. And now passing on to Jeremy. Jeremy, obviously, you know this track very well. Been racing here a couple of years. Fresh set of tyres. What's the plan for quali?
Go fast.
Go fast. Are you going to be in a group, or are you going to try and stay out alone?
We'll see how it all plans out at the start, but should be good anyway.
Mega. And team JNKD, how have they been helping and supporting you so far throughout this entire championship as we're nearing the end of this Iame Uae championship?
Yeah, it's been good. I've got all the support I need behind me, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
Mega. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck as we're going to be handing it back to Joanna for some driver interviews.
I'm standing next to Mitanj. Jane, you had an incredible session out there today. We were just chatting because a lot of people are saying that this track is challenging, especially the last sector. How do you prepare your body physically? Forget the training on the track itself. What areas should you focus on to help you with the track like this one?
I mean, this track, it's hard on the neck, the back, and ribs especially. So, yeah, it's also about just getting used to it. I mean, you stay off track, but most of it's on track, really. If you've gotten used to a track, then it's not really much for you, and that's, you know.
Anything special you're looking forward to this weekend right here in Forsan?
No, not really. Just show up as a driver and do my best. That's it.
And hopefully finish on the podium.
Hopefully win, yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Mitanj. I wish you the best of luck in the next session. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to pass it to Jack to see what's happening out there with the senior and senior 170 category for their qualifying session.
Thank you, Joanna. Let's have a quick look at our senior and senior 170 grid. there we have our lineup. So now let's have a look at the specifications then. So senior and senior 170 category. This is effectively a multi-class race. 15 years and over being the criteria. It's the Iame S125 engine, 37 horsepower, 125cc, top speed of 130 kilometers an hour. The Comet tires this time are Model K3M, also just like the junior category, and the minimum weight 158 kilograms. What's the other class, I hear you ask? Well, the minimum weight for that one is 170 kilograms, hence why it's called Senior 170. How can you tell the difference, Jack? I want to know. Well, the racing numbers 300 to 399 are your seniors, and 400 to 499 are your senior 170s. 478 on your screens, I believe, is Yusuf Bustanad. I'll double check that to make sure I'm right. Yes, I am. He's a 400 number, so that makes Yusuf a senior 170 driver. Now, here we go. As we see that Qureshi moving out the way to try and get some slipstream from the car in front. There's only 4 minutes left of this qualifying already. Oh, that's is track limits enforced here today? Because if he's on a flying lap, that, in my eyes, was off circuit. I love it when people talk about track limits, to be honest. I know it's a real boring subject when we talk about it in F1 and in all forms of motorsport, to be honest. I know it's not an interesting subject, really. I just enjoy watching the people argue about it. The thing about racing drivers is they've got a very large book of excuses for any negative scenario in the racing world. There will always be a reason or somebody else's fault most of the time. But the positive things that happens, positive scenarios, it's always just them. It's because I'm the best driver, for example. But actually, to be fair, the age range that we are watching, ages 5 to 15 plus, is I actually haven't heard that much complaining compared to the adults that we watch in GT3s and Formula 1 and stuff. So there has been some really mature reactions to either race losses or and vice versa, race wins. As we see Conor Clancy go up into P3, good to see him back on the grid. Max Dexter currently fastest there. Brilliant season for Max, to be honest. Really showed his talent throughout. He's been having a lot of fights out there. Then you've got Cruz. Haddad goes fastest up to pole position. Clancy, Damadasa, Mohan. El Bassioni in P8 with Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who just goes up into second place. Montgomery Swan. Damadasa goes fastest up into first. And we've got 2 minutes left, so they'll have a couple laps left, these guys. Canua and Nagoma has just entered the top 10. Damadasa fastest, Clancy second, Qureshi third. And you've got who's leading the 170s. It's Oscar Bray currently on pole for the senior 170s. Got Obeid and Kappen down there in the seniors, so they'll be looking to jump up. Yusuf Busanad second, Yamin in. No, he's not in the 170 category. Jolovic is also not. Anivas is in third. Then it's Salome with Pope down in 24th for the senior category. And it's Montgomery Swan goes up to the top. Damadasa takes it back 0.3 of a second then. Damadasa goes on to the top spot, but there's 1 minute remaining. Some of those guys might actually get another lap, which is pretty cool to see then. 48 seconds left on the clock, so whoever's crossing the line now will not get another lap. So they'll be starting their final runs. You see them weave through the middle section. Oh, Alexandros Anivas there getting hindered as he pushes to set a lap. And one of the seniors wants to come through. Jolovic, a warning flag. Oh, look at that. Contact in qualifying. As Anivas tries to come back on the circuit, one of the seniors just holds their line and says, actually, stay out there. Okay, Dexter back to the top of the times, but they've got one more lap now. The checkered flag is waved. I didn't quite see who that was that collected it. Kappen, Piri, Yamin and Martinez. Pope, Qureshi. No more laps for Rayan Qureshi. Connor Clancy down in P8, just 3 tenths off of the top spot. Nathan Pope goes up into P7, but he's got another lap yet to cross the line. But we could see a reshuffle in the top order. Oscar Bray pole on the senior 170s. Then Busanad, Anivas and Salome is your 170 grid by the looks of it. But who's going to take the top spot? Checkered flag is out. Swan stays in third place, doesn't improve. Dexter does improve, 53.9. Damadasa, 53.8. Takes the pole away right at the end. El Bassioni goes up into P3 also. Swan down to P4. Ammani Canua, P5. Qureshi, P6. Mohan Pope, Clancy and K. Roos round up your top 10. But there is Rayan Damadasa then. The Sri Lankan for GGM takes pole position for round 8 of the Iame Series UAE at Al Forsan Resort. Plenty of activities to do here. If you're not into go-karting, go and jump into the wakeboarding area. It's only next door. Fantastic facility. As I said, a hidden gem here in Abu Dhabi. It's not that much further than Yas Marina, to be honest. Only 1 hour from Dubai, but there's your top 3. Rayan Damadasa, GGM in pole position. Max Dexter for Telios Racing Team in second. And Adam El Bassioni for XL Motorsport in third. And here's the rest of your order. It's Montgomery Swan, Canua, Qureshi, Mohan and Nathan Pope that round off your top 8. Then it's Connor Clancy in P9 and in 10th place, Rain K. Roos. Antonius Haddad in P11, Louis Hartman in P12. 13th goes to Nathan Joseph Kappen and Kose Nagoma in 14th place. Andrew Obeid and Biren Piri, Arsene Jolovic, Stefan Yamin, Rafael Martinez round off your 19 seniors. Then it's Oscar Bray on pole for the senior 170s. Yusuf Busanad, Alexandros Anivas, Abigail Pope there in the seniors. Also there in 23rd and 24th is Daria Salome. And that is your grid for your senior and senior 170s. Let's have a look at the highlights. And there we have it then. So qualifying is now done for the day. Up next will be the heat races. But before we get back to the action, let's shout out our partners. here at Media Friends and the Iame Series UAE.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Here we are for the first race. No worries, mate. We're getting ready for the first race of the day, and we're here with the mini drivers on the pre-grid for the first race of the day. And I have driver 177, Austin Gray. A bit chaotic as everyone is trying to get into place, into position. But Austin, talk to us. Not exactly the qualifying you had in mind, starting 6th. However, you're still, up here, just outside the top 5. You got LBJ Stubbs right alongside you. You guys are good friends, but of course now once the helmet goes on, it's bye-bye, everyone for themselves. So tell us a bit, qualifying and what you're hoping for this first race.
So qualifying, it didn't really go as planned. I thought I was going to get top 3 because I was really confident from yesterday's practice. But yeah, it just didn't go as well as I planned. I thought I was going to get top 3 and now I'm top 6, so it's fine. I can work my way up from 6th position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the pace is there, and we've seen a couple moves previous years on the outside trying to hook it up this long first and second corner. What are your hopes? Obviously you're going to be starting on the outside. Is that something you're going to try?
Well, when you're on the outside, there's a big runoff. Like, obviously, if I'm alongside this guy, he's not going to let me pass, is he? So it's going to be quite hard to try go around the outside of a very experienced driver like him. So yeah.
There you go, Austin. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we see you a bit further up the grid for the following interviews. And we're going to be handing it back to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. I'm standing next to Rian Dermadasa. He had an incredible session out there for the qualifying senior category. Rian, talk to me a little bit. What goes through your mind, or what would you say is the most important thing to keep in mind to make sure that you do well on a track like this one?
Definitely definitely the most physical track on the calendar. So it's quite important just to stay well recovered and try. Fitness is important around here.
And is there anything with the kart setup that you would want to change going into the next session, or you feel pretty happy with everything so far?
Yeah, chassis felt on rails, power is great, so then we'll just leave it as is and on to the first heat.
And now that you're so close to the end of the final of the season, are you feeling the pressure rising, or are we staying confident?
I'm not really in for a championship fight. Maybe a championship podium is possible, but it's not really my main concern right now. Just try to get through it round by round.
Well, I like that. Well, I wish you the best of luck, and thank you so much, Rian. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call over Oscar Bray from the senior 170 category. Again, for those who don't know, the senior 170 races alongside the senior category on the track. And Oscar, I do have the same question to you. I mean, what advice do you have? I mean, this is your first time racing on this track, and you said you were practicing yesterday here. What's the most important thing to keep in mind to make sure that you kind of are able to fight well on the track like this one?
It's definitely important to be open to learning new things, especially throughout the race day. I'm going to learn new tricks and refine my race line. So yeah, just important to be open to new ideas and concepts, and take on board advice of my teammates and everyone else.
Amazing. I mean, a lot of people are saying the last sector is the most challenging. For those who don't know so much about karting, tell us a little bit more about why that is the case.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge. It's really, I say it's quite a narrow track, and the last sector's lots of weaves, and really to turn the car, you want to it's less turning and more sliding around the corners, and with so many changes in direction, it gets a bit difficult to really refine, and especially as drivers, it's quite physically demanding there.
All right, well, I think you're doing pretty great, and I wish you the best of luck for the next heat session. Thank you so much, Oscar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we're going back to the mini category for the heat session. So back to you, Jack. Let's see what's happening out there on the grid.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. We are getting ready for the action. There you can see on your screens the next sessions of the day. 10:05. The mini karts will be back on the circuit. Not long, couple minutes away, 8 laps of action racing for position. Then it's time trial 1 for the Bambinos for them to score some points for the first time today. Then it's the junior heats, 9 laps, and then 11 laps for the senior 170 heats. And then it's the pointy end of the day, the pre-finals and the finals this afternoon from 11:30 onwards, where everyone will be scoring points for that all-important Iame Series UAE Championship title. They're scoring points over the course of 10 rounds this season, which is great. There's the audience ready and waiting in their usual positions above a gantry so they can get their best vantage point of the circuit and watch their young ones fighting it out on the circuit. There's Matt and I think Charlie Page having a bit of banter in the pit lane, laughing away. And there we got people watching, either watching the timing screens, watching the stream. Let's go and speak to Matt and see what they're saying down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Jack. Here we are about to head out once again for the minis and the first race of the day, the first race of the Iame Uae Round 8 at the International Forsan karting track. Charlie here, starting on pole position, a bit of confusion, finishing third, but now on pole position because you kept it within these track limits. Talk to us a bit about your quali.
Yeah, it was really good. Obviously, out the pits, there was a bit of a crash, and then I had good track position, and then I was behind Franchi, so yeah, it was good.
So it just shows how important track limits are, especially during qualifying and on a large track like this, where just a little mistake can get you from pole and then back down. But anyways, you're starting on pole position. You're going to be on the inside into this corner. What do you think so far of this track? Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's quite good. I like it.
So we know it's a very physical track, especially in the last sector. You're pulling up to 2 Gs, if not more than 2 Gs. What are you doing to prepare yourself from the neck and the back? It's a very physical track.
Nothing really, yeah.
Charlie looks like he's sending it, and fair enough, he's starting on pole position. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck out there, and hopefully first place again for the second interview. We're going to be handing it to Jack for some commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. I'll be honest, I wanted to listen to what Matt and Charlie were saying there, but I was distracted by Giovanni in the background just watching on in the pit lane. But let's have a look at the starting grid of the minis, the mini category. We've got Charlie Page and Karajkovic in first and second on the front row then. Then it's Stubbs and Pajamaki on row 2, Lizignoli and Peruzzi on row 3. Then it's Gray and Al Sheikh on row 4 with Wortley and Al Khalifa on row 5, rounding off your top 10. Then it's Voroshilov and Patton in 11th and 12th, Liam O'Hanlon in 13th and Martin in 14th. Augustin in 15th place, Freenstein in 16th. Then it's Mazzali and Baggett in 17th and 18th place. Voronins in 19th and Chopra in 20th with Koromifa and Theocaris in 21st and 22nd. Then it's Louis Bataille and Tadeusz Prochaska in 23rd and 24th. Then it's Tabaza and Subramaniam in 25th, 26th. Then Harvey and Jebjerg rounding off your top 28. Kumar, Almaina in 29th and 30th. Almaina again. And Vasharin in 31st and 32nd. Then it's Garushk, Jacques Garushk, and Reutmann in 33rd and 34th. And that is your fantastic 34 kart mini field. All of them entering turn 1 at the same time in a couple minutes' time as we get ready for the action. The first bit of racing action of the day, the wheel-to-wheel fights. Let's go back to Matt quickly, see if he's got anyone else to speak to before they get started.
Thank you very much, Jack. Still some confusion here as there was quite a lot of track limits infringements for the qualifying. So many drivers have been shuffled around the grid. Some were starting first, back down to 4th. Some were starting 6th, back down to 10th. But anyways, we are here with Ralph Martin. Tell us, you race in the UK, so this is all new, from the weather, the track as well, a very different track compared to the ones in the UK. Talk to us a bit about your experience racing here in the UAE.
So I was here last week for the iPlay in Minimax. I got second, my first ever race in a mini category. So I've came here to try get at least top 5.
Mega, and what do you think of the grid and the competition here so far?
There's definitely a lot more drivers in this category, but it's a lot harder because there's a lot more drivers, and but most of the drivers in Mini were all really good, and they were all competing for top 3, and so it was a massive pool of karts, so it's a bit different here.
Yeah, for sure. And talk to us a bit about the change in weather. So obviously in the UK you're used to rainy days, cold days. Compared to here, I mean, it's still quite decent weather-wise, but it's going to get hotter throughout the day. What are you doing to try and battle this heat that you're not used to in the UK?
A lot different because we've never seen the sun in the UK, and of course it's different because we've been in like -4 degree temperatures straight to 26-degree temperatures, so our tyres get grippy much quicker, and it's a bit easier here because you don't have to go through the procedure of warming your tyres up and all of that. You can just go straight away.
Fantastic. Great. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck out there, and we're going to be handing it back to Jack in the commentary.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Yeah, just waiting now for, as he said, all the confusion to be sorted and get them out onto the track. I did mention track limits actually a couple times in qualifying. I said it's quite a funny conversation to have. And anyone that gets given a track limit violation or a lap time deleted or a demotion will of course feel aggrieved by it. But it always makes me laugh when people overly maybe complain about it, because everyone is racing to the same rules. So everyone has the same sort of basket to play with. They all head out now and start their formation lap. They normally do, I'm sure it's the case, it's been the case for every round so far, 2 formation laps, so they'll do one full one, where there'll be a sort of medium speed You'll see a lot of weaving as they try and warm up tyres and get the heat into their karts. And then with the second one, they'll slow down towards the end through that roller coaster section. And then they'll go double file, waiting to start. The race. And there you go then, so they'll go round one more time. No issues this time on aggressive tyre warm-up. We normally see a few mistakes, a couple of spins have happened throughout the season on this formation run. There was an interesting little thing in the background there. I saw some sort of funfair or something next door, the giant teapot or something. I need to go and have a look at that, find out what that is. And sometimes you can also see, I'm sure we'll get some beauty shots from the director later on today of the skiing next door, the water skiing, wakeboarding area. The director just asked me, am I telling him what to do without directly telling him what to do? No, but I'm just reminding the audience of your fantastic artistic direction that will no doubt come at some point later in the day when there's not some amazing action on the circuit. This is what I'm saying, because we're about to start the first race of the day. Round 8 Iame Series UAE. It's the mini heat. They're coming down the main straight now. The red lights are on and out they go as they all weave their way down towards the inside of the circuit in towards turn 1. They chuck it into the right-hander and 34 karts are a go. Up the hill, straight into turn 2, and then they go down into 3 and 4. This is 3 and 4 now, so 4 the apex on your left as they now climb up the hill towards a small, pretty much flat-out chicane of turn 5, and then into turn 6 at the top of the hill. Look at this, weaving their way. Then they go downhill in towards the hairpin of turn 7. This will be a key overtaking spot throughout the day, I am certain of it. And then they all exit a little bit wide, and they're all pretty much single file now as they filter through turn 8 and into 9, 10, and 11. There's another hairpin there at the back of the circuit, turn 9 and 10. Which will be another main overtaking zone. And now they will, oh, look at that for a move into the S's. I think that was Peruzzi. I just saw a bright orange flash of someone chucking it down the inside. So that would have been Achilles Peruzzi making a move. I think it was. He's up into second place. Benjamin Karajkovic leads then as they go back in towards turn 2. 128 and 176 there, having a little bit of a fight, a bit of a ding-dong. That's Freenstein and Theocaris. But it is Peruzzi up 4 places. Opportunistic, hungry for another victory is Achilles. So they go down the hill in towards the left-hander, exit the corner. Charlie Page running a little bit wide. Now down through into turn 8. So Peruzzi right on the bumper of Karajkovic. Benjamin Karajkovic through the S section. Peruzzi right on the back of him, and Charlie Page looking for an opportunity. Into the left they go, now down through the S's. So Charlie Page will want to wait here just to see what Peruzzi's going to do. That's the corner where Peruzzi made a move earlier on. At the moment he's waiting and just trying to help Karajkovic go down the main straight maybe. He looks over his shoulder, does Page, to see where Stubbs is. Pajamaki there as well. This is turn 2. Turn 3. Now in towards turn 4. Peruzzi sets the fastest lap. Looks over his shoulder, realizes a little bit that they're actually not pulling away that much, despite Peruzzi pushing Karajkovic. Down the inside of turn 7, then I said it would be an overtaking opportunity. Peruzzi down into the lead, and he says, come on, let's go. Focus forward, I think we can pull away. He's talking to Karajkovic there, who's now going to get that back. Down the inside of turn 9, Page follows him through, Peruzzi down to 3rd. So as usual, no one listening to the hand signals of let's work together. Mini business as usual. Karachkovic back to the top. Charlie Page now in second. In through the S's and back onto the main straight. Look at the exit that Achilles Peruzzi gets on that final turn every time. The straight was just a little bit longer. He would get a guaranteed move into turn 1 every single time. In towards turn 3 they go as they exit. Chuck it into the right. Augustin sets the fastest lap. After he qualified in 15th, he's up 6 places into P9. Biggest gainer so far is Samar Chopra. As Karachkovic defends the inside of 7. Charlie Page gets attacked by Peruzzi. Back up into 2nd place is Achilles. LBJ Stubbs now right with this train. Your top 4. In towards the back section. Now into the S's, and Peruzzi sets it up. He does it again. Chucks it down the inside of the S section as we wait for them to come back. Karachkovic now down into 2nd. Into the right, left section. Oh, Karachkovic attacks him back. This is amazing fighting, and it's not even for points. Your leaders swapping left, right, and centre. Karachkovic defends in towards turn 1. Peruzzi looks over his shoulder to find out where Page is, who attacks into turn 2. And LBJ Stubbs comes through, but can't get it done. Stays in P4. Peruzzi holds on to 3rd. Karachkovic back up into the lead. He doesn't want to let it go. He's not letting it go, not this time. And now look at Charlie Page having a look as he wiggled on the brakes. He thought about it into the corner at the top of the hill, down towards turn 7. He can't get anything done now as he hesitated on the previous overtake. And look at the 2 GGM carts in the background. That's Pajamaki and Lisignoli. They're going to join this fight shortly if these guys keep fighting and swapping over like this. We're halfway through the race. And there goes Peruzzi. Back down the inside of the same corner he did last time to take the lead on Charlie Page. And now Karachkovic has a little bit of a gap. Peruzzi defends this time. He was like, okay, I got attacked back here by Karachkovic last time. He was like, I'm not letting that happen again. I think he's talking to the pit wall there when he was wagging his finger. Communicating with a team engineer as Page attacks again into turn 2. Peruzzi back down to 3rd. This is giving Karachkovic a small bit of breathing space, and there he goes again! Wow, that was into turn 5, or turn 6 at the top of the hill. Down in towards turn 7, he's back up into P2. So these guys, I said a couple of main overtaking zones that we will definitely see, but these guys showing that overtaking can happen on any corner, if you will it. And now they're saying, come on, there's only a couple laps left. Let's close Karachkovic. There's 4 of us here in this fight. It's about to become 7 if we keep swapping around for 2nd place. But Benjamin Karachkovic happy with a 3/10 lead at the moment. And look at that, that's what I was talking about. Look at the exit speed that Peruzzi gets out of that final turn as the others explore the track limits back there. That was the full-on on the grass, on the AstroTurf for one of the carts in the background. I mean, there's no question that that was a track limit infringement, to be honest, unless the grass is the limit, but there we go. There's 1-3-4 Augustin and Pajamaki, I think it was, but now back to your leaders. It's Wortley and Gray back there. I think it was Gray that went off on the circuit. So here come your top 4. And look at that, Peruzzi again. He's picked his favourite corner to overtake on. He's done it again. That's 3 or 4 overtakes in that corner he's made. No one defending it. I think that's turn 11 at the back of the circuit. And Karachkovic back down the inside of 16. This is going to create an opportunity for LBJ Stubbs, who's being forced to the inside. He can't get it done. That was stern defending from Achilles Peruzzi, who holds on to P2. I haven't seen Peruzzi race like this for a couple of rounds, but he looks like he's back. He's got his mojo back, but Karachkovic, ever the hard fighter, holds on to the lead, and it's the last lap. We're on the last lap according to the timing screen. Karachkovic into 7, Peruzzi in 2nd, not far behind him, and now look at everybody else. Lisignoli's coming through into the top end of the field. Charlie Page, Augustin is there. Down the inside for Augustin on Lisignoli to take a top 5 after starting in 15th. But here's your top 2 coming through the final section now. Peruzzi's not close enough to do anything about it as Augustin defends from Lisignoli. But it's Benjamin Kurashkovic who's going to take the first victory then of the day in the heat race. Peruzzi second, a strong second. Charlie Page in third. Augustin gets to P4 from 15th place. He had a terrible qualifying. I said that he was down the order and out of position. Gained, starts the pre-final later on today in P4. Francesco Lisignoli P5, Stubbs, Pajamaki, Gray, Wortley and Martin, your top 10. And it was Augustin in the end who gained the most positions. This is a good point to remind you all to vote for your driver of the day. Everybody go and vote your driver of the day. I'm sure they'll put the link in chat at some point. Let's have a look. What have I missed, actually? We've got a few Ammani Canua fans in the YouTube chat. They were shouting him out earlier. And Ammani qualified in the top end. You've got P5, good job Ammani, P5 Ammani, let's do this. 317 South African flag, that will be for Ammani as well. Voroshalov Gleb forward to victory. And then Leo saying, great race, and a great race it was. Benjamin Kurashkovic, Peruzzi in second, and Charlie Page in third. Fantastic fighting, and I love it when they don't just sit and work together and they actually fight. You've got Augustin, Lisignoli, Stubbs, Pajamaki and Gray are your top 8. And it's Grayson Wortley and Ralph Martin in P9 and P10. Saif Al-Khalifa in 11th, Samar Chopra in 12th, Gleb Voroshalov in 13th, Adam Al-Sheikh in 14th, Alexander Theocaris 15th, Ivan Svorinins, William Mazzali, Max Patton, Louis Bataille and Alex Freenstein round off your top 20. Then in 21st is Hamad Koramifa, Liam O'Hanlon in 22nd, Cameron Harvey in 23rd, Amar Tabaza in 24th, Tadeusz Prochaska 25th. Then it's Ivan Bagat, Saif Al-Maina, Igor Vasharin, Ahmed Al-Maina in 29th place. Then it's Gautam Subramaniam, Jacques Garushk, Leo Roytham and Felix Jebjerg in 33rd. And in 34th, Kushagra Kumar to round off your field. Yeah, I was saying that, really enjoy it when the elbows come out, especially so early on in the day. I cannot believe how many people just wanted that position back immediately after it got taken, because normally this just creates opportunities for everyone behind. But let's have a look then at our highlights of that fantastic action-packed mini race. So that's your first heat race down. Let's have a quick, yes, look at that. Here we go. What a beautiful shot of all of those partners we have here for the Iame Series UAE and media friends. Almeida Racing Academy there on the right-hand side. Suelio Almeida, a popular sim racer turned real racer who teaches sim racers how to drive. If you have a look at his Racing Academy online, very useful. You've got the Chorus Motorsport Group, a new conglomerate of Italian companies. Comet Tyres, of course, our tyre supplier. Predator Motorsport there. Alphasan Karting, and one of its marshals, a beautiful facility. And it's not just a karting facility, there's plenty of activities around this Alphasan resort. You've got drivers who had Drivers Lab on there, also a sim racing facility, coaching drivers through their career. They've been plenty busy with all of the motorsport that's happening right now across the region, whether it's Porsche Carrera Cup, Asian Le Mans, and you had the Dubai 24 not too long ago. As we see number 44, Cheyenne Asgomi. Chilling out, getting some encouragement from his engineer, Christopher. And there we've got a couple of the mentors at the top there also watching on. Doesn't look like Cheyenne wants to race, he's just playing around. 10 points if you can guess what helmet that is, which F1 driver is that helmet based on. 10 points is probably a bit too much. It's a little bit of an easy question, but I just want you to join in chat and say hello, to be honest. We are going to go down to the paddock shortly and see what's going on. But first, I have just noticed Mr. Aganyang's nice white, luminous yellow and black car. That's a lovely livery there on the number 95. Let's go and speak to Joanna and see what's going on.
Yes, Jack, thank you so much. Again, we're back here with Benjamin Karajovic. You've done an excellent job out there on the heat session. How did it feel this time around?
Good. It was a race, not qualifying. But I think me and Achilles and Charlie and Albie were all fighting very good. Not a lot of contacts, but otherwise, yeah, everything was fine.
Yeah, you've got a pretty competitive teammates, I would say, around you on this this weekend. Talk to us, for those who don't know about you, Benjamin. When did you start racing?
When I was 6, I was in a birthday party, and then when I was 7, my dad bought me a go-kart, and then I started driving from them.
That must have been exciting. So he also had a history in motorsports.
I think my first ever team I started with, he was the owner of that team, was my dad's coach for I don't know what, but he was a coach for my dad, but I don't know why.
That's awesome. Well, that's an exciting journey you've had. So tell everybody that's watching you what's maybe one lesson you learned so far in your experience in karting.
I think the more you go to Europe, the better you get, because it's more tough there.
And anything else that you want to advise people that maybe want to be in your position one day that's watching you today?
Just be happy.
I love that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Benjamin. I wish you the best of luck going to the pre-finals. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to send it back to Matt to see what's happening on the grid.
Okay, we got number 17 waving at something. Has his card stopped or has he stopped? This is Rayan Alameri for Yas Heat. Look at the aerodynamic angle of that nose cone. Some high downforce setup that he's got on there. So we've got 10 minutes now. This is the time trial 1 for your Bambinos, by the way, just as a reminder. Oh, look at Cheyenne Asgomi all over the curb as he defended from Ganyang. It's just, now, I imagine these karts feel the bumps a little bit more than the other ones. Don't get me wrong, none of them have suspension or anything like that to get rid of the feeling of bumpy and big curves. But the Bambinos in a smaller, sort of tighter package all around, this small chassis, I imagine, really does feel the bumps. Takes a bit of a wrong line, does Asgomi through the final turn. which creates an opportunity for Ristic and Oganyang to come through. Look at Mark Ristic, donned in black and gold. Yeah, the director's Knight Rider, he called him in the last couple of rounds because it was just a pure black cart, is now donning a black and gold livery. Nice and easy to spot, a gold helmet. There's Yusuf Al-Kaya chasing down Samuel Karajkovic. Yes, Heat versus JNKD there on your screens. Black and gold, why is that phrase sticking in my head? That was a song back in the day. I don't know if we could play it because that would be some sort of copyright, I imagine, but... And I'm not going to sing it before anyone suggests that. not this time. Let's have a look at your chat and see who is here. Ben, fire emoji, GGM team, good luck. Mark, 88, just race and smile. Go Mark. Rada puts a rose emoji. Harrison Stevens, 228 is my goat, says Davidos Gaming. Davidos Gaming's been in chat a couple of times over the last couple of rounds. I recognise that name, and I appreciate anyone that jumps in there, throws in a comment and says hello. Of course. I mean, appreciate anyone that's watching and listening to me talk on for 7-8 hours every occasional weekend to bring you the action of the Iame Series UAE live. But don't be shy, say hello. And I'll try my best to keep you entertained throughout. But let's be honest, the entertainment comes from your little stars, not me on the circuit. As we see Mark Ristic now trying to undo his issues from earlier. He didn't get many laps in the warm-up, but he looks like he's flying now. Oh, they really are putting their whole body into that final section. As he throws it into this final, the S's in the final turn. Takes a good line on the exit. The lap times will come up shortly so that we can see the order. There's Oganyang in the background getting attacked by number 9, Samuel Karajkovic. And Testa there has the same front end, black and gold front end as Mark Ristic. We will be having also, whilst we're in this range of racing, I'm sure, I keep mentioning this circuit and how much of a gem it is, and I genuinely am going to try and come back at some point this week to try it myself, because it's really interesting to me to see the different lines that are being taken and how you have to set up each corner back to back to back. I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Amal at some point, the manager here at the Al Forsan Karting Circuit and Resort. And I say I'm sure we will, because I'm pretty sure every round we spoke to someone like that at one point. Robert just finding himself in battles at the moment. He is just getting chased down in the Brawn-styled kart. That's what that colour scheme reminds me of. Brawn GP in 2009. Sam Testa down the inside. Gives him plenty of space. Doesn't take any risks of contact, and he's actually currently the fastest. Mark Ristic now in second, Samuel Karajkovic third. So everyone picking up the pace from earlier. Let's go down. I think Joanna's got someone to speak to, so let's cut down to Joanna and see what's going on.
I'm standing here with some young drivers. They're young, but they're very, very talented. So let's get to know them a little bit. First, we'll start with you, Leah Reutemann. You're in mini category. Tell me, when did you start racing?
About 1 month ago.
1 month ago. So you're just fresh into the sport.
Yeah.
And how have you been finding it so far?
Good. Very good.
And who got you into it? Tell us about that. What motivated you to get into motorsports and karting?
My mom.
Really? She's a driver herself, or she has any history in motorsports?
No, she just wanted me to do sports, and then she picked me as doing karting.
That's amazing. What have you learned so far? What's the best part about karting?
The racing lines and a lot of things.
I find it quite challenging to start just a month ago and now racing with so many other drivers on the track?
Yes. Yeah.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Leo. Standing next to me here on my left is Ahmed Faisal Al-Maine and his brother, Saif Faisal Al-Maine. How are you guys?
Good.
So, brothers competing in the mini category. When did you guys start racing?
We started like September.
September also. And for you?
September.
And who got you into karting?
My dad.
Both of you. Why? Was he in karting himself back in the day?
He's a racer.
That's incredible. Okay, well, tell me about this. What have you learned so far? I'm going to ask you first, and then we'll go to your brother.
I learned the racing line and like the technique, like going off on top of the curb. And
very well done. And for you?
I learned the racing line and get the slipstream from faster drivers. And
let me ask you this. What keeps you guys so calm, especially that you're competing against so many people and you guys are both very young still? What keeps you very calm, and how do you practice and prepare yourself for a track like this one here in Al Forsan?
We just train.
Very well. And for you?
The same thing, train.
Amazing. Final advice to other young drivers that are watching that maybe want to be in your position one day?
To
keep pushing?
Yeah, keep pushing and put their head down.
I love that. And any advice do you have?
Keep pushing.
I love that. Brothers on the same page with everything. Amazing. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you so much and wish you the best, and have fun for this weekend, all right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I'm going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening out there on the grid.
Thank you, Joanna. Nice little insight into some newly formed careers there. So we've got 50 seconds left of this Bambino time trial, the first time trial of the day. And it is Sam Testa still on top with a 110.2. Mark Ristic in second place, and Sam Lukarashvili holds on to third. 30 seconds remain. Looks like 10th and 11th aren't out on track again, just like the warm-up. That is Fragnier and Lee. We've got a lot of Mark Ristic fans in the chat again, probably voting driver of the day, as they have done many times before. And if you would like to get involved with that, then please go onto the chat or Instagram, media friends, find the link to the driver of the day, and you can vote 3 drivers, up to 3 drivers, who you think deserve it. And obviously the most votes at the end of the day wins. I believe they win a free set of tyres. So it's worth it. Drivers also, if you're supporting. As we see your 2 leaders next to each other on circuit. This is Ristic and Testa. The Golden Brigade. I just realised we didn't come up with a name for a new name for the gaggle of carts. My creative juices are not flowing today, so I think that one might stick with me for a while, whilst I try and figure out a random word to describe a group of carts together. Too many to tell. The checkered flag is waved, they raise their hands, they come into the pits. So Mark and Sam had finished already. Oh, as one of them continues round. Didn't see who that was. Who was that just carried on? Here comes Cheyenne Asgomi. And there's confirmation of Sam Tester winning the Bambino. Puts his hand up, goes into the pits. So now we'll wait for the one driver that did an extra lap. Oh, there he is at the bottom of your screens, I think, coming up the hill. And there's confirmation of your top three. Sam Tester in first, then it's Mark Ristic, and then Samuel Karashkovic in third. The rest of your order is as follows. Yusuf Al-Kaya in fourth, Syed Al-Ansari in fifth, then it's Robert Aganyang, Cheyenne Asgomi, Rayan Alameri in eighth, Milo Milroy in P9, and then no sign of Nathan Fragnier and Daniel Lee just yet. But your top 9 in that order. And there you can see actually in the distance. That is, let's go to the highlights first.
Great stuff out there for the Bambinos, and Joanna, thank you for your interview. But here we are on the pre-grid with the juniors about to head out for their first race of the day. And I'm here with Harry Stevens starting in 6th place, number 228. Harry, just outside of the top 5, but you know, on a track like this, I think that's a really good achievement. Talk to us a bit about, you know, your thoughts on this track. What are you thinking into this first race, and overall the plans for this weekend?
I mean, it's a little bit like tricky just to get used to it, quite physical, but I mean the goal is just to move forward, get on the podium, and then in the final.
Yep. And you're starting on the outside. We've seen a couple drivers try and hook it around the outside, a very long first and second corner, double right-hand apex. Is that something you're looking to do? Or, I mean, you know, let's see, you got some top drivers in front of you, a couple behind you as well, starting in 6th place. That's mega.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just see how it goes. If I have space to go on the inside, I'll go on the inside. Just depends.
As we have over here, Henry King right behind us. Now, you two guys are friends, of course, when the helmets are off, but now it's time to get serious. So, best of luck to you, Harry. We're going to try and get a quick interview with Henry over here. Henry, starting not where you'd like to be, ideally. Talk to us a bit about the qualifying and what went wrong for you.
It just went not our way. But it's fine because I know how to race and I can easily get back up here. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you clearly have the pace. What are your thoughts so far on this track? Very physical, especially in the last sector. You know, the neck is hanging on, the back as well, the ribs. You're taking loads of curbs. What are your thoughts so far on this track? And physically, what are you doing to prep yourself?
I don't know, I just drive, and if it hurts, I just keep driving, so.
If it hurts, I just keep driving. Alrighty, well, Henry, best of luck, and we're going to be handing it to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Standing next to me, Sam Tester, again and again, doing such an incredible job on the track. Sam, I wanted to know, what driver do you look up to the most?
Max Verstappen, do.
Max Verstappen. All right, we've got the theme song going on. You know, I do see a lot of similarities in the way that you are, personality-wise, to Max Verstappen. There's always that confidence in you. Oh, look at that. Team support. I love that. Thank you so much. All right, well, back to the interview. I wanted to ask you, going into now to the pre-finals, how do you feel?
Good now. Yeah, I'm ready.
And what lessons have you learned so far that you'll take forward to make sure that you maintain that strong performance?
I will push as hard as I can to keep this performance and hope we win.
Love that. I hope you win too. So thank you so much, Sam, and wish you the best of luck. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening out there on the grid.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, we got the juniors lining up then. The number 200s ready and waiting on the dummy grid. And now we'll be going back to obviously some racing action, wheel to wheel, as we wait for these guys to head out on their formation lap. Quick shake of the hands there for Veer Chopra. And there's some more of the team's Mumbai Falcons up there watching on. Matanch Jain doing his usual headbutt the steering wheel warm-up. Seen this a couple of rounds in a row now. Shakes his head, nods, up, down, yeah, ready to go. Veer Chopra, the opposite warm-up routine of just sitting still and looking over. Oh dear. So there they go. They start leaving and they will do their full formation lap, followed by their line-up lap. Are we going to see anyone make the tyre warm-up mistake? Doesn't look like it today. Okay, so what are they playing for right now? Right now they're playing for grid order of the pre-final. That's what this race is all about. So if you already got pole position, now you need to try and keep it. If you didn't get pole position in qualifying, now you need to try and get it by finishing first across the line. Remember, the Iame Series UAE is a 10-round championship, and they are racing for prizes. Points means prizes, and the winners can get Iame Warrior final tickets for 2026 in Italy, I think it is this year. Okay, so they start lining up then. A 9-lap race. That's number 246. I think that's Essa Al-Hamadi. Gets a big old chassis jump on as he warms up his tyres. This is the calm before the storm, as they now get told to slow down and line up. Veer Chopra says, wait, chill out, relax. They come round the final turn. And they are off then. The lights will go out and they all dart to the inside to defend turn one. Chopra, an amazing start and a spin there for number 222, who reverses backwards. It says Bhatia. I think it said on the back of that suit. Number 222 is Jasveer Bhatia then, who entered turn one backwards. But here is Veer Chopra with a blinding start round the outside. Pushed Matanch Jain to the inside. Made it a tighter line into turn one, which ruins the exit speed. You can carry more speed round the outside. Got it done. And looks like Bhatia having no luck in terms of restarting, and a huge flat spot on the front left also. Looks like he got forced off to the left by Kalyani Pratish, but the spin itself, I think, caused by, I don't know actually, maybe the contact, maybe control, I'm not sure. The Chopra leads from Matanch Chain, sorry. And it's Barakordi, Sabalekage, then Stevens, then Peruzzi, then Henry King is up 3 places. Got a few drivers up 3 places as Harrison Stevens just made a move on Kage. Couldn't see which turn that is. They're in turn 7 now, so I think that was up at the top of turn 5. 6. And now Peruzzi's come through, so I'm not sure it paid off. So you've got Chopra now and Jane trying to pull away. There's Stevens, so he did make it stick. Stevens up into P4 ahead of Sabalekage. And now he can try and chase down Gabriel Barakordi, who's in 3rd at the moment. Dropping back from your top 2, but ahead of your last ones. And it looks like Kage took it back from Harrison Stevens, and they crossed the line then. So the fighting is happening. P4 and 5 are the ones that keep swapping over. We're watching your leaders. Matanch Chain can attack at any corner now, as Chopra really ate that curb there at turn 5. Bounced over in towards 6, down the hill into 7. Now they exit and go up the hill towards 8. Long right-hander of 8. And King is now still behind Peruzzi, with Qureshi back there as well. And here they come through the S section. Similar section to Kartdrome in terms of it being a series of right lefts onto the straight. Matanch Chain sets the fastest lap, 55.3. Now, here's an interesting question and a thought for everybody. This is a heat race. There's no points on offer. And at the moment, evidence would suggest that P2 is a better starting position than P1. Well, I don't know if I had that the right way around, actually, but basically the outside line, where Chopra started, was better than the inside line, is what evidence is suggesting. So if you're Matanch Chain right now, do you really want to win the heat race? Or would you rather start the pre-final in the position that your rival just started and overtook you at turn 1? What I'm saying is, what he could do is just stay in 2nd for this one and start in that position later on and then do it back to Chopra. But then, of course, he still has to try and win the race from there. So no strategy is guaranteed, as Stevens is back up into P4 now. Henry King has passed this gaggle of carts also. And Peruzzi, is Peruzzi still there or has he gone? I think Peruzzi's further down the order now. Actually, no, I think I just saw him in the background. Maybe he's pulled away from Henry King. That's why I couldn't see him. Yeah, he has. So Leonidas Peruzzi pulled away from Henry King. That's why he disappeared. He's now chasing down Sabalekage. Henry King is now trying to hold off Senaniaki towards turn 2. Essa Al-Hamadi has gained 6 positions at the start. I'm sure he qualified around P10, which means he probably got a grid penalty for track limits. Oh, big hit from behind for some of them, and there's a spin there. Essa Al-Hamadi is round. He was having a good race. Now he shakes his head in disappointment, restarts the kart, and now he's got all the work to do later on yet again. This is a real example of how Essa Al-Hamadi's season has gone. He keeps starting the pre-final down and then just having an absolute overtaking fest in the pre-finals and the finals. Here's a repeat. And that's not actually 2-1-3's fault. That was Derek Rivera's fault in my eyes. So 2-1-3 was the one that made contact, and Seigel from MN Motorsport. But if you watch closely, Derek Rivera gave him a big old hit from behind, which then resulted in contact between Saigel and Essa Al-Hamadi. I'm not the steward, but that is how I see what happened. It's not my decision to give out penalties, so that can be down to, of course, Emso is here to deal with all those situations. And let's go back to, is that your leader? Has Chopra pulled out that much of a gap now? That is insane. 1.4 seconds with 2 laps to go. Barakordi defending from Harrison Stevens, who goes up to turn 2. They nearly make contact. Harrison Stevens on a charge to try and get a podium place then. But now he's under attack from Peruzzi. And the fight is kicking off here for P3. Stevens bouncing over the curb. Peruzzi attacking, Barakordi defending, and Stevens in the centre, down the inside of 7. Harrison Stevens up into 3rd then. Barakordi tries to get the run up the hill towards 8. And I think he's going to get it back. He does get it back. Peruzzi takes the inside line for the next corner. Gets past him. And who's this coming through? Is that Savale Kage trying to get back through as well? As Stevens now tries to get back to position and loses another one. And this is the risk that you have when you attack. You put yourself under risk of getting attacked. As he goes back down the inside of Savale Kage, couldn't get it done. And now Stevens drops from P4 to P6. And look at this, Henry King trying to defend from 4 carts at once also. And he is somehow managing to hold on to it at the moment. He's got Senaniaki, Qureshi, Rivera and Montanari right behind him. And we're on the last lap of the race as it now starts to kick off a little bit. This is your final lap. Your leaders pretty much set. Barakordi and Peruzzi, that fight is not over for P3. And there, Derek Rivera runs a little bit wide, but where are your leaders? They're going to come across the final line now here. Veer Chopra then wins the heat race. Matanj Jain will start the next race in 2nd. And here is Barakordi, Peruzzi, Kage and Stevens. They stay in the same order. And it is Mason that comes out on top. He managed to clear himself of Henry King earlier on. And Henry King holds on to P8 with Qureshi, Senaniaki, Rivera and Montanari right behind. And Ethan Realstone just there as well in 13th. Essa Al-Hamadi ends up down in 20th after contact with Ansh Saigel, which looks like a chain reaction from Derek Rivera. And in the bottom right, you can see Veer Chopra then, heat race winner. And we'll get confirmation of the full results shortly as they come back into the pits. Here's your top 3. Veer Chopra for MN Motorsport. 2nd place then, a reverse of what we saw Matanj Jain for Mumbai Falcons. Gabriel Barakordi for GGM. We will go to the full result. It's Peruzzi in 4th, Kage in 5th, Harrison Stevens ends up 6th in the end with Aaron Mason in P7. In 8th is Henry King, Arhan Qureshi P9, Johansa Senaniaki in P10, Derek Rivera in 11th, Giuseppe Montanari in 12th, Ethan Realstone 13th, Kalyani Pratish 14th, in 15th is Aham Siddiqui, then it's Ansh Saigel in 16th, Malik Debussy in 17th, Rayan Boriawala, Rayan Albani, Essa Al-Hamadi and Saif Al-Abaidli in 21st. And it's Hasari, Borinov and Bhatia retired on turn 1, lap 1. By the looks of it. Now let's go to the highlights of your junior race. Okay, so we're getting ready now for the next race. There are the seniors in the senior 170s giggling away as they prepare for their heat race, and the second section of the day nearly finished. Let's go down to Matt and see what's going on down in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. And here we are with Conor Clancy, who previously used to race in the junior category, however, now moved up to the senior class. We all know Conor's really quick, but a bit unlucky qualifying right there. Obviously not the way you wanted to go, caught up in traffic. Talk to us from a driver's perspective, how that is and how frustrating that can be.
Yeah, well, it was really frustrating because the pace yesterday was unreal. I was so fast. So when I had a good track position, I was like, okay, let's pole this. And then, yeah, I just caught up to the Masters too quick.
What a shame, but it is just the first race of the day. So plenty of action to look forward to, plenty of time for you to make these positions back up. You're starting 9th, so still in the top 10, obviously not where you want to be. What's the plan going into the first corner?
Just go forward, yeah, that's just the plan, just get to the front as quick as possible.
Are you going to be working with a couple of people, everyone could stick together, or is the plan just for you to be on your own, boom, go out there and make all of the overtakes?
Well, I don't know, it's going to be a scrappy race, I think, so I just need to be in all the right places at the right times and then, yeah, just make up the positions.
And you mentioned yesterday you were super fast. What's your favorite sector on this track? A very physical, very technical. You've raced here across many different categories as well, so your experience is quite large on this track. Talk to us about your favorite sector.
My favorite sector is probably the last sector because it's so technical, and that's actually where I'm quite fast. So yeah, I just really like this sector because can't really pass there, so it's just curb, fast corner. Yeah, it's just really nice, mix of everything.
You're the first driver who've told us the favorite sector is your last sector. Everyone's avoiding that one because of just how physical it is and how demanding it is on the body, as well as on the car and on the tires, of course. So long racing, what are you going to do to try and keep the tires in the best condition possible?
Yeah, well, that's also another thing we have to think about because obviously there's a heat pre-final and final, so it's not ideal starting where I am because I will have to push to get to the front. So I'll just see if I have a gap, just manage them.
Yep. Perfect. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we see you a bit further up on the grid for some future interviews as we hand it back to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Thank you, Matt. Standing next to me is Veer Chopra. You did such an incredible job starting in P2, and you quickly in lap 1 gained that one position up to P1. What gave you that advantage?
Just got a good start off the line and just covered turn 1 so that they couldn't get back, and I just let the race put my head down.
How do you keep the pressure low? I mean, we're heading into the final race of the season, but how do you keep it cool and calm and collected on the track?
I don't know. It's just like that. I'm in front, but I know that it's a heat race and I have nothing to lose, so I can just keep my calm.
So for people that don't know you, walk us through when you started racing and what got you into karting.
I started racing around 3 years ago, and I got into karting when I did my first rental drive at Indoor Kart Room.
Anyone in your family also?
My brother is also racing.
Okay, very well. Any advice you have for anybody that wants to maybe join? So 3 years is not a long time, but I think you've gained a lot of experience and skill from the years that you've had. Any advice you have for anybody watching you?
Just keep it cool. Just yeah.
Always. I like that. All right. Well, thank you so much, Veer. Wish you the best of luck in the next session. And for now, we're going to send it back to Matt to see what's happening on the grid.
Yes, so here we are now with driver 478, Yusuf Busnad, currently starting second in the championship for the senior 170 class. Yusuf, just off camera, we were talking about just how physical this track is, and with the heat, the temperature ramping up, how tough it is as a driver to stay in the zone and make sure you perform at your best with a track of this level. Talk to us a bit. What are you doing to make sure that you are at that level?
I'm making sure that I'm fixing the mistakes I'm making around the track, as it is a very technical track. It's very physically demanding, so small mistakes can add up to lots of lost time.
And in terms of favorite sectors, any specific part, any specific corner that you really like off of this track?
I really like Sector 1, going uphill. I think that's a very technical area. I really like that. And the banking area is pretty fun as well.
The banking area, just like an IndyCar, you really feel it in your neck. You guys are taking up to 3.5 Gs along that flat out. Talk to us, your plan for the first corner. I believe you've got Oscar right alongside you. So, you know, both first and second in the championship. It's going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be competitive. We've been competing for the whole season, so it definitely will be competitive. There's less 170 this time around, but the plan is to play it relatively safe, not over push, as everyone's going to go into turn 1, and turn 1 is always usually a bit messy. So just strategically play things.
Mega. All right, fantastic, Youssef. Well, he's going to make his way onto the pre-grid, and we're going to wish you the best of luck as we hand it back to Jack for some commentary.
Thank you, Matt. Some commentary coming right up. Obviously, at the moment, the track empty as we wait for them to leave the grid. And that's what I was going to say earlier. I see it now on the screen. Look at that facility in the background. What an amazing place. If you haven't been here, then come here, because look at that place. This is the next sessions that you can see on your screens. You've got the heat race of the senior and senior 170s obviously coming right up. And then it's the pre-finals. We're there already. Today is flying past. This is pretty cool to see. All the point scoring rounds will be up after this heat race, and then there'll be a quick lunch break before heading to the finals this afternoon. Yeah, as I was saying, that building in the background, there's a nice little cafe in there with food available. That is the pit building there on the bottom right, or the mid right of your screens. This is where all of these guys are standing, waiting and watching on the race. Abigail Pope there, talking in the pit lane. We've got some, look at all these camera shots of people talking and chilling. Is this highlights of the paddock from the day? I think so. It's a nice design on Connor Clancy's helmet there, bottom left. Nathan Pope puts his thumbs up. He's ready, waiting. And here we see then seniors. This is number 394. That is Connor Clancy. 332. Ready and waiting. Is that 332? Or my eyes? No, my eyes were going funny then. That's Shivan Kartik Mohan. 308 there. That's Antonius Haddad. I was helped out there because he has the word Haddad written on his race suit there, on his leg, his braking foot. Actually, that's another thing I don't think I've really experienced properly, is the two-stroke experience. These fast karts. I did try it once at Rack Track a little while back now, probably over a year ago now. But the sense of speed when you are sat 1 inch off the floor in these things is pretty insane. And that's when lapping by yourself. So having 30 other karts around you, having to trust them around you also, racing for position. These guys are insane, but they love it. And we've seen plenty of aggressive action from this category in the last couple of rounds, notably from 2 drivers, but I won't mention them just yet. I'll wait till later on, and I'm sure we'll see the 2 drivers I'm talking about next to each other on circuit at some point, as they always seem to find each other. And there is the siren. Oh, that guy's just made me yawn. The guy in the audience, sunglasses on, yawning away. Early morning, I think, that's why. It was an early start to the day, of course. People driving from all over to Al Forsan in Abu Dhabi. Just about 1 hour from Dubai. It's about the same traveling time as it was to Yas Marina, to be honest. So it's not as far as you think. Maybe Dubai is too broad an area for me to make that generalized sweeping statement. I'll give you a more specific timeline for those of you that are local. Dubai Autodrome, to be specific. If you are around the Motor City area or closer to Abu Dhabi, it will take at least 1 hour, is what it took for me. Let's have a look at the starting grid for your senior and senior 170s. 11 laps this one. The heat race, Dharmadasa and Dexter on your front row, and then it's El Bassioni and Montgomery Swan in third and fourth. Then it's Ammani Canua with a top 5 start, Connor Clancy in P6. Then it's K-Ruse and Mohan in P7 and 8. Haddad and Nathan Pope round off your top 10. Then it's Louis Hartman and Qureshi in P12. Kappen and Goma in 13th and 14th. Then it's Obeid in 15th and Piri in 16th place. Then it's Yamin and Martinez rounding off row 9 with Jolovic and Pope in P20. Then Oscar Bray, Yusuf Busanad, Daria Salome and Alexandros Nivas is first, second, third and fourth in your senior 170 category. That means Alexandros Nivas has a penalty because he was definitely third earlier. So maybe a track limit penalty, I assume. That's been the talking point of the weekend so far. And the weekend is only just beginning. Round 8 of the Iame Series UAE in full swing. Nearly halfway through the day now. Whoa! There's a spin on the formation lap. Thought he was going to roll into the other cart then. Which number is that? 340. That's Stefan Yamin. Well, better to get the spins out now than during the race. Once they start the formation lap. So remember, there's 2 categories on the grid for this one. You've got your 300s, are your seniors. There are currently 4 drivers in your senior 170s. Which are the 400 numbers. I think we're on board with, I don't know who we're on board with there. There was a name on the leg, I didn't see it. But it looked like they were making their way back up to the position they were supposed to be in. Because it was Daria, I think, in front of them. Who's technically on the last row, so... I wonder if someone else had a spin or an issue. Yeah, it is. It was Antonius Haddad, 308. So he had a spin or an issue on the formation lap also. Managed to get back up into position just in time as they come around the final corner then. Down the main straight they go, and there's a cart pulling over to the side. Are the green lights on? The green lights are on, and one of the carts has stopped already on the main straight. I think it's still rolling just about as they go up the hill and towards turn 2. It's Dharmadasa in first place, leads into turn 2. Then that's Yamin up, popping a wheelie into turn 2. Oscar Bray's trying to make his way through in his chrome flame helmet. Easy to spot there in the senior 170 category, shining in the sun. Daria looks to go around the outside of Oscar Bray, couldn't make it stick. And now we're back on with the leader. It's Dharmadasa El Bassioni there. And here they all come weaving down through turn 8, down towards 9 and 10. The start is under investigation. Interesting to see, so it's not a full start, but it is under investigation. They are racing now by the looks of it. And we'll get confirmation of the order as Rayhan Qureshi goes down the inside. Sorry, it's not. It is Rayhan Qureshi. It was Rayhan Qureshi just coming across the line now. Made a good move into the S's. Nearly got confused with Arhan Qureshi. The brothers. And it's Canua up into P3 then. Dexter in P4. Connor Clancy up 1 into P5. Montgomery Swan down 2 into P6. Then Haddad, Pope, Qureshi and K-Ruse are your current top 10. Texter, his balaclava flopping about. Out the back of his helmet. Look at their heads bouncing away as they go over that fast right. The back of the circuit. There's 317 Ammani Canua into the final turn, ahead of Max Dexter in P3 then. And this should be setting off the YouTube chat, to be honest, because Ammani Canua had a lot of fans earlier throwing the South African flag around. And I'm sure if I go back in there now, let's see if they're not in there, they should be, because at the moment their boy is on the podium. Back and open up the YouTube chat, see if I can find it. There they all are, yeah, they are in there, and the chat is going off at the moment. Ammani, go my boy 317, let's go Ammani. Ammani go, gets the podium in Heat 1, let's go Ammani. Ammani, the pride of Africa. Canua all the way. Ammani, your grandma from Kenya. Let's go show them how we do it. All of his family and friends are in the chat right now, popping off for Ammani Canua, who is currently in P3 in this heat race. I'll tell you what's better than commenting. Actually, no, commenting is good, don't get me wrong. But you should all be clicking on that Vote Your Driver of the Day link. Even if you're not rooting for Ammani Canua right now, the Driver of the Day link is in that chat and it is open up until the final race of the day this afternoon. The one with the most votes, I believe, wins a free set of tyres and, of course, the Driver of the Day award. So get in there and vote for your favourite. Number 317, Ammani Canua. At the moment, all the comments in the chat are for you, sir. But you've got Connor Clancy in P4, who's going to start bearing him down. Max Dexter now in P5. And Darmadassi still leads by about a second. Adam Albacioni looks up to the paddock wall, getting the information from his engineers. He actually set the fastest lap then and closed by about a tenth. Connor Clancy is now in third then. So Connor Clancy's on a charge. He's past Ammani Canua. Max Dexter bounces over the curbs through turn 5. And he's up next to try and attack Ammani Canua. Qualified in P5 did Ammani. And he might come under pressure shortly from Dexter and put him back down to P5. But this is Darmadasa into the final section. Looking cool, calm and collected, to be honest. Adam Albacioni there, and then Connor Clancy. And look at the background, there's more fighting. 4th, 5th and 6th. Dexter up into 4th. Canua now down to 5th. Jeremy Montgomery Swan will be getting involved in that as well. P4, 5 and 6 is where the fighting is happening. There they are in the background. Dexter bouncing over the curbs again, takes an interesting line. Montgomery Swan is up into 5th now as well. So Ammani Canua down into P7 now. Or is it P6? It'll be P6, sorry. Rayan Qureshi is in P7. Up 5 places from when he started. Max Dexter, easily spottable by the interesting seating position that he tends to hold when he's driving. Darmadasa extends his lead then. This is on board with Antonius Haddad, currently in P11. That gave us a great shot of that turn 5 chicane. You can really see how aggressive it is. Fully bounced over the curb. I'd like to see that again at some point. Really, really aggressive through there. We can probably do a full at some point throughout the day. I'm sure there'll be opportunity to do a full onboard lap from one of the pro drivers that we're watching. It's 3-4-7 there. That's Louis Hartmann versus Rain K-Ruse. And it looks like Connor Clancy in second place is right behind Adam El-Bassioni. So Dhabi in the lead. Adam El-Bassioni has Connor Clancy right behind him for second place. Dhabi has a clear lead still. We're on lap 7 of 11. And look behind, Connor Clancy is up into second place then. So he must have done it into turn 7. Adam El-Bassioni down to third. So Connor Clancy warming himself up. And now can try and chase down Dhabi over the next 4 laps or so. Connor joined me in the commentary box earlier on in the season. I think it was at Dubai Kartdrome. 1.6 seconds the gap. Down towards turn 8. At the back of the section, I'm going to be watching the timing to see how much Connor Clancy can close that gap, or will he now just chill out and try and hold on to second? Doesn't look like it. He is pulling away from Adam El-Bassioni at a rate of knots, as Dexter is also trying to close in on Adam El-Bassioni. Jeremy Montgomery Swan not far behind also. Ammani Canua solidly in 6th. There's Nathan Pope ahead of Mohan. Got Kaplan and Croatia up 5 places each. I don't know if they're working together. Just up the road in the orange carts. 1.3 seconds the gap last time out between Connor Clancy and Dhabi. It's a big old bump on the exit of 7 that they're all taking. That's a good shot of that banked corner there at the back. And look at that, Adam El-Bassioni under pressure from Max Dexter there into the final section. Max Dexter was all over the back of Adam El-Bassioni as they went into the S's, and he got it. He overtook him. So Max Dexter up into P3 then. 1.1 seconds the gap now between Clancy and Dhabi. That's too big of a gap, in my opinion, for him to make a move on this lap. Probably needed 1 or 2 more. But he'll be in a very good position for the pre-final nonetheless. Dhabi leading into turn 8, swoops into turn 9. And that is your gap now between your top 2, but this is the last lap. So Dhabi then comes through the S's, into the right, into the left, and then into the final right-hander of turn 16. Gets a good exit, and Dhabi is going to win the heat race at Al Forsan circuit with Connor Clancy up 4 positions in second. Max Dexter gets back into 3rd place. Then it's El-Bassioni and Swan, your top 5. Biggest gainer of the race is Nathan Joseph Kappen, who gained 6 positions there to finish P7 from P13. I think he started 12 or 13. 13th he started. Okay, so it's a good day so far for Rayan Dhabi. That's 2 out of 2. Pole position and a heat race win. As they all filter back into the pits, here's confirmation of your top 3. Rayan Dhabi for GGM in P1. Then it's Connor Clancy for Mumbai Falcons in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, Max Dexter, the Telios Racing team. That is your podium for the heat race. Adam Elbassioni finishes in P4, number 335. Then it's Jeremy Montgomery Swan in P5. Ammani Canua stays in the top 10 with a P6. Then it's Nathan Joseph Kaplan and Rayan Qureshi. Nathan Pope, P9. Then it's Shivan Kartik Mohan in P10. In 11th is Antonio Sadat. Rain Keiruz in P12. Louis Hartman 13th. Jose Nagoma 14th. And Rafael Martinez in P15. Arsene Jolovic in P16. Biren Piri in 17th. Stefan Yamin in P18. Yusuf Busanad wins for the Senior 170s. And Oscar Bray in 2nd place for your Senior 170s. Let's have a look at the highlights of the Senior and Senior 170s. Okay, so there's the highlights then. Up next, we're in the 3rd part of the 4-part day. We will be going to the pre-finals, and now is where the points are scored. Pre-finals mini up first, then it's time trial 2 for the Bambinos, then it's pre-finals juniors, and then pre-finals senior and senior 170s. Then it's the finals this afternoon from 2 o'clock after the lunch break. So now is where it gets a little bit more feisty. But don't forget, it is still Saturday. And I'll tell you what is also a trend, and this isn't just in the Iame Series UAE, this is in race weekends in general. Normally, the first day is a little bit tamer than the second day, because the second day there's no more racing of the weekend. Let's go down to the paddock and see who's talking to who.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. Here we are on the pre-grid, about to head out for the first pre-final of the day on this fantastic, technical, tricky, and of course, physical track. But we're here with driver 122, Liam O'Hanlon for the GGM team. Liam, not the way you wanted the day to go so far, but again, you know, there's plenty of time to go back up the grid. Talk to us a bit about what happened.
We missed the gate and then we had to start from the back of the grid, but the pace was good and then we just need like overtake a lot.
So you started last technically, and then you made your way back up to what position are you starting now?
20th, I think.
Something within the 20s. Well, you've got a long pre-final coming up now, so plenty of time to get these drivers ahead of you. What are you thinking of this track? Do you like it? Is there a favorite corner, a favorite sector?
I like the first sector, and the last sector is a bit of like left, right.
Yeah, everyone's been saying the last sector's been really tough on the body and on the card as well. Anyways, Liam, we're going to wish you the best of luck, and we're going to be handing it to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Confident drive with the session. You've had a really strong lead the entire time, pretty much. What do you think gave you that strong lead ahead from the rest of the teams?
Just, yeah, got a good start, had a gap after the 4th corner, just drove hard for the first few laps, built a nice gap, then just nice easy race at the end, just managed the tires, and yeah.
I mean, it looked pretty easy from our side seeing you lead the track, but from your seat, were there any challenges that you faced throughout the entire time?
Yeah, just had to focus on getting a good start to make that gap at the beginning, which we were able to, which set us up for like a nice easy race.
Rayan, for those who don't know you, I've been asking different drivers to tell us a bit more about their background in karting. At what age did you start karting?
I started karting at 11 years old in Mini, about almost 5 years ago now.
And anybody in your family kind of was a role model for you, or is a sport that you saw and picked up?
Yeah, it was something I picked up. No one in my family is really into any racing of any kind, so yeah, I just picked it up at a young age.
That's quite impressive. And where are you from originally?
I'm from Sri Lanka.
All right, very well. You were born here?
Yeah, I was born in UAE, lived here my whole life.
That's incredible. And now, are you studying throughout racing at the same time? Are you doing this both in parallel?
Yeah, year 11 now, big year, so I have to try and manage both the racing and school. It's a bit difficult, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm always chatting with Oscar about that too, because he's also managing his finals are coming up actually. Going into university soon. Any idea what you want to do when you grow up?
Not sure yet. I'll try to just get through this year first, see how it goes, and then you can decide for the future.
Well, well done. Thank you so much, Ryan. Wishing you the best of luck going to the pre-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to Yusuf Abousanad in the senior 170 category. He managed to step it up for this session coming in P1. Yusuf, you want to come join me here at the camera? Well done on that session. How did it feel out there for you?
It felt pretty tiring because it is a very physically tiring track, and as it's getting harder throughout the day, it's getting just a bit tougher.
I wanted to ask you as well, since we haven't really chatted more about your past and history in motorsports. You started recently, correct, like Oscar? And how's it been so far?
It's been a great journey. I've learned a lot, and it's as a first season, you know, there's so much yet I'm still to learn. So it's been a great experience.
Is it your first time racing in Forsan?
In two strokes, yeah, it's my first time.
Wow, and how did it feel coming back up here and racing against such a big, I would say, other drivers on the road, on the track with you?
It's definitely thrilling, and it's a lot of fun. It's definitely a very competitive and technical track.
That's right. Going into the pre-finals, any final thoughts?
To play it very strategic, you know, just nothing rushed, and see what I can do from there. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Yusuf. Best of luck into the pre-finals. That is it for me, ladies and gentlemen. We'll send it back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, we're nearly ready as we see Francesco Lisignoli and LBJ Stubbs there in the pit lane. There's Baptiste Augustin also sat in his car ready to go. And here is the championship standings currently. It's Benjamin Karajkovic, 552 points. Baptiste Augustin in second. Achilles Peruzzi is in third. It's very close between your top three. Liam O'Hanlon in eighth. Gray, Theocaris, Chopra, Pajamaki, Giovanni Jr., Atika Mir, Hamad Koromifa, William Mazzali, Ivan Svorinins, Amar Tabaza, Saif Al Khalifa, Rayhan Rashid. That is your top 20, but your top three are very, very close. Louis Bataille, Lucas Sukar, Adam Al-Sheikh, Kushagra Kumar are your next four. And then Maximilian Patton, Ivan Bagat, Enzo Falzarano, Ridan Anil Kumar make it 28 places. Then it's 29th, Jacques Garushk, Rivan Pritham, Edin Kazorovich, Grayson Wortley in 32nd. And then Paul Frederick Schutzman, Alexander Freenstein, Tadeusz Prochaska, Ivan Janisijevic rounding off your 36th. Then Saif Al Khalifa, Win Godschalk, Vaibhav Ponna, Peter Lavrinenko, your 40 drivers. Then it's Subramaniam, Jensen Kelly and Magic Fedorovic in 43rd. 43 drivers across this category, but your top three fight is extremely close. Sorry, I was distracted again. My ADHD is flaring up. So yeah, championship order between your top three, very, very close. Benjamin Karajkovic currently on top. Achilles Peruzzi in third, trying to chase down after being on the back foot after that memorable moment of his wheel falling off in Kartdrome. And then ever since then, he's been trying to close the gap. Let's go down to Matt in the pit lane.
Closer or? Yep. Yeah, we are on the pre-grid for the pre-final. We're here with LBJ Stubbs, starting fourth. You know, you're really quick. It's super tight over here. You got two of your teammates in front of you. What's the plan to make it a 1, 2, 3 for XL?
I don't think there can ever be a plan in a race. Every race goes differently.
Yeah, but obviously you're the one driving, so for sure you can have and visualize a couple of things that you want out of this. starting on the outside line. We've seen a couple people swoop it around. Is that something you're looking to do?
Just if I can get to the inside, I'll get to the inside, but if not, you just have to try and keep it on the outside and try and come out as far up as you possibly can.
Yep, fair enough. And we've been asking everyone this. Do you have a favorite corner, a favorite sector on this very technical track?
No, not really.
No, not even one?
No.
Fair enough, Albi. Alrighty then, well, we're going to pass it back to Jack for some commentary.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Matt. Yeah, we're back on, ready for the first pre-final then. So points to be scored right now. Here is your grid. It's Charlie Page and Augustin on your front row. Then it's Lisignoli and Stubbs on row 2. Then Pajamaki and Gray on row 3. Then it's Wortley and Peruzzi. There's definitely been some sort of penalties given out, I think, because I'm sure Peruzzi was at the top end earlier. So it's Wortley, Peruzzi, then it's Martin and Al-Sheikh, Theocaris and Voronins, Mazzali and Patton. Then it's Al Khalifa and Bataille. And then Freenstein and Chopra. Then it's Voroshilov and O'Hanlon. And then Harvey and Tabaza in 21st and 22nd. Then Prochaska and Baggett, 23rd and 24th. Koromifa and Almaina, 25th and 26th. And it's Vasharin and Almaina in 27th, 28th. And there's Subramaniam and Jacques Garouche, 29th and 30th. Jeff Jurg and Kuma in 31st and 32nd. And Karajkovic and Reutmann in 33rd and 34th. Karajkovic down in 33rd. That is insane. What happened in the steward's room or the scrutineering? Something happened to Karajkovic, who was at the top end of the field and now starts the pre-final in 33rd position. So the formation lap begins. Coming through single file. They got one more lap to go. This is Francesco Lisignoli. Gives his thumbs up to what looked like us on the camera, but probably to someone on the pit wall, because there's no way he could have known that we were on board with him. Pure chance. The director took it as a message. It looks like they're racing here on the formation lap. They're not. They are about to line up slowly. The race hasn't started yet. But wow, what a shock. Obviously, I don't get given the in-between stewards' decisions. I just have to see it and then be like, okay, that's happened. So I'm not sure on the reason for it. I can find that out later. I'll speak to them at some point today, no doubt, but not, yeah, not ideal. But it does mean that he's going to have probably an exciting race from 33rd position. Expect to see Benjamin Karajkovic fight through the field as quick as he can in the next 10 laps. This will be an exciting mini pre-final then. We're about to get underway for the first point scoring round of the day for the minis as they come down the main straight. And it looks like one kart there was not even in the tram lines, and that will be a full start for the drivers. And they'll go round again and do it one more time. And they will keep us on the edge of our seats for one more lap then, before they start racing. Okay, into the back section they go. I love seeing how fast they all race to the final section, and then they have to slow right down anyway. Here they are, your leaders. Charlie Page on the inside. Baptiste Augustin on the outside. Wondering, this is like some sort of Suzuka situation we've got going on here at this track, because the inside line doesn't seem like the strongest starting position. Could be proved wrong here as they come around the final turn. And here they go down through the tram lines then. The lights go green. There's no wagging fingers this time, which means we are racing down in towards turn 1 then. Into the right-hander they go. Slow car in the middle. Charlie Page does hold on to the lead then, so this time pole position was a better starting position. I told you that Charlie was going to prove me wrong there. All day we've been seeing the outside line be strong, but Baptiste Augustin did not make the move this time. Maybe he let him have it, but I doubt it. Of course, they are all racing as they go down towards turn 7 and now exit the corner up towards turn 8. Peruzzi's making moves there in the mid-pack. I wonder how far Karajkovic has got already at the start of this race. I think he is there. Is he number 183, Karajkovic? He has gained a few positions already, and we'll see it now as they cross the timing line, sorry. Show the timing screen after the first lap to see all the changes. Here we go then. Charlie Page leading from Augustin and LBJ Stubbs. It's an XL 1, 2, 3, then it's Gray. Peruzzi up 3 places. Louis Vitaille is up 6 places. Benjamin Karajkovic up 7. He's up into 26th place. So he's gained 7 places so far. That charge will continue. We're only on the first lap, but he needs to make up as many as possible whilst they're all still bunched up together and before these guys break away from the rest of the pack. Looked like Augustin was making a move there on Charlie Page, but he couldn't make it stick. In towards 11, Stubbs down the inside of Augustin. Did he make that move? No, he didn't. He tried it, he had a look. He's got Peruzzi right behind him. And Peruzzi's going to go down the inside of 15. That will sacrifice his exit a little bit onto this back straight, but he made the move. It's up into P3, and he set the fastest lap. As they go down towards turn 3. Karajkovic now up 10 positions, so he's up into 23rd. Lisignoli gets a bit of contact there as he's trying to fight his way through. Exit of 7, up the hill towards 8. LBJ Stubbs looks like he agrees to work together with Peruzzi for now. Says look forward, focus forward, let's try and get those top 2. .102 down the inside of turn 11. Nice move, to be fair. Saif Al Khalifa, that was. 102, Saif Al Khalifa. A nice helmet design today. It's like, I mean, from a distance, I think it was a Qatari flag, but I could be wrong. I'll have to have a closer look at that later. Peruzzi sets the fastest lap again and has closed in on Baptiste Augustin. Karajkovic's charge continues. He's now up into 20th place. Up 13 positions. But we're on lap 3 of 10 now, and the field will be starting to spread. 127 has had an issue. That is Felix Sousa Jebjerg. There's Liam O'Hanlon down the inside of 112, Ivans Foreignins into turn 10. They didn't make it stick. Foreignins holds on, I think. And here's Peruzzi, who has passed Baptiste Augustin. Peruzzi's back up into 2nd then. As they now go down the main straight, Charlie Page is up next. In towards turn 1. Throws it into 2 as they go up the hill. The apex uphill of 2. Down the hill into 3. Exit uphill now. Back uphill into 4. Into the chicane of 5, coming right up. Keep an eye on Achilles Peruzzi. Into 5, now into turn 6 in the middle of the circuit. Then they're going to go downhill towards 7. This is a good overtaking spot. He's not going to take it. Watch him do it in the same place he does it every time. It's going to be turn 11 or turn 15 if he's going to do it this lap. In towards turn 8 they go, swoop into the right-hander, now down towards turn 9 and 10. Right hand here, into the banked corner, right hand into 10, and watch turn 11. Oh, we can't see it as he made the move. Turn 11 is where he overtakes. He did make the move. Peruzzi back up into the lead, so we missed the overtake, but there it is. Peruzzi did it in turn 11 again. Now into turn 16. Watch the exit he gets. He is really, really strong through that final section. And now he just needs to hold on through 2, 3, and into 4. And if he keeps getting an exit like that out of the final turn, he could pull away here from the others, even if they work together. There's a 5th kart getting involved. I think that is Gray on the back end of this, and Wortley is there as well. And how's Karajkovic getting on? He's now up into 17th place, up 16 positions. Up next for him is William Mazzali in 16th place. But now, Peruzzi needs to try and pull away. This is where Slipstream now works against him. 177, Gray, going to defend. And look, this is where he pulls away. Look at the exit speed he gets. Here's a replay, I think, of the overtake for the lead in towards turn 11. Yes! Down the inside. Looks easy. Does make it look easy. I know that it's not. I'm not saying it is at all. Charlie Page is no slouch either. He is one of the quickest drivers out there. But today, Peruzzi on form. Okay, up 7 positions as well as Peruzzi as he charges on. It was 3/10 to gap the last lap. Is he pulling away? Only time will tell. As they come into the final section one more time. One thing's for certain, the guys behind have stopped fighting. They don't want him to run away with it. But I'm wondering what all the penalties were for. Now I'm starting to wonder, why were there so many penalties in the heat race? It might be fluke, some sort of scrutineering thing, or we had some severe... Oh, Baptiste Augustin makes contact with Charlie Page. Charlie Page, ever animated with his hands, shows his dismay and says, come on, go get him, let's focus forward. I even forgot what I was saying then, because I thought these two were going to be out of the race after that little budge. No, it's completely gone. My memory has gone blank. Benjamin Karajkovic, 20 places now. Oh, penalties, that's what it was. Is it scrutineering issues, or are we getting track limit penalties? So, are we really watching the wrong order? Because it seems like there was a lot of changes in the grid for this race. But the battle continues. 21 places then for Karajkovic gained. He's now up into P12. So he's now increasing his points tally as best as he can. Here's that little nudge from Baptiste Augustin. It lifted the front wheel of Page's car. And then the hand signal, yeah. Wasted because Baptiste didn't look over his shoulder, but we saw it, at least. The gap now half a second. Charlie Page back down the inside, retakes P2 from his teammate, Baptiste Augustin. Will Augustin fighting back? He looked. They are fighting now, these two. They've decided Peruzzi is out of reach. Let's fight each other instead for second place. As they now cross the line. And it is the last lap of the race then. 6/10 the gap between Peruzzi and Page. Then it's Augustin, Stubbs, Gray, Wortley, Lisignoli, Pajamaki, Adam Al-Sheikh and Martin. Your top 10. .175 Wortley there. looking to attack Gray. And then the XL boys looking to stay in the same order at the moment. Second, third and fourth, Page, Augustine and Stubbs. Into the bank turn, Lisignoli also looking to try and get a move done. Into the final S's. It doesn't look like there's any changes. One more opportunity. Can Stubbs do it round the outside of Augustine or switch back into the final turn and get the exit down to the straight? I don't think the straight's long enough, but Peruzzi is going to win the pre-final then for round 8 of the Iame Series UAE. Then it's Page, Augustine, your top 3. Stubbs within 0.06 of a second as he attacked Augustine on the last lap there. Then it's Gray, Wortley, Lisignoli, Pajamaki, Adam Al-Sheikh and Karajkovic made it to the top 10 on a 23-place charge, starting from the back in 33rd place. Give that boy a round of applause. And don't forget, I mean, I'm not telling people who to vote for, but don't forget to vote your driver of the day in the YouTube chat. Driver of the day. You can vote 3 people. Got Ian saying that my sound is not clear, but I'm not sure how long ago that comment was. Peruzzi up into first place. Great race for Achilles Peruzzi. Charlie Page second. Baptiste Augustin third then, who came under pressure from LBJ Stubbs right at the end there. You can see the time difference on the delta in P4. Then it's Austin Gray, Wortley, Lisignoli is 5th, 6th and 7th. Vaiko Pajamaki in P8, Adam Al-Sheikh in P9 and Benjamin Karajkovic, 23 positions gained, P10. Then Ralph Martin, then Liam O'Hanlon, Saif Al Khalifa, Alex Theocaris, Ivans Foreign, Samar Chopra, Louis Bataille and Amar Tabazi, your top 18. And it's Gleb Voroshilov, Ivan Bagat, Alex Freenstein, Hamad Koramifa, Ahmed Al-Mayina, Saif Al-Mayina, William Mazzali, Igor Vasharin, Gautam Subramaniam and Jacques Garushk in 28th. Then it's Cameron Harvey, Leo Reutmann and 2 more drivers there in 33rd and 34th place. Let's have a look at the highlights of our mini race.
Guys, it looks like we're just going to miss out an interview as the Bambinos are about to head out. But we've got Youssef over here who really wants an interview. Not sure if we will have time as the 30-second board flashes. But they're about to head out for their second time trial of the day, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I was just talking to Youssef off camera, and he told me some very interesting things. That when he was just 1 year old, his first memory is looking at a car, pointing at it, and telling his dad, you know, that's what I want to do. And here he is now. Oh, as looks like there's a couple issues. But anyways, enough from chaos, from the pit lane, from the pre-grid. We're going to be handing it back to Jack in the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Let's have a look look at the standings then for our Bambino category. It's Mark Ristic on top with 920 points. Sam Testa, 894. It's going to be close between them. Kumar, Alansari, Al-Kaya are third, fourth and fifth. Then it's Robert Oganyang in P6. Then it's Cheyenne Asgomi in P7, Samuel Karashkovich in P8, Rayan Alameri, Faisal Alazabi, Ali Benzacourt, Igor Vasharin, and August Southall round off your 13 Bambino drivers. And these guys, 3-time trials every round. Plenty of points up for grabs. And they're back out on circuit now for 10 minutes. Six and 95. Oganyang and Zayed Al-Ansari together on the circuit. And there's number 9 and number 7. And the gold carts. So there's another gold cart. I thought I saw more than 2 earlier. Number 45, Nathan Fragnier, is on circuit this time then. For the first time, I think, today. Okay, so 3 Bambinos together on the circuit. And now we've got 45, 6, and 95 all together. So Fragnier on the circuit this time. Let's go down to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thank you, Jag. Yes, this category is quite competitive. We've got very talented drivers out there on the track. And next to me is Charlie Page finishing in P2. Charlie, because of Benjamin's and Achilles Peruzzi's penalty, you started in P1. How happy are you with the finish in P2 for this session?
Yes, it was really good. Start was good. I was in P1 for a long time until Peruzzi came past me and then made a little bit of a gap. And then I was behind, and then my teammate went in on me, and then he had a bit of a gap, so all round was really good, and then I came over line P2, so yeah.
Do you feel like you figured out the strategy going into the finals to help you gain that position back to P1?
Yeah. Let's just see how the final goes, really.
And how many times have you raced on this track before?
Probably only like 2 times, really, like last year and obviously this year.
Wow, well, from what I heard from everybody, it's quite a competitive track. How do you prepare yourself? I know you practice a lot, but mentally, how do you stay confident on the track?
Just be confident, really, as soon as I go on the grid, and then, yeah, that's all I think about, really.
And did you start racing recently, or you started in Bambino first?
I started in Bambino, then I went to Micro. Obviously, this is in Rotax, and then Micro, and then this year I'm in Mini now, so yeah.
That's incredible. And who in your family races, or you just picked up the sport yourself?
So me and my sister used to race, and my sister obviously quit, and then I just started, really.
That's incredible. Any advice you have for everybody watching?
Just keep up the good work if you're going to race, and yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie. Wish you the best of luck going into the finals. Up next, I want to talk to Achilles Peruzzi. He started in P9 because of some penalty that happened after the heat session, but he managed to pick back up from P9 to P1. Well done. A round of applause. I hope everyone watching is clapping for you. Talk to me what was going through in your mind when you took that position back. How did you feel?
Which position? Because I took a lot of positions.
Every position, but officially the final one that put you in P1.
I felt confident still because I knew that I was faster. So I just put my head down and then I just won.
Well, talk to me, Achilles, so from watching you from the screens, you look pretty confident out there. You've got the speed. Any challenges that you're facing that maybe we can't see from the screens? Or from the driver's seat?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that's a great answer itself. So, talk to me about when you started racing.
I started racing when I was 5, and in Bambino. And
impressive. And anyone in your family racing as well?
Yeah, my brother.
Very well done. And he's older or younger than you?
He's older.
So is he kind of your role model in the sport?
No. I'm his.
Okay. Well, I love that. Tell me, Achilles, are you feeling confident going to the pre-finals and to the finals, and anything you want to say to the people watching you online?
Yeah, I'm confident, and I just want to say thanks to the team.
All right. Well, wish you the best of luck going to the finals, and hope to see you back here on the podium. All right. Good luck. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more interview for you. We've got a female driver, Abby, who we would like to talk to and just get to know about her experience and how she got into motorsports. Welcome. Join me here, Abby. How's it going?
Well, it's been okay so far. I haven't raced in a while, so today's all about getting to know the track again and trying to find the pace.
As always, it's lovely to see more females in motorsports. Walk us through your experience. At what age did you start racing? Who motivated you and got you into the sport?
Yeah, so I started a year ago, and then my brother started a year before me, so he's been like my role model through this process.
Awesome. Where are you from originally?
Germany.
Wow, and you were born here? You moved here recently? Wow, okay. So you got your brother racing. Anybody else in your family into the sport?
Nope, we're the first ones.
Any challenges you're finding kind of starting this new, I would say, experience and journey in your family history?
No, not really. It's been amazing all throughout, and CRG has helped me so much through the process.
Okay, final advice you give to more females out there that want to be where you are today?
It's all about having fun and just trusting the process, and practice makes perfect. So.
Final thing, actually, I have one more question. Any driver you look up to in the sport?
That's here today?
No, just, anybody.
Well, my favorite driver is Max Verstappen. I love Red Bull, so yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Abby. It was a pleasure to get to know you, and I hope everyone, I'm sure your family is also proud of you. Any final words you want to say to people watching?
Enjoy, and good luck.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for me. We'll send it back to you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. And another, so many of these young drivers inspired by Max Verstappen these days, as 27 has come to a stop and raising his hand. That's Milo Milroy in the motorscape car. Maybe he's just waving. Yeah, he's put his hand down. '88 Mark Ristic in second place. Remember, him and Testa are pretty close in the championship fight. So, Testa on the chase because Mark Ristic is your championship leader. Wearing all gold. And this time it looks like Azgomi not on the circuit, and Lee also again not on the track. Now, I've just been given a little secret trick that I'm going to try and find nice and quickly so that I can give you some information. Yes, okay, I found it. So, I was saying, I don't normally find out the penalties until I see some sort of thing, something not adding up on the grid. For example, Karajkovic going to the back. But now, it looks like been given a secret little page on the Iame website. You can also will do this too if you really want to, if you're that interested in finding out all of the updates on live timings, penalties and results throughout the day. But it looks like it was a disqualification. The reason for Karajkovic starting last, disqualification, scrutineer non-compliance report. So some sort of, I said it might have been a scrutineering issue. So some sort of part not complying with the technical regulations, which explains why he started a little bit further down. And we also heard there from Achilles Peruzzi, confident winning the race. He actually got a penalty in the heat for driving in a manner incompatible with safety, it says here. Short version, dangerous driving, but I can't remember seeing it on the stream. But of course, the stewards here, Emzo and the Iame series, have all the information required to make these decisions. As the time trial comes to a close, and it looks like Sam Testa untouchable. The untouchable Testa wins again, 110. That'll be helping his championship chances as he tries to close down on Mark Christick's championship lead. Okay, so your Bambino order then for your second time trial of the day. Here we have Sam Testa on top, Mark Christick in second. Then it's Samuel Karajkovic joining them on the podium. And then the rest of the order. Robert Oganyan got pretty close to the podium just then. 1/10 away in P4. Yusuf Al-Kayat in P5. Then it's Zayed Al-Ansari and Rayan Alameri, P5, 6 and 7 for Yas Heat Racing. Then it's Milo Milroy in P8 and Nathan Fragnier in P9. Then it's Daniel Lee and Cheyenne Asgomi. Didn't get out on track. Let's have a look at the highlights of the Bambino Time Trial 2.
Already on the pre-final for these juniors. It looks like today's gone by so fast, plenty of action already. But here we are with Austin Mason starting in 6th place, number 264 for GGM. Austin, talk to us about today and how it's been.
Yeah, it's not been bad. Qualifying, I qualified P9, but unfortunately got track limits, so I was P11. But then in the heats we got to P7 and somebody got a penalty and we got P6.
Yeah, amazing. So just close and close, just up the grid for this pre-final. And just another thing as well, we've been talking about track limits. It's been a very, very sensitive topic. Everyone's had a couple track limit infringements. What are you doing to try and make sure you stay within the track?
Yeah, it's hard to not get track limits, but still trying to push your best through the corner. So you just have to really hold on for it.
Yeah, fantastic. And off camera, I saw that you had a couple tape strips around your neck. And for people who don't know, that is because this track is so physical, especially towards the last sector. And these tapes ultimately help just keep the muscle nice and condensed. Are you thinking, you know, they've helped you so far? Because it's still quite early in the day. You've got a long pre-final and a final to look forward to.
Yeah, they've helped me a lot. Like yesterday during practice, my neck was really starting to fall off already from the second section. But yeah, it's helped a lot, and you don't feel it when you drive.
Mega. Alrighty then. Well, we're gonna pass it back to Jack for some more commentary as we wish good luck to Mason.
Thank you, Matt. Yep, up next is the pre-finals for the juniors, and then we have the pre-finals for the senior and senior 170s. Before we head for a quick lunch break and some highlights of the day, and then we have the finals of the day. Okay, so we have the drivers sat in their karts. Veer Chopra there with his striking number 19 helmet. And look, oh, there we go, the flags. Oh, the wind is not blowing in the right direction for the beautiful shot. Let's have a look and see our sponsors and our partners for this amazing season.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Standing next to me is Mark Ristic. He's achieved the second fastest lap for the Bambino category for the pre-finals. Mark, how are you feeling today?
Good.
Is this track easy for you or difficult?
I don't know, maybe difficult.
And did you practice a lot before you came today?
So much.
So much. Amazing. Are you happy with how you're performing today?
Yeah.
And anything you want to say to your family that's watching you online?
Thank you.
You want to say hi to them on the camera? Just give them a big wave, big wave. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mark Ristic. You're amazing, and I hope to see you back here in the finals, all right? Okay. Give me a high five. Well done. All right, I'm going to call over Sam Testa. Sam Testa. Welcome to the camera. Again, doing such an incredible job in the pre-finals. There's Yusuf again supporting Sam. I love that friendship that they have together, Sam. How are you feeling now? You're heading towards the finals of the first race day of this weekend.
I'm so happy that I'm P1, and yeah, I'm ready. I'm going to the race. I'm going to the end, and I'm going to push as far as I can.
Yeah, I love that. Any specific, let's say, goals that you're looking forward to this weekend?
Just to win.
That's right. You want to say anything to the family that's watching you online?
I love you so much.
And are you getting excited now going to the finals?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Sam. Let's go fly. Yusuf, come back here. We want to do an interview with you as well. This is Yusuf Al Khayyat. You are such an incredible person. I love how much you support the other drivers on the track. How do you keep that pressure and confidence throughout the entire race season? You're just naturally like that good.
I'm good, yeah.
Yeah, I know that. All right. Well, any advice you have for people that are watching you? Come on, you know what to say.
I don't know what that means.
Like, do you have anything you want to say to the people that are watching you to help them maybe?
Yeah. I want to say hello to my cousin.
All right, well, thank you so much, Yusuf. Say bye-bye to the camera as we head over to the grid.
Right.
Okay, quickly.
Before you go, don't celebrate too early. And do. Max Verstappen. It is Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Thank you, Yusuf. That is your entertainment before the session, to see what's happening on the session. I'm going to send it back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Joanna. It's Saturday, though. Can someone tell Yusuf that it's Saturday, please? He needs to change the words of that song, just for now. So, another Max Verstappen song. That's 3, I think, so far in this stream. Can we spot any more? It's a nice little mini game that we got going on. And clearly, the Dutch driver inspiring many of the future generation. If not the song itself being the inspiration, I'm not sure. But yes, it's Saturday then, and these guys are about to begin their pre-final race. The juniors are on track, their formation lap nearly complete, and this is their first point scoring race of the day. We are on round 8 of the Iame Series UAE. Veer Chopra really backing up the pack here. And away they go then, down into the tram lines. The red lights are on, the green lights are on, and the race starts down towards turn 1. And Veer Chopra is on the defensive as Matanj Jain swoops around the outside. Is it a reverse of what we saw earlier? No, Veer Chopra somehow hung on to it. Harrison Stevens is attacking for second place there as they go up the hill towards 5. Wow, bouncing over the curb, he couldn't quite get it done. Matanj Jain is trying to hold on to second here, as 264 is trying to come through as well. Leonidas Peruzzi is involved in this train also. I think he's got Baracordi behind, who's being told to use his head and try and work together as they go down towards turn 10 and 11. The bank turns at the back. Into the left-hander of 11. We've got a couple of side-by-side fights there in the mid-pack. Into 12, 13, 14, 15, and the final turn of 16 as Stevens takes a wider line into 15 to try and get a better exit onto the main straight. But it doesn't look like it's enough to attack Jain, and look at the 1.5 second lead that Veer Chopra has. This race is pretty much sorted for that man, I reckon. With a 1.5 second gap, he needs something to go horribly wrong to lose the lead of this race already on lap 1 out of 11 as Essa Al-Hamadi's trying to climb up through the order after his issues earlier today. Derek Rivera also down there in P18. He did get a penalty earlier. He actually got disqualified from the race by the looks of it. It says up 6 places, so he started last from that contact. That'll be from the contact we saw actually on the screen, so looks like I am half a steward, if they agreed with me with whatever that was. Also got a 5 second penalty for pushed in fairing, probably from the same contact, not that matters, but there we go. Essa Al-Hamadi moves up now 6 places, Derek Rivera up 8 places, the racing continues. Veer Chopra leads now by 1.2 seconds, so Jain has closed in by 3 tenths. Maybe I spoke too early, maybe the race is not over for your leader, because these guys do have the pace to try and close in on him. As Harrison Stevens looks over his shoulder, he sees Aaron Mason there, number 264. Peruzzi coming through as well, 227. Number 227 is in P5. Henry King is up a place in P6. He passed Gabriel Barracordi. Sabaleka Gay is there. They're both down 4 positions, so bad starts for the GGM pair. Opposite fortune for Mr. Mason. Qureshi in P9, Senaneaki P10, Alexander Schneigel in P11, Montanari there in P12. Derek Rivera goes up now 9 places. Kalyani Patish is next on his radar. She is currently in P14. Down 1 place from the start. Then it's Siddiqui, Realstone, Debussy, Bhatia, Boriawala, Albani, Alabaidli, Husari and Borinov. Your 24 kart field separated by 11 seconds at the moment on lap 3 out of 11. And the gap being held at 1.2 seconds there. Is that, oh, who was that? 281 was that going down the inside? It looked like 281, but there isn't a 281. Oh, no, there is. It is Johansa Senaniaki, P10. Was attacking Qureshi by the looks of it into turn 11. Couldn't make it stick, and the gap stays. Interesting, the gap stays at 1.2 seconds. So Veer Chopra is maintaining the lead of this race perfectly at the moment. He's not losing or gaining any time. As this is Essa Al-Hamadi, Kalyani Pratish racing away there. She's defending from Essa now, but she's just passed him. As she says, come on, let's go forward. Derek Rivera's there also. Down into 9 and 10, into the banked corner. Kalyani's got Essa attacking her into turn 11. Essa Al-Hamadi does it, and it looks like Rivera comes through as well. So Kalyani down 2 places. Essa Al-Hamadi started that chain reaction, and now Derek Rivera is chasing down Essa round the final turn. Here's Veer Chopra, 1.3 seconds the gap now, extends by 1/10. Harrison Stevens still there in 3rd place also. But he has got Mason and Peruzzi right there. Barracordi a little bit further back, and Kugay. Henry King has dropped back down the order also. Essa Al-Hamadi stays ahead of Derek Rivera into 9 and 10. Down the inside, as I say it, Rivera attacks into turn 11. Gets the move done, moves up into 13th place. That'll be 11 positions gained from the back of the grid. We've got a lot of chargers today. A lot of people coming from the back. Although I think it's going to be tough to beat Benjamin Karashkovic's record today of 23 positions gained. Started in 33rd, made it up to P10. In order for anyone to beat that in this race, they would have had to have started 24th and finished 1st. That's effectively the charge that Benjamin Karashkovic had earlier on in the mini category. Okay, we've got a warning flag being shown there for one of the drivers as Chopra continues to set fastest laps. 1.6 the gap now, and Steigl receives the warning flag, 2:13. And Kalyani Pratish also gets a warning flag. She's in P15. She hasn't got anyone near her at the moment, so it must be for track limits, probably for both of them. They haven't got any carts around them close enough to have any contact warnings. So I imagine it's something to do with limits, as we have been discussing it most of the day. Barracordi using all of the track and more on the exit of 9, 10 and 11. Sorry, 9 and 10. Henry King trying to fight his way back past. It's 2-8-1 Senaniaki. So Senaniaki has gained a position on Henry King here. And Henry's trying to fight back. .264 Mason bouncing over that curb at turn 5. They really do. This must be, in a few of the interviews, multiple drivers have mentioned, whenever asked by Joanna what have they learnt today or over the weekend, as Henry King comes back through. It's under attack from everybody today is Henry King. Arhan Qureshi trying to get past now. And Anj Scheigel is there as well. Yeah, as I was saying, Joanna's asked a few of the drivers what they've been learning this weekend or what have they picked up over the course of practice and qualifying, and they all say things like the racing line. But then a few of them, we've had a couple mentions about, I've been taught to use the curb, but they never say what corner it is. But judging from how many people we've seen absolutely mounting that curb at turn 5, I have a feeling that's the one that they're talking about. And there again, Barracordi proving that he is using all the circuit at turn 9 and 10. Savalik Gay proving that you don't need it as he gains the position on Gabriel. Moves up into P6. Gabriel Barracordi down the inside of 15. Ooh! Can he get the switch back onto the main straight? That is super smart driving from Gabriel Barracordi. Can he make it stick? Not this time. Couldn't get it done into turn 2. That was, if he made that move work, that would have been textbook moves going on there from Barracordi. Okay, so Peruzzi is past Mason now. Surely. Now, I wasn't in the briefing this morning, but it's interesting to see Gabriel taking that line every lap. I don't know where the limit is on that corner, but I don't feel like it's out where he's doing it. Oh, the checkered flag came out already. Oh, that race was quick. Checkered flag then for Veer Chopra, 1 second in the end. Veer Chopra wins the pre-final of the day. Round 8 Iame Series UAE. Veer Chopra is your winner. Matanch Jain 1 second back. Harrison Stevens, give that boy a round of applause, holds on to 3rd place, gets a podium. Leonidas Peruzzi in P4 and Mason in P5. Derek Rivera, your biggest charger, 12 places gained halfway through the field. 24th place. Gives him a better position for the start of the next race. And I'm just looking at, I have my live notice board here with these penalties. Some updates for the next category, which is cool to see. I like this little feature. Thank you, Maxi, for showing me this. Maxi, of course, Her Highness, the boss of the Iame Series UAE and Rack Track. She told me not to call her that because people started texting her Your Highness after I said it in one stream, and now I've just said it again. I'm going to be in trouble now. First place, Veer Chopra. Matanch Jain in 2nd, and Mr. Stevens in 3rd place. That is your podium for your junior pre-final. Then it's Peruzzi, Aaron Mason, Savalik Gay, Gabriel Barracordi, Johansson Senaniaki, Henry King, and Arhan Qureshi are your top 10 in the pre-final. Then it's Anj Scheigel, Darren Rivera in P12. Essa Al-Hamadi up 6 into P13. Giuseppe Montanari, Kalyani Pratish in 15th. Ethan Realstone in 16th. Aham Siddiqui and Malik Debussy round off your 18 drivers. Then it's Jaspir Bhatia in 19th. Saif Alabaidli in 20th. Rayan Boriawala, Antonio Husari, Rayan Albani in 23rd place. Let's have a look at the highlights of the junior race. Then, so plenty of action throughout the day so far. We have one more pre-final race to go. Oh, what did I just see at the top of the screen? Is the wakeboarding working? Oh yeah, it's the pulley lifts. I thought it was like a drone camera for a second. I was like, I haven't seen that shot yet, but no, it's next door. And the wakeboarding. Oh, there's Ammani Canua. He's got a lot of fans in chat. Has Mr. Canua there getting his rib cage protector on, and that is needed on this circuit. Let's go down and speak to Matt and see who he's speaking to in the pit lane.
Yes, here we are in the heart of the action. As you can see, plenty of noise. We're going to ask the cameraman to come as we're prepping with an interview over here with number 364, Ryan K. Roos. Now, try and not stay in the way, so we'll ask the cameraman to come a bit further over here. Sorry about that, guys. Ryan K. Roos, talk to us a bit about the weekend. This is a track that you like, but it just hasn't been aligning so well so far. Talk to us, you know, what are you feeling going into this pre-final?
Obviously, we just need to make the best out of it. Official practice was really strong, pace was there, and we just need to show it. I mean, we changed a few things in the car, and we hope it pays off for this one, for sure.
Yeah, and of course you're with Excel, a top team. How are they helping you and supporting you for this round and for the season overall?
I mean, we go through data, we have chats with the team. Like, they're just a great team overall to be with, you know, mentally, physically, they help with everything, you know what I mean? So it's just a great team to be with, in my opinion.
Fantastic. And last question before we let you get in the zone. Any favorite corner, any favorite sector on this track?
Probably the last sector. I love the curb, so.
Loves the curb. That's the second driver we've heard say that. Alrighty, guys. Well, we're going to hand it back to Joanna for some driver interviews.
Thank you, Matthew. Standing next to me is Veer Chopra. Veer, you've had an excellent, I would say, run today, managing to stay in P1. You look completely confident out there on the track. Do you feel like the pressure is rising slightly now going into the finals?
Well, yeah, of course, the pressure is rising, but as always, just keep your cool.
Yes, I love that. All right, what have you learned so far from racing today, and what do you think you'll take forward for the finals as well as tomorrow's session?
Just try and build a gap, and I have the pace to win it, so just keep the lead and win.
And just from someone that's always watching you on the screen and not knowing how it feels to be in the driver's seat on the track like this one, walk us through a moment within that track where the adrenaline kind of just goes up a little bit more. Is there a specific corner? I know the last sector everyone's saying is the most challenging, but is there anything that you can walk us through or give us an experience of that we may not know about from the screens?
Well, yeah, the last sector is kind of like a roller coaster. The whole track is a roller coaster, especially the bowl section where it's slightly banked, like Zandvoort, the F1 track. It's pretty good just driving on it.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck going into the finals. Keep that confidence and the ability to stick to your position in P1. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call over Mitansh Jain. Mitansh Jain finished in P2 for the junior category in the pre-finals. Heading over to the finals, I'm curious to see how the strategy is going to change. First of all, how happy are you with the finish in P2?
I mean, it's quite difficult with Veer being that fast. Rapid, I have to give it to him. Just pulled away, and I mean, would I be pleased? No, of course I'd like to win, but yeah, it's okay.
All right, and going into the finals, what do you feel like you have to change in your strategy to give you that just one extra advantage move onto Veer Chopra's position?
Go in early and just be quicker.
Love that. Easy, quick, you got it clear. Thank you so much, Mitansh Jain. We're going to head back to you, Jack, to see what's happening out there on the grids.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, the drivers are ready. It's senior and senior 170s are next. And we got plenty of racing to go. We're entering the final... what am I trying to say? The final quarter, nearly. This is the final pre-final race. Too many finals, just keep saying final. The final pre-final race is about to begin, and then we have the final section of the day after the break. The finals are just around the corner. How many times can you say finals in 2 minutes? I think I just broke the record. Let's have a look before we get started and thank our partners one more time.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Yeah, there we have it. Thank you. I obviously had a quick brief chat about Drivers Lab and Suelio Almeida Academy and the Chorus Group earlier, but don't forget we have other sponsors who you've just seen. Let's go through the championship standings and I'll speak more about them in a bit. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is your championship leader with Rayan Qureshi in second and Max Dexter in third. Again, another tight top two fight. Then from 8th downwards, it's Nathan Pope in 8th place, Mohan in P9 and Goma in P10. Then it's K. Ruse, Al-Qasemi in P12, Piri in P13, Volung Vicious in P14, Eloy Gonzalez Moreno in P15, Jules Dumont in 16th, Krishay Gut, Ammani Canua, Rafael Martinez, Igor Prochetov, Andrew Abeid, Mohamed Kala, Stefan Yamin, Simon Fedorovich, the ghost of the grid, 373, Abigail Pope, Antonius Haddad in 26th and 27th. There we have the standings for your senior category. And then in your senior 170s, it's Oscar Bray leading the way, Yusuf Busanad, Alexandros Anivas in third. Then it's Andrei Kuri, Arsene Jolovic, Sami Al-Assad, Alessandro Vigano, and Daria Salome. There are your top 8. Now, I'm sure Arsene Jolovic is here today and not in that category. 3.95 is Arsene Jolovic, but was in the category at one point, so I'm guessing has lost weight or something. That's the only reason I can think of that would change someone over from 170 to normal senior category. Speaking of seniors, I mentioned earlier that I've got this lovely new Upstates page on penalties, and it looks like Oscar Bray was disqualified from the heat race again for a scrutineering issue, and Antonio Haddad got a 5-second penalty for a formation lap offence, and this will confirm the new order. So we've got 13 laps for this pre-final. It's Darmadasa and Connor Clancy on the front row, Dexter and Albacioni. Then it's Swan and Canua and Kaplan and Qureshi, and then Pope and Mohan round off your top 10. Then it's K-Roos and Hartman on row 6 in 11th and 12th, and Jose Nagoma and Rafael Martinez in P13 and 14, Antonio Haddad and Arsene Jolovic in P15 and 16. Confirmation there that Jolovic is in a 300 number. Then it's Piri, Yamin, Pope and Obeid, your top 20. Then it's Yusuf Busanad and Daria Salome, Alexandros Anivas and Oscar Bray. And there's confirmation that Oscar Bray will be starting 4th in the senior 170s, but luckily they're all starting together, so it's not too much of an issue this time. So he's in an okay place still, but of course he would have rather started where he was meant to start, which I think was first or second where he was meant to be, I'm sure, from the heat race earlier today. And now they start their formation lap. And whilst they go round, obviously thanks again to Forsan Resort and this beautiful facility, and the undulating roller coaster, as it keeps being described by the drivers and presenters of a circuit. And I'll tell you how you can prepare yourself fitness-wise for a track like this and its physical challenges. You can go to 800 Sport and buy all your sport equipment needs, and then once you have that equipment, don't forget to also join the Align Pilates class to keep yourself active and ready for a difficult time at this circuit because of how hard it is on the old rib cage. And whilst you're at it, if you are going to skip out on school to do these activities, don't forget the Minerva education system is amazing. The Minerva Academy is actually, as a teacher myself, a really good concept, because taking part in sports like this, which can take up a lot of your time, it can be difficult to follow the usual sort of education timetable, and Minerva gives an outlet for athletes, not just drivers, but athletes in general, to young athletes to follow education still, without missing those important life lessons from school. Okay, the formation lap is nearly done. They slow right down. Darmadasa looks over his shoulder. Connor Clancy right there and ready to collect some maximum points, or he's going to try to. Here they come then, around the final turn. And away they go down the main straight, and he goes straight over to the left-hand side. That's the first time I've seen someone be able to do that. Darmadasa, lightning reactions then off the start, because he was able to open up the turn 1, which I haven't seen anyone be able to do. It started on the inside line. Everyone's always held the tight line and just tried to hold it into turn 2 as they go up the hill. So Darmadasa, blinding start. Connor Clancy holding on to second, and there is Oscar Bray already up into second place in the senior 170s from the starting line by the looks of it. As they come down through turn 8, sweeping into this long right-hander. No one taking the Barracordi line, who's about 3 white lines out at that point. So through the 8, 9 and 10. And here they come, look at that, Dexter makes a move on Albacioni there on the inside of 15. as they come through the final turn. And there, the timing screen confirms my eagle vision. Dharmadasa leads, Connor Clancy in second, Dexter now up into third, Albessioni fourth, Montgomery Swan still in fifth, Capon sixth, Qureshi and Pope in seventh and eighth. Canua has lost 3 places off the line to the drivers that I just mentioned in fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth. Louis Hartmann up 1, Antonio Sadat is up 2. Not many chargers, actually. Quick shout out to Daria Salome. She's leading the senior 170 class. Daria, number 422, ahead of Yusuf Busanad, Oscar Bray and Alexandros Anivas. So shout out to that fight. Whoa, Connor Clancy. That was brave stuff. And he's taken the lead. I think we can get a replay. I would like to see that again, if we can, Director. I'm not telling you what to do. And when you're ready, no rush. But that was an overtake and a half from Connor Clancy for the lead of this race on Dharmadasa in 15 and 16. Max Dexter is still right there also as they bounce over the curve of 5 into 6. Here's a replay. It is into 15. Late on the brakes down the inside. Dharmadasa did go to turn in. That's actually great driving. I mean, I gave the honours to Clancy there, but great driving from both of them not to make contact, because Dharmadasa looked like he committed to turning into the corner. And how they're just completely aware of their surroundings. So well done to your top 2. I guess that's why they're in the top 2. But Dharmadasa needs to keep his wits about him here, because Max Dexter is now hunting him down. Max Dexter currently in P3, the white helmet there. The Telios racing kart. And then you've got Adam Elbassioni in P4. Oh dear, 422 Daria Salome, who was leading the senior 170s, parked up for a quick break and is now no longer leading, likely. She is showing as 23rd. I'll be surprised if Alexandros Anivas is still behind her after she stopped. But now it's Yusuf Busanad. Yeah, there we go. She goes down to the bottom and she goes into the pits also. So probably a karting issue as Dexter comes through into P2. Adam Elbassioni will now be looking to try and gain that position from the karts ahead. Okay. In towards the middle sections. Connor Clancy leading. It's Dexter now in second. Capon is setting fastest laps down in P5 at the moment, trying to chase down Adam Elbassioni in P4, but Bassioni is now actually behind Capon on your screen. So Capon has just moved up into P4 as they now exit turn 7. So Adam Elbassioni currently dropping down the order slowly but surely. And look who's catching him up. Now, earlier on, I don't know if you remember, for those of you that have been watching us all morning and listening to my voice ramble on since 9 a.m., I mentioned, I didn't mention their names, but I mentioned 2 drivers that end up finding themselves on track quite a lot and get pretty feisty with their elbows out racing. Those 2 drivers are now currently 5th and 6th on the track. And as I said, they will find each other eventually, and they might do in this pre-final. It is Adam Elbassioni and Rayan Qureshi. Separated by about 8 tenths for now, but they are now next to each other on the circuit. Connor Clancy leads by half a second from Max Dexter. Then it's Dharmadasa. Capon up 3 places now into P4. And it looks like you've got Montgomery Swan in P7. Difficult to spot the JNKD kart now that it's white, but that is Montgomery Swan in P7. Nathan Pope in P8. And Canua now P9. As we go on to lap 6 then of 13. Dexter sets the fastest lap. Yeah, I was thinking this to myself. He is looking quick, is Max Dexter. I mean, he is, don't get me wrong, all these drivers, and Max especially, is always quick. But I was thinking that he was looking quick in this race, and that proves it. Fastest lap for now. Salome and Goma, Pope and Jolovic out of the race. Anivas third in the senior 170s. Oscar Bray in second. Yusuf Busanad leads the way. Continues to lead the way. In the senior 170 class. So Yusuf Busanad chasing down Oscar Bray in the championship standings. And now Max Dexter still trying to hunt down. 1/10 he found there on Connor Clancy, who's controlling this race. Jeremy Montgomery Swan has got an issue, he's pitted. The championship leader, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 3-3-4 in the pre-final, is coming into the pits. This is going to be disastrous for his 10-round championship campaign. Fair enough, it's not as many points as he could lose in the final, but it is points that he can lose. Oh, this is terrible to see. Down to P19. You never want to see things decided on mechanical failures or scrutineering penalties. He has got 2 rounds after this. There's Martinez making moves in the middle section on 340 Yamin. Max Dexter sets another fastest lap and closes in another 10th on Connor Clancy. So he is exactly where he wants to be. And there's Oscar Bray and Yusuf Busanad also. That's your lead fight in the 170s. So Oscar in his chrome flame Australian helmet is trying to chase down Yusuf Busanad here. The gap currently 1.2 seconds. As Oscar comes down the hill into turn 7. Yusuf looks over his shoulder. He knows he's there. You can see him. You can feel him hunting him down. And there is Max Dexter in the lead by 0.3 of a second. Didn't see where it happened, but Max Dexter has taken the lead from Connor Clancy then. Into 2 and 3 they go. Up the hill, through 4, into 5 now. Bounces over the curb in towards turn 6. And Dexter then really showing the pace. Caught up the gap that Clancy had built, passed him, and extended. Ooh. Clancy carrying a bit more speed through that section than Dexter though. But where is Dexter's current advantage? Is it through this section here? Into 15 and 16. Look at the exit he gets, it is through there. So that's where Dexter's gaining time then, 15 and 16. Just like Peruzzi is. So some drivers really, really clocking it in there. In through 15 and 16, and apparently it matters. 0.8 seconds now between your senior 170 leaders also. So 3 attempts between these two, but Max Dexter leading for the Telios Racing team. Clancy ducking down to try and close the gap again. Darmadasa firmly in P3 at the moment. Kappen trying to get onto the podium. Bassioni in 5th. Look at the margins we're talking about here. 0.02 of a second in between the last laps of Dexter and Clancy. Pulled out 0.02 of a second, I should say, did Dexter. But then Clancy will close in a little bit on this next section. We don't often need sector times in karting, but this is one of those moments where you can use it. Because I'm sure Clancy through this part here into this next right-hander, 2 right-handers, Clancy closes in. And then through this next section now, this is where Dexter will pull away a little bit. Yeah, and then he gets a good exit out of the final turn, which is needed to attack or defend, because it leads on to obviously the main straight. And now we're on the final lap, so now is the time to see if Conor Clancy had anything left in his bag of tricks, because now is the final lap. It's 3/10 the gap. Dexter needs to keep it together as he slides into turn 6, down towards turn 7. Honestly, I think he's safe. It's going to be an absolute mega send from Conor to retake this lead from this distance. In towards 14 and 15 they go. Now he's coming up 15. Here we go, turn 15 on the left, turn 16 on the right, and Max Dexter then comes round the final turn, and Max Dexter wins. Puts his thumbs up casually, says, yeah, there we go. I'll take victory here then for the senior class, the pre-final. Max Dexter for Telios Racing Team. Conor Clancy brings it home in second, Damadasa in third, but perhaps the biggest story then is Montgomery Swan out for a mechanical issue. You've got Kaplan, Elbassioni, Qureshi, Canua, Pope, Mohan and Hartman rounding off your top 10. And it looks like it was Yusuf Busanad who took victory in the senior 170s. Oh, he was closing him in. Was Oscar Bray, only about 4 attempts between them there. There we have confirmation of your top 3 then. Dexter, Clancy, Damadasa. Telios Racing Team, run by Falcons and GGM. Now we have 4th onwards, Kaplan, Elbassioni, Qureshi, Canua, Pope, Mohan and Hartman is your top 10. And it's Rain K-Roos in 11th, Antonio Sadat in 12th, Rafael Martinez, Byron Puri, Andrew Abeid, Stefan Yamin, Yusuf Busanad, Oscar Bray. Separated by, 4/10 of a second. Alexander Sanivas was 3rd for the senior 170s. Then it's Swan, Salome, Gome, Pope and Jolovic. Your 21st, 22nd, 23rd and 24th drivers. Up next, we're going to go for a quick lunch break before the finals. But don't go anywhere, because if that was the racing we saw in the pre-finals, here's the highlights. The action we're seeing in the pre-finals, then you can expect more of that in the finals, and then even after the finals you can expect more of that tomorrow when we do it all over again, with no races to worry about the next day. I'm sure the elbows out will be coming fast and furious all the way through. This is your schedule then: your finals mini, then your 3rd time trial for the Bambinos, then your junior finals, then your senior and senior 170 finals. Nice. A nice day so far, and it's going fast, but not as fast as the drivers on track. Up next then, we will be going for a break. I'm sure you'll be hearing interviews and seeing more highlights of the day throughout, and then we will be back for the racing action at 2 p.m. But let's thank our sponsors for joining us with Media Friends and the Iame Series UAE.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, standing next to me is Connor Clancy, finishing in P2, starting in P2, also maintaining your position throughout what I would call a quite challenging race. You have quite some movement between Max and Rian between in P1 and P3. How did that affect you throughout the entire session?
I mean, yeah, it's tough. Like, it's so hot, and the races are quite long. So I got in the lead, I think, on like lap 3 or 4. I held it till I think about lap 12, and then Max passed me. But yeah, he was really fast, so I did stay with him, but I wasn't close enough to make a send.
And do you feel now a bit more confidence going into the finals? Do you feel like you still got a chance to push it a little bit more and get into that P1 position?
Yeah, 100%. Like, the win is on, so I'm quick. So yeah, it's good.
I love that. So people don't know a lot about you because we haven't done a lot of interviews. But at what age did you start racing?
I started racing at the age of 10. In Dubai, actually. I got my first car, and then yeah, that's where it all started.
That's quite impressive. And anybody in your family, your parents were in karting or motorsports, and is that how you got into it, or you just picked it up?
I went rentals one time and I liked it, so yeah.
Well, I think you're doing such an excellent job, and I love the confidence you have out there on the track. Keep that on for the finals, and I hope to see you on the podium. Thank you so much, Connor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for our P2 driver. We'd like to call over Max Sexter for our P1 driver for the senior category. Starting in P3, managed to get his way up all the way to P1. Well done, Max. How does it feel after this entire race?
Yeah. I mean, it was a difficult one for sure. This is a very physical track. But yeah, we got some good moves in. So it was a good race, yeah.
Do you feel like you can maintain that position in P1 for the finals, or do you feel like maybe Connor might put some pressure on you, or Rian, maybe even so coming from P3 again?
Yeah, I think it'll be close. We're all doing quite similar times. Yeah, I mean, P1 seems to be getting good starts, I see from most of the races. So we'll see if maybe we can we'll just see what happens.
Amazing. And for this track specifically, everyone's talking about the last sector. From your seat in that cart, how do you keep it calm and collected going through some of these challenging turns that this track can offer?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, it's a very difficult track. And the last sector especially, you never quite feel like you got it right. It always feels like, I did a little bit wrong, take the curve a little bit wrong, and the cart's always sideways. But yeah, I mean, it's fun.
Well, I wish you the best of luck going to the finals. Keep that performance up and hope to see you up on the podium in P1 again. Ladies and gentlemen, we were trying to see if we have... Oh, we want to talk to Jeremy Montgomery. He had an unfortunate incident happen. Talk to us through what happened in that pre-final session.
Yeah, throttle cable got stuck open over the chicane, so into the next right-hander I just went straight and then just brought the car back to the pits and finished there, really, so not much I could have done.
I mean, I completely understand some stuff that happens out of your control. How do you keep up the confidence and the momentum to keep moving when these situations pop up? And this is mainly for advice for everybody watching, because I think this sport comes with a lot of unknowns and challenges that might just pop up. And but how do you, as a driver, a young driver, keep that drive going forward?
You've just got to do what you do best and just work your way forward. As long as you do the best you do, it'll be all right.
I love that. Thank you so much, Jeremy, and I wish you the best of luck for this weekend again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have Yusuf here, Bosnad, who finished in P1 for the pre-finals in the senior 170 category. If I can call Yusuf over to the camera. Yes, he is just having a chat with his mom. Yusuf, welcome here to the camera. Well done. You did such an incredible job maintaining your position in P1. Do you feel the pressure rising? Is Oscar putting a little bit of pressure behind you, or you're got it quite well maintaining that position?
It's racing, so anything can happen, and definitely it's a very competitive field. So yeah, I do feel pressure, but best thing to do is just have fun and do my absolute best.
I love that. So do you have obviously you want to end up on the podium, but any other goals that you have for this weekend?
To try and claw back some of the lost championship points if I can, because I have lost quite a few championship points, and to try and just win the round in Forsan.
And I see, I believe it's your mom that's supporting you in every race, right? How did you get into karting one more time? And I love how much support she has for you. And as a parent, what do you feel like it's important for you as a driver to receive from your parents throughout race weekends?
My mom has been the biggest support possible, and it's great, having my mom around there to watch all of my races, and she helps me with a lot of things as well. So it's really great to have someone looking out for you.
Amazing. So again, that backup support you have from your parents, I think, is also very helpful whenever you have these little moments. Any final words you want to say to people watching you before heading into the finals?
No.
That's fine. That works too. Thank you so much, Yusuf. Thank you. We don't have Oscar Bray here, our P2 driver, but for now, we're going to send it back to see, and then we'll be back maybe with more interviews during the break. back here with very exciting interviews. And the first one starting with Ammani, the general manager of Forsan. Amal, well done on everything you guys have been doing out here. This venue is quite impressive. From your experience, tell us a little bit more about the different venues you have around here and the activities that people can be involved in.
First of all, thank you everyone. Thank you media friends. Thank you Iame. It's been a great partnership with Iame recently. We are, for the first time in Forsan, we are doing a double header. Starting off, that's a great opportunity for us. We are a one-stop destination for sports. We got multiple activities around. We got, of course, our karting track. It's a FIA certified karting track. Then we got the equestrian, the short jumping, wakeboard. Actually, the wakeboard is the one and only wakeboard park here in the UAE. Then we got anything from shooting to paddle tennis, football fields. As I said, it's a one-stop venue for everything. Yeah.
Was that a zip line I saw there?
Yes, we got a zip line. It's a miniature zip line, but it's from anywhere from 7 years and above. Yeah, could try it. Yeah. So.
That's incredible. So again, this is perfect place for families to come around here, watch everything. Where can they find all these activities?
We are very much available on our website. Yeah, so it's very simple, alforsan.ae. We got our own app. Everything is available on our social media as well. So it's very simple. You can find it at Forsan Resort. That's basically everything from the hotel to our activities. You can find us on our website. Yeah.
My last question to you is: you've seen the progress of this venue, obviously, over the years. What is your favorite or most impressive changes that has been made or will be added on in the near future?
Honestly, the track, I would say, we are recently going through a lot of expansion, to match the FIA standards. I guess last year, year before, we got international homologation from FIA. So I guess that's one of the biggest highlight of the venue at this point of time. Then, of course, we are now very much committed to do international and national series across soon, and there's multiple things in terms of racing coming across. So yeah, I guess that's something which we were to watch out.
It all sounds so exciting, and you've got the best job being around all these activities. But I can't wait myself to get see all the activities that are happening around. Any final words that you want to say to everybody watching?
Come to Forsan, stay in Forsan, enjoy the sports we got. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this interview. It's a pleasure. Up next, I do want to interview a team principal, an owner, a manager of Predator Motorsports. His name is Jimmy. Jimmy is heading over here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It was very nice to talk to you and chat more about everything that you guys are doing with Predator Motorsports. I'm actually more curious about your experience in motorsports. At what age did you start karting at all, and how did you transition to owning and managing and being a role model for all other drivers on your team?
Welcome to Forsan. I started at the age of 4.
Oh, wow.
I was driving a lot. European races, in my national championship back in Greece. We spent a lot of time working with my coach back then, learning from the mistakes, and now I'm trying what I learned all these years to teach to my drivers and always keep them in shape. And I tell them they need to take care of themselves, they need to work out, they need to do all these things.
Well, that brings me to my next question is, how do you guys prepare the drivers mentally and physically? And also, I would say, with coaching throughout the entire journey?
Most of the time, we also have the help of the parents. They keep the drivers motivated to go to the gym, work out, make sure they are okay with the homework, because for me, it's one very important thing. Is a good driver is not enough. You need to be a good student. You need to be focused on what he's doing. You have priorities, so they work a lot outside from the track, also on the track. We come in here or wherever is the next race. We do a lot of laps, sitting down, speak about the mistakes, and we go again. Like, we try to, when we're coming on the race weekend, to be however is possible prepared.
I love that. That's incredible. And for everybody watching, how can they join Predator Motorsport?
They can send us in Instagram. We have an Instagram page, predator.motorsport. Also, they can send us an email in the info@predator-motorsport.com. And we're doing from Bambino in very young ages until, how you said, the biggest guy in the grid. Yeah. And he's doing incredible. The work that he did the last 2 years is incredible. All the drivers, they're doing great. So let's hope we have So we have from age at 5 until the oldest in the grid.
Don't say the age.
No, I try to.
Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. Again, ladies and gentlemen, follow them on Instagram. Feel free to reach out and see how you can join the team. And finally, Matt, my co-host, had an exciting day here on the track and got to interview Ammani Al-Qubaisi. So we're going to have a quick look at that session. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
You join us now in the tent of the CRG team here in the UAE. And I'm joined by Nacho over here, the team manager, as well as Oscar, one of the senior 170 drivers. Now, Nacho, you've been here since the start, since the team was brought to the UAE and created here in 2016. We're in 2026, almost reaching the 10-year anniversary. Talk to us about your experience, the process of managing this team, the progress you've seen it go through.
Yeah, basically, I came to the country in 2013, and I started in another team. And then I met Mr. Khaled Al-Qubaisi, which is the owner of the team. And together with his daughters, we opened the CRG team in Abu Dhabi, as the only team in Abu Dhabi at that time. And the team basically in 2016 was the girls and few drivers. And nowadays, we have more than 20 drivers, in the team. And we have here Oscar, which is leading the championship in 170. So very proud and very happy, to see in Abu Dhabi, specifically because we are the only team based here. So we are always, having that disadvantage with Dubai, that we are not, all the teams are based there. And few teams we are here in Abu Dhabi that, for us, we always need to go where all the drivers are, to practice with them. But it's been great in Abu Dhabi all this journey.
Yeah, and you mentioned, the disadvantage with Dubai, where all the drivers there, but now we're over here, Al Forsan, your home track, the CRG's home track. Talk to us about a little bit of how you're prepping your drivers for their home race over here at Al Forsan.
Yeah, and for us it's great. When they come to Abu Dhabi, Yasmarine and Al Forsan, as you mentioned, is great because our drivers, they are normally here based. And we hope that this weekend, they can make a good effort and do better results. True that we have a lot of kids that are new in this team. So we always welcome new members in the team, and that's the great atmosphere that we have in CRG.
Yeah, amazing. And if to anyone who's watching who wants to join this team, who wants to be part of CRG, based in Abu Dhabi or outside, how do they contact you? How do they start racing?
Yeah, I always say everyone, pop to Al Forsan or Yasmarina. We have an Instagram page, which is CRG ME of Middle East. And we always very responsive with the messages, and we have packages, and we teach people from the beginning. So we are open to any type of customer, which is experienced or non-experienced.
Okay, fantastic there. Well, you heard it there from Nacho, the team manager of CRG over here in Abu Dhabi. And now we're going to be moving on to one of his drivers, Oscar Bray. Oscar, you're currently leading the Senior 170 Championship. Talk to us a bit about the preparation you have for your home race here in Al Forsan.
Yeah, it's good to get a few days of preparation beforehand, especially before official practice, just to get the track layout really hammered in your head and mentally in the state ready to race. Coming here at this time of year, it's a bit difficult for me personally, struggling with keeping up with schoolwork as well. But it's just good to escape to the racetrack on the weekends, and yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And talk to us a bit about CRG. How have they welcomed you into their team, the support they're offering you? Talk to us a bit about how is it to be a CRG driver over here in the Middle East?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's especially great that I'm able to come to a team that's so close to my home. And it's been a great experience so far. Great mechanics, great team support. I've been able to develop a lot as a driver throughout this team and go through a lot of places and win a lot of trophies. So it's definitely great collaboration.
Amazing. And for you guys out there, we have a sneak peek of some content that we filmed today, which is going to be coming out. Alrighty, welcome back everyone after this break. Now, this is a bit of a different background that we've had today from the pre-grid, the post-driver interviews, and of course the karting footage itself. We are now standing on the track, specifically approaching the first corner of this iconic Forsan International karting track. I mean, unbelievable. You can just see and just how wide it is. And this is why I wanted to bring us and to bring you guys, the viewers, because from the camera footage, it's quite hard to tell when watching the race just how much this track has of elevations, of changes. And so we figured, what's the best way to show this but on a track walk? So if you come forwards with me now, we're approaching the first corner. Drivers around here from the seniors and junior class will be reaching around 110 to 112 kilometers an hour. And if I just put my leg on the ground, I can feel the amount of grip that there is. Scorching temperatures out here, so loads of grip and loads of rubber has been laid out on track. As we make our way further along into this fantastic section, double right-hander, I'll try and get the cameraman to move with me. Double right-hander, really, really fast part of the track. And we can just about see, I hope you can get this back home, the elevation change and the way it goes from a flat surface all the way up into this very tricky and blind turn 2. So this is basically where the drivers will be coming out around 100-ish tops kilometers an hour. You can see that there's a clear outline. They're going to kiss the apex right here from the outside, try and V-shape the corner and get it back into the second part of this complex, which not quite sure why the cameraman is standing so far away, but I wish I could show you that it is a blind crest above, which makes it super hard for the driver to actually see the apex as it's blind. Now, what does this mean? The driver has to put full trust in the kart's positioning, in his driving skills to ultimately make sure he gets that lap time. Super tough way to start this track. I mean, you know, you just crossed the finish line and this is the first corner that there is. Just, you know, a glimpse of what this track has to offer. But that's it for us now. Shame that we couldn't go any further. Not exactly sure why. But yeah, I'm going to be handing it to Jack for the commentary as we see some of the minis are about to head out. So a quick one to Jack before I go back in for some pre-grid interviews.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. Nice little insight there onto the track. And sorry, the director was in my ear because he's assuming that I wasn't sat in my position, ready to entertain you all for this afternoon. And I mean, I'm not a liar. He was right, but I heard Matthew call me on the speakers, and I used my. See, I told you I'm quick. I'm quick. Might not need a go-kart to be quick, and I'm not out of breath either, which means Forsan. That's another win for the Forsan Resort. The layout is on fire. Everything's very close together, which means we can all get back into our positions nice and quickly. There's a nice, lovely shot again of the sponsor flags. And I've been shouting them out throughout the day and giving you a bit of information. I wonder, actually, whilst I think about that, don't go to a sponsorship video yet, because I just want to talk about them again. That's it. Let's show everybody what's coming up, because I'm sure I've missed out a few of the sponsors, and I'll talk about them as well, because I've been giving each one a different shout out today. But up next, we have the finals for the minis, the Bambino Time Trial 3, and then the finals for the juniors, and the finals for the senior and senior 170s. And then round 8 is nearly done. Of course, we go to the podium after that. And then tomorrow, we do it all over again for round 9, the penultimate round. There you go, have that for a word, penultimate. We're professional here. The penultimate round 9 will be tomorrow here at Forsan Resort also, and then we'll head next week to Rack Track for the finale, round 10, where we started the whole season off in round 1. In terms of the sponsors, I haven't given a personal shout out to yet. We've got Dan Wells Driver Management, co-owner of Drivers Lab, who guides drivers through their career from 14 years and over when they're ready to make that leap to F4 or any other sort of racing, fitness, nutrition, contract negotiation and stuff like that, PR training, etc., etc. We've also got Dia Design, the Italian helmet painting company, Drake Kart for all your karting shop needs, K Roos Associates, Key Soul Investments, so that was a legal office, and of course a company that transforms entire industries across the region. And we can't move on to the sponsorship video without, of course, shouting out everybody who's making this possible. Iame Series themselves, Rack Track and Maxi, Emzo for being our governing body, Media Friends, the broadcaster, Comet, the tyre supplier, and Media Mania for their tech support, and me, Jack Johns, at TRL Racing Line, your commentator. Let's go through to the sponsorship video and shout out our partners.
Here we are back once again on the pre-grid for the first final of the day. This is it, Iame Uae round 8 at Al Forsan. And I'm here with driver 183 Benjamin Karakiewicz for the JNKD team. Now, it's been a bit of a crazy day, up and down, just like this track, a huge roller coaster with a win for the first heat and then complete heartbreak, DQ, and now making your way back, crazy comeback to P10. And here we are for the final. Talk to us a bit from a driver's perspective, how hard it's been combating and battling all these issues.
I think everything went well. First heat qualified pole, then got track limits, so finished P4, but then on the grid, Achilles got a penalty, so then I went to P2, Charlie was P1, and then heat 1 I finished P1, but then I got a DQ from the clutch, thanks to Liam.
Unlucky for that, but as you mentioned, now you've got, you clearly have the pace. You clearly have the pace. You've been fast all weekend. Pole, just a bit unlucky with track limits, and then winning the first heat. And of course, the recovery coming back from last on the grid to 10th place. You're starting on the outside line. We've seen a couple moves where drivers try and swoop it around the outside. There's clearly a lot of grip there. Is that something you have in mind for the first corner?
If there's a crash on the inside, if I can't get onto the inside, maybe I'll do it. But it's more likely that I'm going to be on the inside.
Anything you want to say to JNKD, the support they've of course been providing you, and to your mechanic?
Thank you for everything this weekend. And if I don't win tomorrow, then I have to win tomorrow. If I don't win today, then I have to win tomorrow.
Alrighty, that's some great motivation out there. Alrighty, well, best of luck, Benjamin, and we're going to be handing it to Jack for some more commentary.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, let's get back to it. So we will. I think we'll go back to the sponsorship video for the rest of the sponsors.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Okay, we are back. So only 4 races left today. All final races and plenty of action. We have had I mean, now that I've seen the penalty list, there's been a lot of penalties today, to be honest. And I'm quite surprised because there hasn't been that much, let's say, chaos or anything like that on the track, which is, of course, good to see. We love good, clean, elbows out racing. But yeah, we've seen quite a few penalties, whether it was scrutineering penalties, contacts, bumpers, and stuff like this. And it's only the Saturday. There's Adam Al-Sheikh in a good old handshake. Adam Al-Handshake right there, ready to go. You can have that one for free, Mr. Director. Now I've just completely distracted myself. So, the final race coming up. And the maximum points on offer. Oh, there's Professor Bean, Mr. Bean. Not to be confused with Rowan Atkinson. A joke he said he's heard many times before and not original. But I don't get offended by repeating someone else's joke because it means it's a good joke. Someone just said in my ear, I'm not taking blame for this one. Professor X Martin Bean, race director. That was not my mind. Do not come at me in the comments. That's somebody in the truck. So whilst you all think about that, let's go to Matt down in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. And here we are with Grayson, driver number 175 for AK Karting, starting in 5th place. Talk to us a bit about your experience throughout the day. Bit of a roller coaster as well, from what I heard, with a couple track limit infringements. But now for the final, the most important race of the day, you're back up in 5th place.
It's been good. So in qualifying, I qualified 5th, but I got a track limit, so I came 9th. In Heat 1, I tried and made my way up back to top 5. Didn't go as planned, I came 6th. In this one, in the Heat 2, I was 6th, came 5th, and now we're in the final.
Amazing. So not dropping out of the top 10 and just always in the top 5. Really, congratulations on that. I believe the highest AK karting driver we've seen today, starting in 5th place. Now, talk to us a bit about this track. I know you raced in the UK. How does it compare to tracks in the UK?
I mean, you've got a lot more grip. The grip comes on a lot faster. This track, quite nice. My first time racing here, but I've done a lot of practice.
A lot of practice, and everyone's been talking about the last sector, you know, just how heavy and physical it is on the driver's neck, on your body. A bit about your experience. How's it been for you?
It's been good. The last one here? It's quite hard to not get track limits here because the last corner you need to go full speed. But if you do, then it's just...
Perfect. Well, Grayson, we're going to wish you the best of luck as we're going to hand it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So that alarm sounded. That means we are getting closer to that final race. Let's have a look at the starting grid. It's Peruzzi on pole with Page on 2nd, Stubbs and Gray on row 2. Then it's Wortley and Lisignoli in 5th and 6th. Then it's Pajamaki, Adam Al-Sheikh in 7th and 8th. Baptiste Augustin down in 9th with Karajkovic in 10th. Augustin getting a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. Martin in 11th and O'Hanlon in 12th. Al Khalifa in 13th. Thea Karas in 14th. Voronins and Chopra on row 8 with Bataille and Tabaza rounding off your top 18. Then it's Ivan Baggett and Alex Freenstein in 19th and 20th. Hamad Koramifa and A. Al-Maina in 22nd. Voroshlov in 23rd. S. Al-Maina in 24th with William Mazzali and Vasherin in 25th and 26th. Then it's Subramaniam and Jacques Garushk in 27th and 28th. Cameron Harvey in 29th, Kumar in 30th, Prochaska 31st, Jebjerg 32nd, Patton and Reutmann in 33rd and 34th. That is your starting grid for your biggest grid of the day. The Minis, 34 karts is insane, but it's fun to watch. So that's the bonus, right? We're all going to watch it right now as they all start their formation lap. I think there was another penalty in Minis. It was Gleb Voroshlov. He got gaining unfair advantage, 5 seconds. And then no other penalties, actually, apart from the seniors. Rafael Martinez, so we'll talk about that later. Ready for the final. is Tadeusz Prochaska in the number 195 red machine. It's down the back end of the grid today on this tough circuit, but he had a couple of good results actually last couple of rounds, which is good to see from Mr. Prochaska. So, let's have a look at chat. Who are we rooting for? Who are we rooting for? Who are we rooting for? Just refresh this so there's not too many. Can we kart today? Someone's jumped into the live stream asking if they can go go-karting today. That's one way of asking, I guess, but I'm not the person to ask for that. I'm going to assume maybe later, but maybe not also. So you'd have to ask Forsan for that one. Let's go Ralph Martin, says Tasha. That's who they are rooting for. Austin Gray has some fans in there. Andrew, let's go. Hamad, we've got a couple of people there. We go. Now we've got people in the chat joining in and shouting out who they're rooting for. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think it's been a long time coming for Achilles Peruzzi since the earlier issues, but at the same time, is that true? Do you have to get those comments in, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and get those comments in. And don't forget to vote for your driver of the day, people. Come on, vote for your driver of the day. There's so many of them, I know. Every round we ask you to vote for driver of the day, and how can you pick out of the, I don't know, 80 to 100 drivers that we have in total across the fields? Mr. Director, we are not listed on driver of the day, unfortunately, but maybe we could be listed for entertainer of the day. That's... In fact, there's my petition for all of you before this race starts. Let's get them to do an entertainer of the day. We'll put the director in there, me in there, Joanna, Matt, all of us can be in there. Anyone else that's in the van. Gio, I have a feeling that Giovanni would win. He's always walking around in the background with his sunglasses on his mobile phone. He's always somewhere. Anyway, we're coming around the final corner now, and we're about to start the final race. 12 laps for the minis. Final race at Forsan Resort, round 8. The red lights are on, and away they go down towards turn 1. It's a stern start for Charlie Page, who pushes Peruzzi towards the inside. Oh, they're all running wide. A little bit of a bounce and a little spin between 3 karts. 101, 137, and somebody else. 101 is Cameron Harvey. 137 is Igor Vasherin, and then there was someone behind Harvey's kart who I couldn't see. But all towards the mid and back end of the field. There's a Predator kart there at the back. That's not Peruzzi, because there's also a Predator kart at the front. So at the moment, the whole grid is a Predator sandwich. Got a lot of hand movements going on in the middle of the field. As expected from the younger ones, very expressive with their hand movements. Actually, that's not fair to single out the mini category for hand movements, because they all do it when they get frustrated, so scratch that. They all use their hands. So, 116, Achilles Peruzzi has a nice lead as he goes into turn 15. He's going to come down across the line now, and Charlie Page holds on to second, and we spoke to Wortley in the pit lane, and he's up into third. Third place for the AK karting kart, number 175, Grayson. Albie Stubbs is still there, Gray also. Oh, he's actually passed him. Albie Stubbs has just passed Wortley up into P3. Ignoli's trying to come through as well, but he can't pass Mr. Gray at the moment. As they all point forward. Augustin is up a couple of positions, it seems. William Mazzali is up 10 positions. What a start for number 171. 10 places. Reminiscent of what Karajkovic did earlier. Karajkovic only up 1 place this time. Remember, he's your championship leader before this round. And here we go. So they're all using the human DRS tactic to try and pull away from each other by the looks of it. What is human DRS? I'll explain it one more time. Duck your head behind the steering wheel and it reduces drag. What does DRS stand for? Drag reduction system. There you go. That's that link. What is drag, for those that don't understand? Well, if you think about it, if you sit up straight, oh, Augustin down the inside. Good move. But did he pull it off? Oh, Karajkovic frustrated as 177 comes through also. That is Gray following him through. Down towards 9 and 10. He's on the inside again, is Karajkovic. He's going to get it straight back. And now Augustin is next on his radar. Did he attack Augustin as well into turn 11? Oh, he is attacking. He got it back. Benjamin Karajkovic. Hard fighting again. Quickly defends 15. Gets the position back. He doesn't like being overtaken, and it is evident. As soon as he gets past, he fights back instantly. He's like, no, hang on a minute. I want to lead this right now. 127 out of the race. That's Jebjerg. And his rear wheel looks a little bit worse for wear. As he looks a little bit upset. Hope everything is okay, but the rear wheel off on that car. After what looks like contact, to be honest. Now, what was I saying about drag? Oh yeah, imagine sitting up straight and all the wind's just hitting your whole body and head. Effectively, you're slowing down your kart by blocking that wind that's trying to fly over it. That's the best way I can try and explain this. Now we're back into teacher mode as Lizignoli attacks Augustin and pulls up a move. And then when you duck behind the steering wheel, the wind goes over the top of the car. It doesn't hit your body, so you get a little bit of extra speed down the straights. That's your lesson for today. That's how drag works. And there's a prime example of onboard Lizignoli of using that drag reduction system as he dips down behind his steering wheel. Stay on board with him if we can, because we're coming around turn 3 now, up towards turn 4, and now they're going to go over the hill. Now this is the corner that they keep attacking the curbs. Turn 5, watch this, bang! Oh, he didn't hit the right one, but the juniors and the seniors, oh, that's why he didn't hit the right one. He's got Augustin coming through in towards turn 7, the downhill left-hand hairpin. Now they're going to go up towards the fast right-hander of turn 8. Look at this. Look at this. This is insane. Through this right-hander, and then this is where people were running wide. Now into the fast right-handers of 9 and 10. This is the cambered corner, the banked turn. Then they're going to go into the hairpin of 11. We saw a lot of overtakes here. As you can see, it's not much of a corner, which is why the overtake is so impressive. And turn 15 also a heavy overtaking spot. But Lizignoli all over the back of Augustin right now. He's going to try and now pass down the main straight. Deploys the DRS. As some of the pit lane mechanics saying, go, 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 you're in a race. Notice the screen on his steering wheel as well. That'll be telling him his lap times. He'll know in his head what lap times he can do, and he'll know what other people have been doing. And he can see if he's up or down on that time as Iame Uae comes through into turn 5, passes number 196, Pajamaki, before they get to turn 7. Karajkovic about a second behind Wortley, but he is up into P5. I think the fact that Augustin is behind Karajkovic is helpful, but Peruzzi winning is definitely going to close this gap. If not, put Peruzzi back in the lead of the championship. Although it's only a half-second lead at the moment as we're approaching the halfway phase. Look at this. I love that onboard camera through there. If there's any circuit where an onboard camera is worth it, this has been the one so far. Really, really nice to see. The elevation changes, the curves, even the curves look nice. How can a curve look nice? These rumbles. And I like it when a track puts its own mark on curb colours. Oh, Lizignoli down the inside of Baptiste Augustin. Down towards turn 7, gets that move done. Iame Uae still ahead of Pajamaki. And then Baptiste Augustin back through already. These two just keep swapping over. Doesn't matter how many times you point forward, you fought so much, now you've got a 1 and 2 second gap in front of you. Lizignoli is going to attack again into turn 11. There you go. Augustin tries to look back through. Is he going to attack into 15? Can't do it through there. Here comes 15 now. Is he going to look down the inside? Not this time. He will wait for turn 2 then. as they exit onto the main straight. But Lizignoli gets a good exit, actually. He might not be under pressure, but the slipstream will be working. In towards turn 2. Gray has set the fastest lap in P6, so the slipstream is working. Where will Augustin try and get this position back? Going up into turn 5 now. In towards 6, thinks about it, didn't commit. Down towards 7. No, I think they've settled in, and they're going to try and work together now to close the gap to the people in front. And it looks like Stubbs is up into 2nd place. Charlie Page down into 3rd. Wortley and Karajkovic still 4th and 5th. The gap is closing, but Gray is right behind Karajkovic now also. So Stubbs has overtaken Page as they go down towards turn 1 and 2. Fastest lap for Stubbs. So it looks like if anyone is going to challenge Achilles today, it's the man currently in 2nd place. LBJ Stubbs, number 199. He's got the pace. He's just set the fastest lap, and the gap is only 0.4 of a second, and there are around 4 laps left. So he's got plenty of time. But if we've seen anyone defend hard before, it is, of course, Achilles Baruzzi. Tough to overtake, but not impossible. Never impossible for any driver to be overtaken, no matter how good they are. And look at this, down the inside, so they're not working together anymore. 177, Gray, down the inside of Karajkovic. Passes him for P5, just as they were closing in. Not a smart decision for teammates, to be honest. They were closing in on Wortley, and now there's only a couple laps remaining. Oh, it's back the other way round, actually. It looks like Karajkovic is still in P5. Gray back down into 6th. I might have got those people wrong, because they don't look close together. Someone definitely overtook someone. I wonder who it was. LBJ Stubbs, 4 attempts to gap now, so Peruzzi trying to pull away. Stubbs looks behind his shoulder, sees Page and Wortley. And Karajkovic might be struggling. It was these two. I got it right. I doubted myself. I apologize for doubting myself. And this is why. How did he get it back? Oh, beautiful stuff from Karajkovic. But that means I was right in my first opinion. It was a time waste from both of them because it ended up being in the same order and they lost a bit of time to Wortley. If there was a chance to overtake, it may be gone now. As the gap is about 0.8 and they've only got 2 laps left now instead of 4. Peruzzi, 3 tenths ahead of Stubbs. Got to keep an eye on this. It looks like Karajkovic is waving his hand. Oh, what's this? We got slow boards. Yellow flags. All the way round, it's full course yellow. I don't know what this is for. I haven't seen anything. And it's so close to the end of the race as well. We're going to go on to the final lap now. Is this race going to finish under full course yellow? Look at this, it's bringing them all back up to each other. And it is the final lap now. So essentially the race has been neutralised by the look of it. Let's take a screenshot of that order, just to make sure no one overtakes on this final lap. I'm wondering what it's for. Still haven't seen any carts stopped. it's a shame, whatever it is. I hope everything is okay, but it's a shame to see a race end when it was building up to what looked like an epic final lap. But I do hope that everything is okay with whatever's happened, because there would not be a full course yellow without good reason. That's for sure. So we'll try and keep you updated with that, everyone that's watching at home. But it does look like the last lap then will come to a close under full course yellow. And they'll come round the final turn for the mini final, as they all come down in single file. Achilles Peruzzi puts his hands in the air at approximately 25% speed. They're all celebrating as they cross the line in full course yellow. That's one thing you don't get to see in adult racing car series. Because they're inside the car, you don't get to see them all joke around and celebrate when they cross the line under a safety car finish. But there we go. Peruzzi then wins the mini final for round 8 of the Iame Series UAE. LBJ Stubbs brings it home in second place. Charlie Page in third. Wortley in fourth. Karajkovic makes it to fifth in the end. Gray in sixth. Lizignoli seventh. Augustin eighth. Liam O'Hanlon ninth. And Pajamaki in 10th. William Mazzali gained the most... No, he didn't gain the most positions. He gained 13 positions. But Patton gained 15 positions. A strong race from Patton. Hang on, I think I called this at the start. So, yeah, I think I called a Peruzzi win at the start. I said it was a long time coming, and here it is. Fair enough, it's under full course yellow. Just to update you viewers at home or in the paddock, those of you that are listening, I believe there was an accident or an incident on the circuit which brought out the full course yellow. The race has finished, the race is done and finished in that order. And we'll try and keep you updated throughout the day. And again, as I said before, hope that everything and everybody, if anyone is involved, is okay. We'll try and keep you updated. But Peruzzi wins, Stubbs in second, Page in third. Your overall order: Grayson Wortley, Karajkovic, Gray, Lizignoli and Augustin are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And it's Liam O'Hanlon in 9th, with Vaiko Pajamaki in P10, Adam Al-Sheikh in P11, William Mazzali in P12, Alex Theocaris in 13th, Saif Al-Khalifa in 14th, Ralph Martin 15th, Gleb Voroshlov in 16th, Amar Tabaza in 17th, Max Patton up 15 places into 18th, Alex Freenstein, Tadeusz Prochaska up 11 places into 20th, Samar Chopra, Louis Bataille, Hamad Koramifa, Ivans Voronins, Ahmed Al-Maina, and Jacques Garouche, Ivan Bagat, and Leo Reutmann in 28th, and it's Kushagra Kumar, Igor Vasherin, Saif Al-Maina, and Felix Jebjerg in 31st and 32nd. Then it's Subramaniam and Cameron Harvey there in 34th place. Let's have a look at the highlights of the mini-final.
here we are. I hope everyone is all right on the track. Sorry about that. I couldn't hear anyone. But yeah, anyways, back to the racing. Hopefully everyone is okay on track. Sad to see it end like that. But again, the most important thing, of course, is making sure everyone is okay. But now we are back for the final time trial of the day as these Bambinos are about to head out on track. And so we've been trying all day to get an interview with Youssef over here, driver number 7. He's been a very common face, familiar face. Everyone's seen him, always funny jokes, always good to speak to. So we've been trying to get a word with him all day, but we just missed out last time. Youssef, this is it now, the final time trial of the day. You don't have your sunglasses with you. Tell us a small recap of how today went.
I feel bad for Sam Krakovic. He spun. I think they gave him a penalty, so that's why.
They gave you a penalty to you or to one of your? I didn't hear, to one of your teammates.
Not my teammate, Jay and Katie.
Oh, Jay and Katie. And you feel bad? Yeah, but you're competitors, you know. You need to focus just on yourself.
Yeah, but.
What a nice guy, Youssef. And Youssef, just before we were talking off camera, tell us a bit about your experience when it comes to racing. You said that since you were born, since you were a tiny little baby, you knew what you wanted.
Yeah, when I was a baby, like 1 year old, 2 years old, I think my dad brought me a Corvette 66R. It's a race car. I still have it from very 2019, I think, and I still have it.
Still have it. And now look at yourself. You're racing on one of the biggest and best tracks in the UAE, the Al Forsan track. How is this track for you? You liking it? One of your favorites in the championship?
No, I like to race it in Mini, not to this. But do you know what's my favorite track?
Tell us.
Al Ain and Dubai.
Both.
And yes, Marina Circuit.
And yes, Marin, it's true that this track, you know, you kind of need a faster car. As you said, with Mini, it's a lot better because with this, it's maybe too slow.
It's not like slow, like 1 mile per hour, like 50%.
Alrighty, Youssef. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck. Anything else you want to say to people watching, family, friends?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my dad for supporting me and letting me go into karting in 2023 until 2026, 3 years off. And do you know what I will say? It's Friday then, and it's Saturday, Sunday what? Max Verstappen.
Clearly have some Max fans. Now, Youssef, lastly, we did our handshake. Do you remember it? Right before the race? Here we go. We did this before. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Alrighty, let's pass it back to Jack for some commentary.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Youssef. We are back. So, we obviously saw the highlights of the mini final there. We get a lovely, that's now the wind's blowing in the right direction. You can see a lovely shot of all the sponsors and partners here with media friends. Thank you to you guys. Just waiting for the last couple of cards to be brought back. Obviously, Matt was talking there to Youssef Al-Kaya. They sung Max Verstappen again. That's song number 4. I am keeping count of that. There's no other F1 driver songs. But let's go down to Joanna and see who she's speaking to down in the paddock.
Yes, thank you, Jack. It is officially done, the first race day of this weekend for the mini category. And standing next to me is Charlie Page, finishing as P3 on the podium today. Man, you've had a long, long day, but you've done such an incredible job keeping your pace and finishing in P3. What do you think you've learned from today?
Just keep your cool, really, because how hot it is.
And how happy are you with how things went?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like, I don't know what happened when there was the slow boards out. I saw a guy on the floor. I hope he's okay, and yeah.
Yes, I hope so too. Moving on to tomorrow, do you feel like you already know what you might change in your strategy to see if we can push that to P2 tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, is that a secret, right?
Yeah.
Okay, not a problem. Any final words you want to say to the team and everyone watching you today?
I think my mum's watching. Hi, and my dad's watching. Hi.
Well, thank you so much, Charlie. We can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Congrats. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to speak to our P2 driver of the mini category, LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs started in P3 because Baptiste had a penalty. So in the finals, he finished in P2. Well done. How does that feel? You're all done today.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We didn't have the best pre-final because the car didn't feel that good. And then coming P2 in the final, it feels good.
And you're excited now going into tomorrow. Do you have any maybe different changes in the strategy to maybe help push you to P1?
Not really, no.
You're going to do the same thing you're doing today?
Yeah, apart from just winning tomorrow.
Okay, I love that. Are you going to be doing anything to prepare you for tomorrow or celebrations?
Just data, probably.
I like that. Anyways, anything you want to say to your family, your team watching you?
I'd like to say thank you to Anderson, my driver coach, Johnny's Shocks for the engine, Toby, my mechanic, my mum, my dad, my brother, Callum, the team manager, and everyone else in Excel.
Love keeping that everyone in mind. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see you celebrate on the podium. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to now speak to our P1 driver of the mini category who's finishing at the top on the podium for the first day of this race weekend. Again, we're coming so close to the finale of the season, so I know the pressure is rising, but he's kept a very confident face on, like nothing is bothering him. He's super happy. Welcome, Achilles Peruzzi. Well done. You've done such an incredible job throughout the entire sessions of today. How does it feel to come on top?
Feels good.
Just good. Come on, give us something. Amazing, happy.
Good.
All right. I see that you did not even drop one drop of sweat through the entire hot day of racing on the track. How do you keep so calm and collected? Just confident?
I train and plus the sweat. This is not hot for me. It's actually really cold. Because in the summer it's like 50 degrees, right?
That's true. Definitely Dubai changes completely your body normal temperature. Anything you want to say to the team that was supporting you all day today?
I want to thank my parents. I want to thank all my teammates. I want to thank Jimmy. And my brother. And I really hope the guy who unfortunately flipped on the last couple of laps is okay.
I hope so too. Well, thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Congratulations again, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The mini category is officially done racing for today. They'll be back on tomorrow, and for now, we'll pass it back to Jack.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, we're on with the time trial 3, final time trial for the Bambinos, and nice to hear from our top 3 there from the mini final. And yeah, Achilles has got his bounce back, shall we say, a spring in his step. Oh, look at this, 3 wide into turn 8. Nice stuff from the Bambinos, who shouldn't be racing for position and only lap time. 95 Ganyan going around the outside of number 27, Milo Milroy. We are a go, so we'll wait till they start setting lap times. I think we're waiting for an update from the accident. Like I said, hoping that everything's okay. We heard a couple of the drivers in the interview start talking about it. Sounds like someone, one of the drivers did exit or flip a kart, maybe exited the kart. So we'll find out from that, I'm sure, if they end up showing footage of it, that will end up being a sign that everything is kind of okay. Oh, as I say that, here they go. So who's this going to be? It's 146 diving down the inside. It's not them. Oh, it's behind. Okay, there it is. It's 110. So it is a flip round out of the car on one of the turns at the back of the circuit. And the car upside down. And he gets straight back up with the adrenaline from an event like that. being told minor injury, but he is okay. So that's good news that everything is okay. Obviously a shame about any injury across any category. But like I said, they probably wouldn't have shown it if he wasn't going to be okay. So that's good to hear. For 1-1-0, safe Al-Maida. Okay, so Ristic to the top of the times for the Bambinos. 111.8. Sam Tester now in second. And these two are close. If you could see a graphic of the results from these two, it's just them both swapping first and second pretty much all the way through the season. Not every time, but pretty much every time. I think there was a couple of, 1 or 2 of the rounds where they got penalties. This would have affected the overall podium at the end. It's number 45. Fragnier. Oh, I didn't ask anyone in the lunch break why there's so many gold carts this weekend. I'll have to do that before tomorrow to find out. There's quite a lot of new gold additions. J&KD livery has had a revamp, for example. It's got more white and gold on it. Oh, he spins, 45. Fragnier. So confirmation that Lee has not been on track all day then, P11. And there's number 6 with that famous setup choice of his wonky front bumper. Always looks slightly off jar, I mention it every time. Sorry if you just heard me clap my hands, there was a fly in here and I'm trying to get it. I got it, there we go. That won't distract me again. Okay, here's 45 spin. Fragnier throws it into the corner. And already, like, at the start of the turn in, the rear had already gone. Just kind of let it go round. Oh, there's another one in the bottom right of the camera shot there. It spun round onto the grass. Is it the same car? Surely it wasn't Tester. Tester looks like he's in full control. But there was another one that went off there onto the grass at the bottom. May have been the same one because we were watching a replay. It is the same one, I'm being told. So Fragnier on his Miami debut is exploring the limits and then some. This is Mark Ristic. Down the hill now towards turn 7. Sam Tester is back on top now, only by 1/10 of a second, but Sam Tester is leading the way in terms of lap times. Ristic and Samuel Karashkovic there in P3. Maganyang P4, Alan Sari in P5, Yusuf Al-Qaid in P6. The director gives a new nickname to Mark Ristic every time. He was Knight Rider, now he is Gold Rider, because not only has he got a new black and gold kart, but he got a helmet to match. Nice shiny gold helmet. And look at, if you look, I don't know how close you can get whilst he's moving this fast, but there's definitely a UAE flag there on the left and right side of the sort of chin area, which goes all the way to the back of the helmet. And then I'm sure on the back I can see a Burj Khalifa on the center of the back of the helmet, which is pretty cool. There's Samuel Karashkovic leading into the corner. And actually there's another, this one you can't see on the camera, but I remember seeing it up close. If you look at the little it looks like he's got dots on the top of his helmet. That's actually loads of little chrome J&KDs, which is pretty cool. Nice little touch for the Samuel Karashkovic helmet there. Drives for the J&KD team. Doing well here this weekend. And Samuel. catching up to traffic here in the final sector, the 45. It says Frank is in the pits, but he was driving round. And he is still driving round. It's not in the pits. He's there. Oh, there we go. He needed to cross the line. He'd been stopped somewhere. Number 31, Sam Tester. Is this the helmet with the signatures on? I think it is. Yes, it is. I just about saw it there when he leant down. Spoken about Tester's helmet before. Driver signatures on top. Number of stickers. And what have we got here? Number 95 and number 6. Oh, is that the second one? Or is that the third one? This is the third one, because I'm sure that other one was onto the grass. And there we go, the two golden boys, the championship leaders, Sam Tester and Mark Ristic. Ooh, times are close. 1:10.8 at the moment for both of them. But the actual time on the board, Sam Tester did a 0.6. Ristic is still in the 10.8. So Ristic has to do something here to find 2/10. Let's go down to Matt in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. Of course, there's some stuff going on track for the Bambinos, their final time trial of the day. But we're here as the juniors are about to head out shortly for their final. This is it, Iame round 8 at Forsan. This is what all of these drivers have been waiting for, the most amount of points they can get in a day. And we're nearing the end of this championship. But with me here, I have a driver who suffered a huge incident at the previous round in Sharjah. So Veli, you've taken this time to recover. Hopefully you've been doing a bit of physio work, I assume, with your leg. Talk to us a bit about that process, because now you're back and you're really quick.
Yeah, it was quite a traumatic crash. I'd say it was nobody's fault and it was just a racing incident, but after I just had quite a bit of pain in my leg. It was hard to walk and just like concussion because of a lot of stress as well, and my spine hurt a bit from when he went on top of me.
Yeah, amazing. You know, you've come back from such a big crash, such a big event, where towards the end of the lap, end of the track, around 120 kilometers an hour in that specific area in Sharjah, straight into the barriers. And now here you are, almost, no fears, racing again on a super technical, super tough track, and you're in 6th. You've been in the top 5, top 6 all day, super quick. Talk to us a bit about mentally how you overcome that challenge.
Just thinking about how I could win and not thinking about crashing, because that always makes you slower. Just focusing on how to go forward, how to be faster, and just I'd say like training with my coach and focusing mentally on being fast, not on incidents.
Amazing. And so just again, from your perspective, how helpful has your coach and the team been in supporting you with your comeback after the crash?
My coach was very supportive. He came up to me. My team was also, they all asked me if I'm okay. We got the new car for next week just to race straight after. My parents as well were also very supportive, helping, seeing that big of a crash. They helped me a lot, and everybody, I'd say, just helped me as a whole to improve my mental and my physical.
Amazing, Savelli. Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck. You've got your helmet on. It looks like we're going to head out within the next 5 minutes, as the Bambino time trial just ended. Savelli, best of luck out there. We hope you're nice and safe, and congrats for the recovery and being this quick already. We're going to be handing it back to Jack as he ends the Bambino time trial.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. It says here, Ristic is the winner, so he dug deep and found that 0.2 of a second. Time trial 3, Mark Ristic did a 1:10.671, and Sam Tester 0.023 behind. That means he did a 0.694, I think. Is my maths correct? Don't know. Can't remember. Not going to bother working it out. We'll move on. There's your top 2. Mark Ristic in first, Sam Tester in second, and Samuel Karajkovic holding on to P3. So coming on to the overall results of the Bambinos, Robert Ganyang was in P4. Yusuf Al-Kayat made it up into P5 in the end, with Zayad Al-Ansari in P6, Shayan Azgomi in P7, and Milo Milroy in P8. Rayan Alameri P9, and Nathan Fragnier, who made up a couple of his own layouts out there today, in P10. Daniel Lee did not make it onto the track throughout today's proceedings, and that is your Bambino results overall. And there we have the highlights of your Bambino time trial. Okay, so there's your Bambino highlights then, and they are done for the day. So minis are finished for round 8, Bambinos are finished for round 8, and now we've got just 2 races left. The finals for the juniors and the finals for the senior and senior 170s, obviously in the same race together. 13 laps and 15 laps. They're just recovering the last couple of karts. Let's go down to Matt in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Jack. Here we are now once again on the junior pre-grid. Turns out they've got a bit more time, so that allows us to have more interviews with Arhan over here. Number 249, junior driver for the Mumbai Falcons. Now, Arhan, his older brother, races also for the Mumbai Falcons in the senior class. But Arhan, full focus on you now. So you've told me a bit off camera, today's been, you know, not great, not bad, but yeah, come on, you're starting 10th. Potentially not the top places that you're used to, but still a long final ahead of you. What's your plans for this final?
My hopes and plans is just go push, see where the grip is, because you don't know really with this track what the grip is, and hopefully I can make up a few places at the start, and then the best plan is just to go keep that momentum to the podium.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, talking about the start, just how chaotic it can be, especially with this double right-hander, very long, very fast. We've seen many drivers swoop it around the outside. You're starting on the outside line. Is this something you might be looking at?
For me, I'm going to try and get to the inside, because the outside's really risky. You either gain 1 position or lose 20. So for me, what I think I'm just going to try and do is I'll try and get to the inside, and if I can't, I'm going to try around the outside.
Yeah, fantastic. Looks like you've got it all figured out. And lastly, we've been asking drivers this, and we even spoke off camera about how physical this track is. Do you have a specific sector, a specific corner that's your favorite?
For me, I like the very banked right. I'm not too sure what the corner number is, but there's a really banked right. I think...
Sector 3?
Yeah, Sector 3. We drivers call one of the corners here Parabolica. It's the fast right, and then you have the other banked right. That's my favorite easily.
Fantastic. You're pulling upwards of 3 Gs over there. Can you believe that? It's crazy.
Okay, I did not expect that number to be that, but like, yeah, that's crazy.
A lot. Anyways, well then, Arhan, we're going to wish you the best of luck out there for the final. Championship is almost over. Can you give us a couple words on your performance this year for this Iame Uae Championship?
I mean, it's been good so far, honestly. It's my first season, so no expectations. So it's been good. So yeah, we're going to see what I can do for the rest.
Fantastic, Arhan. We're going to wish you the best of luck, and we're going to be passing it back to Jack for some commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And a great little interview there, actually, from Arhan Qureshi. He was, I don't know if I haven't been paying attention, but he spoke very confidently. His answers were quite articulate, and he actually gave us quite a lot of insight onto the circuit itself. And the racing driver's mind also. He was very, I mean, I was going to say he's very smart, but it's common sense, but he's the only one to actually tell us that you can either gain one position or lose 20 by committing to the outside line of turn 1. Here's the grid for our junior final. It is Veer, Chopra and Jane on the front row. Then it's Stevens and Peruzzi on row 2. Stevens looking for his first podium ever. I don't want to jinx it, but good luck to him. He's in the top 3 at the moment. Mason and Kage on row 3. Barakordi and Senanayaki on row 4. And it's King and Qureshi on row 5. Seigel and Rivera, Essa El Hamadi, Giuseppe Montanari, Kalyani Pratish, Ethan Rilstone, Siddiqui, Debussy, Bhatia, Alabaidli. That's your top 20. Then it's Boriawala and Albani. And then Borinov and Husari in 24th place. Let's go to Joanna down in the podium area.
Yes, thank you, Jack. That is it for the Bambino category. They've completed the race for today, and standing next to me is our P3 driver, Samuel Karajovic. Samuel, you've done such an incredible job today. P3s in every single session, and this is your first time racing on this track, is that right?
Yes.
Are you happy with the finish position that you're in?
Yes.
Is there anything you want to say to your team that supported you today?
Thank you, Marta and Katie. And thank you for fixing my go-kart so I can go P3 and P1 and P2.
That's awesome. You have your younger brother watching you in the mini category. Are you excited for him also to be sharing this passion with you?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much and good luck. I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. High five. Well done. All right, we're going to call out our P2 driver, Mark Ristic, who's done an excellent job. Come here, Mark. Oh, sorry, Sam Testa. Apologies. Sam Testa finishing in P2. Sam, how happy are you today?
I'm happy I won the P1 trophy.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing such an incredible job overall in the championship. And are you looking forward now to the end of the season?
Yeah.
Anything final you want to say to everyone watching you online?
Thank you for supporting me.
Yes, that's right. Well, congratulations again. I can't wait to see you happily celebrating on the podium. And we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, our P1 driver for the Bambino category, Mark Ristic. Join me here on the camera. We're so excited to talk to you, Mark. All right, Mark, because you don't have a lot of things to say all the time, I'm going to ask you, can you rate your performance from 1 to 10? 10 being the best.
Yeah.
How do you think you did today out of 10? Amazing?
Yeah.
Okay, and how happy are you from 1 to 10? 10 for being really happy.
10.
10, that's right. Anything you want to say to your family online?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, congratulations. Give me a high five. Well done today. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Bambino category. Up next are the juniors, so let's see what's happening with them on the grid.
Yeah, nice high five there from Mark Ristic. And of course, all of his fans are in chat as usual. Of course, always supporting the number 88. In fact, let's have a catch up on chat whilst we're waiting for these guys to get back on the grid. 260 slapping himself in the helmet there to wake himself up, I guess, before the final race. Savali Kage there, that's his pre-race ritual, beating himself up. Anyway, Legends of All says, who do you think has the best chance of winning? That was earlier on, so I'm guessing that was for the mini race. I guess that one correct. This one is a lot more difficult. But as Matanch Jain said, Veer Chopra has been lightning fast this weekend so far, so my boring answer would be Veer, but anything can happen. That doesn't mean that I'm rooting for Veer in particular, I'm impartial, but he has been very fast this weekend, so this is who I would say. Then we have, what else do we have? It looks like we have people, Bev Guest is back in chat. Remember the Harrison Stevens interview? That was last time round. They asked and asked and asked, and we managed to get hold of Harrison. And hopefully, as I said in the grid order, we can see him again today. If he can just get that first podium. I don't want to jinx it, but I'll be very happy for him. as I am happy for any of the drivers that achieve something for the first time, especially a podium or a win. And then we have Alex, let's go Mark, go Mark from Darren, Stan, Mark 88, Draz, Mark 88, just pure Mark fandom in the chat. Bravo Mark, proud of you, you are amazing. Mark obviously being the young man that we just saw who won time trial 3. Oh, and then we've got a Canua in the chat who says, go Saba and Aaron. That's for this race right now. So we're about to watch the juniors, and we have a comment for Sabli Kage and Aaron Mason, which is good to see. And feel free to keep jumping in chat. If you haven't subscribed already, subscribe now. If you haven't liked the video already, like it now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. We're about to start the junior final. If you haven't commented already, jump in chat and say hello. And guess what? One final thing. If you haven't voted for your driver of the day, you've only got 2 races left to do so. So click on the link, vote for your driver of the day, and then they may win a free set of Comet tyres. Now, here we go. The formation lap comes to a slowed down double file start through this final section. Just remembered a conversation I started earlier and never finished. I was talking about the personalized colors of the circuit. I love it when a track stamps its authority and uses different colored barriers or curb painting. And what I mean by that is the generic red and white is not, I mean, it's classic, but it's a little bit boring. And you can normally identify the circuits quite easily if they put their own colors on it. For example, green and yellow in Brazil. But at Forsan, it's blue and orange. They come around the final turn. Matthias Chain tries to get a good exit out of that final turn as they all come down the tram lines towards turn 1. The red lights are on, the green lights are on around turn 1, and Jane can't do it as Via Chopra pushes him towards the outside of the circuit to really stamp his dominance on that inside line, and Chopra does lead from Jane, and Harrison Stevens does hold on to 3rd, with Peruzzi holding on to 4th place as they climb up the hill now towards turn 5. In towards turn 6, Peruzzi is behind Stevens still, and they go into single file. And now they exit to the thing, up into turn 8, down towards 9, 10 and 11 into this nice bank section at the back of the circuit. A long race, 13 laps. SL Hamadi is right behind Gabriel Barracordi, and there was Kalyani Patish sending one down the inside at turn 11. That was pretty good to see. A lovely overtaking spot. It's been quite a common one today, as these guys exit onto the back straight, the main straight, sorry. Essa Al Hamadi, who, don't forget, started last, I think, in the pre-final. He was down the order earlier on, I was sure of it. I mentioned that it keeps happening to him, and then he ends up fighting his way back up through the rest of the day. At the moment, he's in P8. He just gained 5 positions on that start, but now he's being passed by someone there. And look at this, Harrison Stevens trying to hunt down Matthias Chain. He is all over the back of Chain here, but he needs to be careful. As we heard from Arhan Qureshi, any slight chance of an attack going wrong can cost you a lot of positions, especially this early in the race. Matthias Chain holding on to 2nd for now, and needs to try and hold on to Via Chopra. Look at that, closes in at turn 16. Chain gets a good exit. Now he wants slipstream down towards turn 1. Now they go up the hill in towards turn 2. And down the hill again in towards 3. Wow, into 5. Bounces over the curbs. In towards 6 now. Harrison is looking confident right now. Down towards 7. Looks like he had a little bit of a thought about it there. He just jigged the steering wheel a little bit to the right, but didn't commit to it. And to be honest, didn't half-heart it either, so he didn't lose any time, but it just looked like the thought creeped into his mind. Kalyani Pasic is up 4 places. Essa Al Hamadi now only up 3. These two were racing earlier, actually, but Al Hamadi just behind Henry King. Sabli Kage goes down 2 places into P8, Senaniaki and Barracordi up 1 place each. Mason up in P5, It's just behind Leonidas Peruzzi. And Jane is down into third place, so Harrison Stevens has moved up into second. So it's an MN Motorsport 1-2. And it is looking good for this pair right now. It could be better. There's Leonidas Peruzzi down the inside of Attached Jane. In towards turn 7 then. Peruzzi now taps his helmet, says, come on in, let's go get the front runners. In towards turn 9 and 10. And Stevens now tries to pull away from the train behind. He'll have a little bit of breathing space whilst Peruzzi and Jane sort themselves out. Mason not close enough to make anything of it yet. Jane looked like he was going to overtake Peruzzi then, but didn't. Goes on to the back straight now. Looks like Jane will get a better exit. Maybe he'll attack down into turn 1, or they'll work together to try and catch Stevens, who just sets the fastest lap. Harrison Stevens has got pace here right now. He's just set the fastest lap, and he's half a second away from Veer Chopra. Fantastic stuff from the Australian. And there goes Matanch Jane. He does attack Peruzzi back. So these guys are going to fight each other for third place then, with Mason looking to pick up any pieces he can in turn 7. Barracordi's also close enough to take advantage if anything goes wrong between these two, and it extends the gap to your top 2. Lap 4 of 13, 1/3 of the race is down. In towards the S section at the back, into 15. The rear right of Peruzzi's kart being fully lifted up there as he absolutely yanked the kart through that corner. And he sets another fastest lap. The gap is now 0.4 of a second. Veer Chopra, who's a master of controlling race pace, is going to come under pressure. Kugay sets the fastest lap now. He's in P7, getting a lovely tow from about 4 karts, whereas Mr. Stevens only has 1 car in front of him at the moment. But it looks like Jane and Peruzzi have stopped fighting, and they are actually closing back in a little bit at a time. We are talking the finest of margins, 1/10 here or there. A slight slide or loss of traction can cost you a 10th or 2. And that is the amount of time that is changing throughout this race. 4/10 was the gap the last time out. Is it now 3/10? No, it extends a little bit by 0.02 of a second. So Veer Chopra now trying to dig deep. Kugay sets the fastest lap again in P7, 55.4 this time. They've definitely all settled down now to try and close in. Stops fighting each other. It only takes one opportunity for them to drop back again. Barracordi's past Mason, he's now up to 5th. Senanayaki P8, King P9, Qureshi now P10, Essa Al-Hamadi still in P11. Walla out of the race. And no real big movers in this race. The maximum positions gained is 2. Halfway through the race, and the most amount of positions gained is 2 places by Barracordi, Essa Al-Hamadi, Albani and Hisari. They've all gained 2 places. And now no longer has Essa Al-Hamadi got that, because Darren Rivera's just passed him on the timing screens. Tanch Jane taking a diagonal line in towards turn 6. It's like a half-hearted defensive line. It's not losing time though. And it does stop Peruzzi from sending it into that corner. Barracordi is still taking that extra racing line, making the track a couple meters longer than it should be. Trying to carry that extra speed through. Down the back straight they go. 6/10 now, the gap between Chopra and Stevens. So Chopra back in control as he tries to extend the gap. Oh, down the inside, he's going to spin. Oh, that was close. That was really close for Mason. Optimistic in terms of an overtake. No contact was made, I don't think, but he lost the position to Savali Kage as a result. But he is still in the race, very lucky. Well, very lucky or skilled, saved it. A momentary lapse in concentration on actually sending the overtake in the first place. Here's a replay. Up into turn 4, bounced over the curb. And a full-on sideways drift, lost the momentum, but only lost 1 place. So actually, well done, Mr. Mason. 7/10 the gap now. And I think Peruzzi is just waiting for the last lap board, as he has been stuck to Jane's bumper. He hasn't looked at an overtake since they started scrapping earlier. And actually, I think that's the best thing to do, because, yes, fine, the last lap is your final attempt, and you need as many attempts as you can get, but at the same time, he gets to sit there and work out if second is possible until the last possible moment, and then he can just be like, okay, maybe it's not possible, let me attack for third then instead. But they are closing in on Harrison Stevens, and there's only a couple laps remaining. This race is far from done. Chopra is looking in control again, but Jane and Peruzzi are closing in on Harrison Stevens here. Lap 10 out of 13. A couple laps to go. It's a meatball flag for Mr. Reelstone, 215. Ethan Reelstone, the technical flag, the black and orange, whatever you want to call it, mechanical flag, meaning he's going to have to end his race because there's something wrong or unsafe with his car. Right now we are watching this trio, 2 of them regular to the podium, 1 of them looking for his first, and genuinely I can't call it. I do not know who is going to be second and third and who is going to be in fourth off the podium, but I know it's going to be close. Essa Al-Hamadi, a technical flag. His day goes from mediocre to worse. That's him going to be out of the race as well, just like Ethan Reelstone. Gap is 1 second to Veer Chopra. Harrison taking the Barracuda line. Goes wide at 8. He needs to watch himself for 11. A lot of people have been sending it there. They didn't do it this time. Now 15. A lot of people have been looking at 15. That's going to be this next left-hander here. He defends it, but that's going to give him a slow run onto the main straight. Keep an eye on Jane and Peruzzi then down towards turn 2. He looks over his shoulder, and it's the last lap then. Here is the last lap, 1.2 seconds. Chopra looks like he's going to hold on to this, but Stevens is trying to go for glory to get his first podium. He's in second place, and he's got Jane right behind him. Peruzzi passes Jane. We missed it off the camera, but Peruzzi goes up into third then. Chopra down into turn 7. Down towards the 7 they go. Harrison Stevens. Where is Stevens? There he is. Comes down towards turn 8. Peruzzi has made his move, and it's ruined their chances of P2. I think Stevens is going to do it. Veer Chopra comes through the final section in towards 13, 14, and now he's going to chuck it into 15. The MN Motorsport pair come flying through in towards 14. They chuck it in the left of 15, round the final turn, and the junior final comes to a close. It's Veer Chopra and Harrison Stevens in second place, with Peruzzi in third, and Jane drops to fourth. Give those boys a round of applause. What a race at the end. But Harrison Stevens then gets his first podium in the Iame Series UAE, second place in the final race. That's a third and a second. I don't have the points on me, so I don't know what it will be later on, but what a drive from that boy. Veer Chopra wins. Here's a replay of the overtake. Peruzzi down the inside of 4. That's where we saw Mason mess it up, and then just that's it. Jane couldn't get the run. all the way up to 5, they lose a little bit of time. Simple as that, simple physics. They both took a little bit of a slower line. Henry King is fist bumping the air. I think he was celebrating for Chopra there. They're all giving Chopra a thumbs up. And there we go, that's 2 for 2. I guess the Kilias in the minis, I guess Chopra in the juniors. Can I make it 3-4-3 and predict the next winner? I mean, I didn't really pick any risky ones, to be honest. I said Peruzzi, it's been a long time coming. Veer Chopra, I said, has been looking strong all weekend so far, and this proves it then. So we've got Veer Chopra in first and Harrison Stevens in second. Leonidas Peruzzi brings home a podium also in third place. And then the rest of the order, we got Jane Sabli Kage, Gabrielle Baracordi, Aaron Mason, and Johansa Senanayaki in P8. And it's Arhan Qureshi who gained 1 position up into 9th, Derek Rivera, Henry King, and Scheigel in P12. Kalyani Pratish in P13, Giuseppe Montanari 14th, Aham Siddiqui in 15th. Jasvir Bhatia 16th, 17th is Malik Tabusi, 18th Rayan Albani, 19th Saif Alabaidli, 20th Antonio Hasari, Ivan Borodov, Esa Al-Hamadi, Ethan Rilstone, and Rayan Boriawala round off the 24 kart field. Wow, well, let's have a look at the highlights then of our junior final. Or just to remind you, we've got 1 race left after this. 15 laps for the senior finals and the senior 170 finals. Now we'll go to the highlights of the junior race.
Where'd you want us, bro? Alrighty, here we go. Couldn't hear anything, but we're back for the final, and this is the final event of the day, the final for the seniors. If you count how many finals I just said in the last 10 seconds, you get a cookie. But here we are with Ryan K-Roos. Now, we did an interview with Ryan a couple sessions ago, but we're back with him again. He's too popular. Everyone wants interviews with him. But this time, you know, you're getting ready for a 15-lap final. But behind us, we have a really nice banner, K-Roos and Associates. We know your last name is K-Roos. Tell us a bit about what this is.
So it's my dad's law firm, you know, homegrown here. It's probably the best law firm in the UAE. No bias, none at all.
No bias. No bias, of course. And K-Roos and Associates have been supporting this championship from the start as a sponsor, part of the Iame UAE and Media Friends partnership, and they've been really helpful with loads of beautiful banners on board. Are you proud to have your company, well, your father's company here?
No, of course. I mean, it's a great honor to be driving around and seeing my last name all over the track, and I mean, I hope I can follow in his footsteps sometime.
Fantastic. Well, there you go. You heard it from Ryan K-Roos. Now, quickly, enough about the sponsoring. About you now. So, 15-lap final. Not, let's say, the day you wanted. You've been unlucky at times, especially with the pre-final, a couple incidents here and there. What's the mentality going into the final?
Nothing to lose, to be honest. You have tomorrow as well. I mean, we're starting in 11th, like provisionally. Just make up as many positions as possible.
Yeah.
And hopefully we get on the podium.
Mega. Fantastic. Well, we're going to wish Ryan the best of luck, and I'm going to pass it to Jack for some commentary.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Rain K-Roos, just choosing where to stand to get the best possible angle of a shout out to this, of course, the sponsor that's, as Matt said, been with us since the start, K-Roos and Associates. Just getting some information about the mini final already. It looks like we have 5-second penalties for Gleb Voroshilov. 5-second penalty for Samar Chopra. This is for pushed back fairings, front fairings, so the bumper, basically a bumper penalty. Ahmed Al-Maina, 5 seconds for a formation lap offence. And Ivan Bagat, disqualification for unsafe driving. Maxi shouldn't have showed me this page. This is my new favourite page. I get all the gossip now, all the news. This is what I wanted. This is all I needed from the start. And now, for round 8, 9 and 10, this is all you're going to hear me talk about. Let's go back to Matt and see who he's talking to in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. We're here actually with the championship leader, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Sadly, today hasn't been going so well. But, you know, the final, 15 laps ahead of you. You can always make some positions. It's the last race of the day. Talk to us a bit what your plans are for this final.
Obviously, get a clean start, make sure I don't get in a crash, because that wouldn't be great. And then just work my way forward. I've got better tyres, I'm feeling confident, so I'll do what I can.
Yeah, just unlucky with a pre-final last time. Cable stuck. Could you explain to any viewers out there who might not know what that actually is? How does it feel from a driver's perspective and what happens?
Doesn't feel great because the throttle's basically stuck, so a lot harder to slow down for the corner. So I just had to slowly bring it home to the pit so I didn't crash.
So throttle stuck, that basically means you're almost flat out without even being on the gas. The cable just goes and stays on the accelerator, which is really quite sketchy and dangerous. But now that's behind us now. How do you do it mentally? Are you scared that it might happen again, or is that in the past and now just focus on the present?
It's in the past, like, if anything was wrong, we fixed it. So I'm not worried about any of that. I just have to do the best I can.
And championship-wise, we're nearing the end. Of course, you're leading. 9 points separating you and second place, Ryan Qureshi. Any thoughts on that? Are you going to try and play it smart?
I'm not too worried about the championship because then it starts getting in your head. So I just got to do what I can do in this race and hope for the best, I guess.
Yeah. Mega, that's great mentality there from our championship leader, Jeremy Swan. We're going to be passing it back to Jack for some more commentary.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, real shame. As I said earlier, when it happened, the mechanical failures is nothing we want to see. But again, mature from Jeremy. Doesn't want to think about the championship right now. He's just going to take it one step at a time. Martin Bean has a hat on. Oh, the director's only just noticed he's called Mr. Bean. I've been saying it all season. He's got a hat on now, at least. And this is my favourite moment of the day, actually. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, but when Martin Bean wears a hat, as you can see, it's nice and sunny in the UAE. It's always pretty much sunny in the UAE. He gets a nice little suntan of that little dome shape on the back of the hat. So when he takes that hat off again, he'll just have a big red semicircle like a sunrise on the back of his head. Let's go to Joanna and see who she's speaking to in the paddock.
Yes, thank you, Jack. I'm speaking here to the winner of the junior category, Veer Chopra. Veer, you're on the top of the championship standings at the moment, and we're heading now towards the finals very soon. How proud are you of this moment today?
I'm really proud. I'm really happy that I can extend my championship lead. And yeah.
Any lessons you learned from today that you're going to take on for tomorrow?
Just put my head down, be a bit more attentive on the starts, that's it. And keep the pace, obviously.
That's incredible. And now this is, you said, your third season with Iame. How have you seen the improvement so far? And are you happy, especially about this Media Friends collaboration with Iame, to maybe give you something to look back at with your experience?
So for my first season in Iame was in Mini, didn't do quite well, finished 6th, but now I'm happy that I'm leading. And I'm happy Media Friends is over here so I can look back at the videos, look at my interviews, races, whatever. And it provides more reach.
Amazing. You should be really proud of yourself. Any final words you want to say to the team and family that supported you today?
Thank you to the team, my mom, dad, brother, Matt, Dan, Nasri, everyone that helped me get here.
Amazing. Congratulations again. Well, can't wait to see you celebrate on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call over our P2 winner, Harrison Stevens, you've done an excellent job. You have a lot of fans on YouTube that's requested for us to talk to you, and they've been supporting you all day. I've been hearing Jack calling out all the comments that are supporting you today. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Australia originally, and then I moved to Dubai 2 years ago.
2 years ago, and was this your first time racing at the Forsan track?
No, this is my second time in Iame, but I raced in the Champions of the Future and also Rotax.
That's great. Well, you've done such an incredible job. How proud of you of everything you've done today?
Yeah, I'm so happy. First time on the podium in Iame or Rotax. Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the team, Nasri, Matt, my friend Bevan, Tinvir, Suleiman and David.
Amazing. That's a lot of shout outs. Well, congratulations again, and we should be very, very proud of yourself of everything you've done today. So go have fun on the podium.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, will do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk to our P3 driver of the junior category, Leonidas Peruzzi. Leonidas, I was talking to your mom about this. It's very hard to pronounce the names, but congratulations. I think you've done an excellent job. You're a role model to your younger brother in Iame. And how are you feeling about today so far?
Yeah, and I'm happy with the team. Result wasn't really ideal. We just need to work on the pre-finals to start ahead in the finals.
Incredible. And anything you want to say to your family and friends supporting you today?
Yeah, thanks for supporting me and, what's the word?
That's all right. Actually, before you go, I wanted to ask you, can you just tell everybody what age did you start racing and who was your role model growing up?
So it was 5, yeah, and my grandfather wanted me to support Lewis Hamilton a lot, Formula 1, yeah.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of similar qualities to Lewis Hamilton, so you should be very proud of yourself. Thank you so much, and congratulations. We can't wait to see you on the podium. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The junior category is officially done with day 1 of the race. We'll see now the senior team and senior 170 on the grid.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you to the top 3 drivers for their interviews. Let's have a look at chat. I know that Davidos Gaming was absolutely popping off in that final with the Harrison shout-outs. I can't read them all because it's more than Mark Ristic, and Mark Ristic gets a lot. We've got a few shout-outs for Aaron Mason as well. Davidos Gaming, let's just count the comments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 comments from Davidos Gaming, all supporting Harrison Stevens, which is quite apt considering Harrison Stevens' number is 228. There we go. How was that for useless facts and information? Thank you, Davidos Gaming, for your support. Make sure that you're sharing the link for Driver of the Day so that you can all vote for your Driver of the Day before the end of this race. There's only one race left. It's the finals for the seniors and the senior 170s. This is the final race of today, round 8, the Iame Series UAE. So if you want to vote for your Driver of the Day, you need to do it now during this race, really. It will close not long after this race finishes. Any comments that I missed? Go Ammani. Ammani time, the usual South African support in the chat for Ammani Canua also, which is always good to see. Via Chopra also had some people in the chat. Good to see. Okay, and that's caught up. That's that caught up. So, 1 race to go. And then today is pretty much over. Of course, we have the podium, so don't go anywhere after this race. We're going to do the podium celebration for round 8. And then we'll be back same time tomorrow to do it all over again. And I'm sure, the racing has been very good, very strong today. But we will see, I'm sure, some more, let's say, stern racing tomorrow. Because everyone's mindset sort of shifts from, oh, I shouldn't send it here because I have races tomorrow, to I'm gonna send it because I don't have races tomorrow. That's normally what happens the closer it gets to the end of a weekend. I believe I might be joined by a guest tomorrow afternoon also in the commentary box, so stay tuned for that. Let's go for the grid for this Senior and Senior 170 final then. It's Dexter and Clancy on your front row, then it's Dharmadasa and Kappen, and then Al-Bassioni and Qureshi. Then it's Canua and Pope, then Mohan and Hartman on row 5. Then it's Kairouz and Haddad on row 6. Uran Piri and Obaid on 13th and 14th, row 7. Then it's Martinez and Yamin on row 8 and 15th and 16th. Then it's Swan and Pope in 17th and 18th. Then it's Jolovic and Ngoma, who got disqualified earlier on. Then it's Busanad on pole for the Senior 170s. Then it's Bray in second. Alex Anivas and Daria Salome for your Senior 170s in that order. Busanad, Bray, Anivas and Salome. What did Nkosi Ngoma get a disqualification for? Again, we've seen this a few times today. It doesn't specifically say where the incident was or what the incident was, but disqualification for driving in an unsafe manner. So dangerous driving, to put it simply, which we also saw for Ivan Bagat just there in the mini final. But here we go, final race of the day. Just notice there's a change in tarmac there from turn 2 to 3. Something I would normally notice on a track walk, which I didn't do. Sorry, that's not 2 to 3, that is 14, 15 and 16. I wonder if it was repaved for some reason. And they will come then through the final section. Lost count of the formation laps. Is this? Yeah, they are slowing down now. I thought they were going to go for another one. Then I was like, hang on a minute. Have I fallen asleep? I have not. Max Dexter, though, is all by himself, all on his lonesome. Out there on pole position. The director said, I'm getting after lunch symptoms. Said I'm snoozing. No longer am I snoozing because the action is about to kick off. So stay with me. We've got 15 laps about to start. The Senior and the Senior 170 final. The red lights are on. Last race of the day. Busanad is in last place. He should be on pole, so that's weird. Maybe the grid was slightly incorrect for whatever reason, but here we go. The green lights are on, in up towards turn 2, and Max Dexter, nice clean getaway, takes the lead with Rayan Dharmadasa in second place. And there comes Busanad around the outside of 3 for the Senior 170s to try and gain some positions as well. Here they are, side by side, Busanad and Oscar Bray. And I think Alexandros Anivas is leading the Senior 170s. I'm sure I saw it. Busanad down the inside of 7 on Oscar Bray. Gets the move done. And Alexandros Anivas is leading the Senior 170s as ahead of one of the seniors. Is the oldest driver on the grid. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. In fact, it's an achievement. It's not an insult because this is quite a physical sport. And if you look at the difference between him now compared to the start of the season in terms of his endurance, his stamina, it's leaps and bounds above. He just really got right back into the swing of things, did Alexandros Anivas. And here they come, Max Dexter, Rayan Dharmadasa and Connor Clancy in through turn 4. Bouncing over the curves at turn 5, in towards 6, down the hill towards 7. Dharmadasa looks like he's shaping up Dexter for an overtake, to be honest. Dharmadasa looks feisty right now. He looks like he's got a little bit of a kick, spring in his step, a kick in his heel, I was going to say. I don't think that's a saying, but why not? Let's say it anyway. In towards turn 9 and 10. Oh, there it is, down the inside of 11. Late on the brakes. I said he was shaping him up. He was sizing him up. The equivalent of a shark circling its prey. Rayan Dharmadasa down the inside of 11. Takes the lead, and Connor Clancy takes advantage of the loss of momentum to take second place from Max Dexter. And can Kappen and Al-Bassioni get involved as well as they go towards turn 1 and 2. There's Nathan Pope and Qureshi side by side in towards turn 1. Louis Hartmann is also trying to come through as well and attack Pope as a result. They're all trying to take advantage of any loss of momentum. Dexter and Kappen were side by side through 4 there. That never works. In towards turn 5 now, down through 6 and into 7 at the bottom of the hill. Kappen looking again, so Dexter struggling in the early phase of the race, but we normally see him wake up a couple laps in. Maybe he's just trying to get temp into those tyres. Or, worst case scenario, maybe the tyres have been used too much in the pre-final. Only time will tell. As they come into this final section. To the left-hander, the right-hander now turn 16, the right-hander 15 the left. Down towards turn 1. I believe Matt, I didn't get to see it, but I think Matt took us to this area of the track earlier during the lunch break just to show how steep the elevation is. As I mentioned, it doesn't really come across on TV most of the time for most circuits around the world of how steep a hill actually is through camera lenses. Eau Rouge, a prime example, or Radion for the real nerds out there for Spa-Francorchamps. One of the steepest elevation changes on the circuit. Interlagos, Brazil, another one with steep downhill turn 1 and 2. Brands Hatch in the UK, super steep in real life, can't really notice it on TV. And let's add Forsan to that roster. Montgomery Swan is up 8 places after his issue earlier. Louis Hartmann, big old drift there. Into the final corner. Connor Clancy all over the back of Rayan Dharmadasa. 54.8, he said earlier it was hotter than expected, so maybe he cooked up his tyres in the early phase of the race and he sort of dropped off towards the end, but this time I wonder if he'll adjust the driving style to keep this pace throughout the race. Dexter looks over his shoulder, he's weary about Kappen attacking at any point. Through 8, 9 and 10 they go, into 11. Now 11 seems to be where people are being caught napping. And some of these drivers absolutely launching it onto the brakes. Down in towards turn 1 they go. And it can change. Adam El-Bassioni sets the fastest lap in P5. Ammani Canua is there in P6 also. Wow, bouncing over the... that was a full chassis bounce over that curve then. Rayan Dharmadasa using that curve, really using it. Clancy pretty much following the line also. Kappen's dropping back a little bit now, so maybe Max Dexter is now starting to dig in and get that consistent pace. As down the inside goes Connor Clancy, and nicely done. Looks over his shoulder to make sure they're not going to make contact on the exit. Connor Clancy takes the lead. Dexter has a quick look down the inside of 15, didn't do it this time. He's going to try and do it down in towards turn 2, or maybe later in this next lap. Maybe into turn 3 also. They go up the hill, there's nothing doing through there. Down into turn 3 again, nothing doing as they all hold the inside line. Up through 4 now. Max Dexter can't do anything through here, so maybe 7 is his next opportunity. Or maybe into 6, thought about it. Into the right-hander of 6, down the hill into 7. Not close enough. Again, he's just trying to intimidate Dharmadasa into being spooked out the way. Into 8, 9 and 10. Back into turn 11. Is this going to be the opportunity? It is! Dexter down the inside at turn 11. It's again the main overtaking spot here at Forsan now today. That's been where most of the overtakes have happened. And down the inside of 15 goes Kappen on Dharmadasa. That was aggressive stuff from Nathan Joseph Kappen. Really forced himself through there. And now he can continue his chase of Max Dexter, who's back up into 2nd place. And we've got a repeat of the pre-final. Dexter's going to try and chase down Connor Clancy then, who led most of the first phase of the race. But can he keep up the pace till the end this time? He actually complimented Dexter on his pace. terms of your 170s. It is now Oscar Bray ahead of Busanad, who's ahead of Anivas, Salome rounding off the field, Jose Nagoma out, and Pope out by the looks of it as well. Not Nathan Pope, that is A.M. Pope in cart number 360 in 24th place. Nathan Pope is still in the race, 354, he's in P9. 2 tenths behind Ammani Canua. Jeremy Montgomery Swan up 10 places in P7. Ooh, that was looking feisty there from Louis Hartmann and I think Canua. Dexter sets the fastest lap then as he tries to chase down Connor Clancy. There was Rayan Qureshi chasing down Adam Elbassione is next up on his list. He's actually got Montgomery Swan pretty close behind him. And Elbassione chasing down Dharmadasa for P4. In through the S section they go. Dexter is looking rapid. Down towards turn 1, up the hill in towards turn 2. And now down into 3, up into 4. Through in. Jeremy Montgomery Swan right behind number 386, Qureshi. This is your championship leader. He's up 10 places. Oh, down the inside at 11 again. Turn 11 every single time. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, that's 11 positions gained. Passes Rayan Qureshi, who doesn't attack back into 15. And we've got a good 4 or 5 laps left. Montgomery Swan could maybe get Elbassione and Dharmadasa here if he's got the pace. This will be helping Montgomery Swan's championship chances as they go into that final section. Clancy still leads, 4 tenths back from Dexter. Sorry, 4 tenths ahead of Dexter, and 4 tenths ahead of Kappen is Dexter also. So this is just a 4 tenths sandwich. Clancy 4 tenths ahead of Dexter, who's 4 tenths ahead of Kappen. Oh, he spun! Connor Clancy! No, the cart. I think it's something's happened to the cart. That didn't look like a mistake. Dexter inherits the lead. Oh no! Drama. 5 laps to go. Clancy was doing so well, but the cart has failed. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but I'm sure there's something wrong with the rear of that cart. But Connor Clancy was looking in control. Wow, mechanical failures, big impacts today. Look at this, comes round the corner, and as he lands, I think, is it the axle? As he landed off the curb. that was sign language for, yeah, the cart, done. Dead. Oh, there's Daria attacking Alexandros Anivas in the senior 170s. Alex and Daria going at it here into turn 2 and 3. And she's still hounding him right now, going up the hill and towards 5. Alexandros in the right-hander of 6, down the hill into 7. And here's now your leaders. Dexter, Kappen, Dharmadasa. Montgomery Swan is up into 4th, so he's past Elbassione. With a couple laps left, could get a podium here in the final. But this is called damage limitation for Jeremy Montgomery Swan. And actually, I was reminded earlier, because I said these mechanical failures could have big championship impacts across the 10-round season. I was reminded about the drop rounds. There are the drop round feature in the Iame Series UAE. And it's not a whole round either, it's your worst pre-final and your worst final. So could probably say Jeremy Montgomery Swan's pre-final would be dropped because it was a pretty bad one. But a P4 finish, or potentially P3, for a final might not be dropped. He has recovered well, but Max Dexter at the moment is in control of this race now. Ever since Conor Clancy, he rode the inside curve, and as the kart landed, I'm sure the rear broke and spun round as a result. Kart was done. Instant emotions from Conor Clancy, but they are all using that curve, they really are. So the track, Al Forsan Resort, proving it's not only tough on the bodies, but it's tough on the karts as well. But that normally ends up being the reason why people enjoy a certain circuit. The more either sort of dangerous it is, not saying this one is dangerous, but the more dangerous a circuit is, or the more challenging it is, or the more sort of careful you have to be on certain areas, normally means a driver's driver will enjoy that track more than your bland sort of, I want to say modern day F1 circuits. They all sort of have the same routine compared to the ones of the 50s, for example. Surrounded by forests, Dexter coming through to pass Alexandros Anivas into the final corner. There's contact! Whoa, now Kappan's going to take the lead, and it's the checkered flag on the last lap. Unbelievable. Oh my God, Nathan Joseph Kappan wins by 0.2 of a second. Alexandros Anivas, who I might remind you is not a backmarker, it's a different class. So forget the chat of blue flags, forget that talk. They are on the same track and they are racing. And Dexter turns in to Alexandros Anivas at turn 16. Look at this, they're giving each other room here. And then Dexter turns in. Alex has got nowhere to go. Loses the rear as he turns in, goes wide, and watch Kappan come through. Right on the line. Victory for Nathan Joseph Kappan in the final of the seniors. Max Dexter will be furious with that. But realistically, I don't think, again, I'm not the steward, that's what Emzo's here for, but realistically, I don't think there's anywhere that Alexandros could have gone, in my opinion. Yes, there's always the potential of someone backing out, but that's just neither here nor there. Someone will back out, someone won't back out. That's always the case. So I will look forward to seeing what becomes of that situation. But there we have it, confirmation of your result. Nathan Joseph Kappan, first place. Maximilian Dexter in second. And Rayan Dharmadasa for GGM in third. And then it's Jeremy Montgomery Swan in fourth place. Then it's Elbassioni Qureshi and Pope and Hartman and Kairouz and Haddad is your top 10. Then it's Mohan, Ammani Canua, Arsene Jolovic, Rafael Martinez, and Yusuf Busanad wins for the senior 170s. And it's Andrew Abeid, Stefan Yamin, Oscar Bray second for the 170s, Alexandros Anivas in third, Daria Salome in fourth, and then Conor Clancy out, Biren Piri out, and Kose Nagoma out, and Abigail Pope out of the race. What a final. I cannot wait to see the outcome of that, and it looks like there is anger in the pit lane from what I saw on the little ants on my screen shuffling around. Let's have a look at the highlights of the senior and senior 170s. Okay, so the highlights are over, and the tractors, trucks, jeeps, whatever you want to call them, the trailers are going out there to pick up the remaining carts. The excitement is not over. Plenty of stuff probably to come from the stewards after these races, but that's fine. And then we've got the podium to end the day for round 8 of the Iame Series UAE. And don't forget, we're going to get to do it all over again tomorrow. Plenty more action at this fantastic facility at the Forsan Racing Resort, the Forsan karting circuit. Let's have a look then at our updated race calendar now that we're finished with today's proceedings. Round 1, rack track, all the way back in October 2025. Completed. Round 2 and 3 at Dubai Kartdrome in October 2025. Completed. November took us to Sharjah Kart Track. That's 3 different Emirates in the first sort of 2 months of the season. Then we went to Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina Circuit for round 6 and 7. And today we're still in Abu Dhabi for the Forsan circuit in round 8 and 9. Next week, in February 8th, we go back for the finale to Ras Al Khaimah for the rack track at February 8th, 2026. And who will be crowned champion across the categories? Who will take that all-important prize of the Iame Warrior Finals for 2026 in Italy? And who, do you know what? I don't even know. Who's going to collect driver of the day today? Make sure you get your votes in. Let's go and cut to our sponsorship video, and I will see you down on the podium a little bit later.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Wow, what an action-packed session that was for the senior and senior 170 category. First, it started off with Connor Clancy losing out and spinning out and losing his lead just 3 laps before the finals. And what happened there in the last few seconds of the final lap between Max and Anivas, that was quite unfortunate. But right now, standing next to me is our P3 driver, Riander Madassa. You've done such an incredible job today. You should be absolutely proud of yourself. I mean, all that drama kind of happened right behind you. What was going on in your mind while it was all happening?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't really what's it called? Not much really happened until, well, the last lap, to be honest, yeah. Just, I got into the lead quite early, held it for a couple laps, and then didn't really have the pace to stay there, so dropped back to about 4th and got into 3rd, obviously. And then, just kind of drove around until the last lap.
You quite happy with your finish in P3 today?
Yeah, I mean, it's a podium first in this series, of course, but I think we'll go back to the tent, talk to the team, see how we could have done better.
Yeah, you've got tomorrow to make it up again, and any lessons learned that you want to take with you for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, P3 is good, but now we'll go back to the tent and just talk with the team, see what we could have done better, and go on to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Any final words you want to say to the team and your family?
Yeah, obviously thanks to the team, George, to my parents, my mechanic.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and I hope you have a great celebration on the podium. Thank you so much, Ryan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to talk to Max Dexter. Again, it was absolutely unfortunate as he was leading the race all the way up till the end. Max, I'm very sorry for what happened there at the end. I mean, you've done such an incredible job through the entire session out there. Can you just walk everybody that's watching online to what happened there with you in the last few seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was quite obvious. Some slower lapped cars. We're in the lead. It's like 2 corners to go. I mean, the guy in the second's literally not even going to get past. And then there's no blue flags. I'm on the inside. The guy turns in. It's just ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, it's the second time this season this has happened. So, yeah.
I know these moments are definitely unfortunate because you work so hard to finally finish where you deserve to finish after such a great performance, and such incidents do happen. I mean, how do you move forward and don't let these things affect you? Given your experience, what advice do you have for other people watching?
Yeah, I mean, especially like in times like this when, the race, the person who's the fastest and races the best should win, and then due to something that, like, the drivers, the guy, I didn't do anything wrong, the guy in second did a good race, he didn't do anything wrong, and just the fact that the race is defined by something like this is ridiculous. But I mean, yeah, we'll try again tomorrow, but I mean, we're going to catch up to them again tomorrow. So probably something similar will happen. Hopefully it's just not with us.
Yes, hopefully not. Well, you're still on the podium. We're still celebrating here. You've done a great job. Any final words to your team and family that was supporting you all day?
Yeah, I mean, the car was really good. I'm sure it'll be just as quick tomorrow. It's just a shame. It's just a shame that this is how it ends. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Can't wait to see you on the podium. And finally, we want to talk to Nathan Capon, our winner for the senior category. Well done. A round of applause. Higher, higher. Let's hear it for him. That's right. It was, tell me how you felt the second this happened and the minute that you finished that cross line.
Yeah, it was a dramatic race. Really sorry and unlucky for Max. It's not what he deserved to happen, even for Connor, his axle snap. So it was kind of a lucky race, which helped us. But we had good pace and we were keeping up with the pack. So I think at the start we got past Rion, which kind of helped us maintain a nice, safe gap. And then 2 people in front of us got quite unlucky. So then that helped us get into P1.
That's incredible. Are you going into tomorrow now with even better confidence?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully we can repeat what we have today for tomorrow.
I hope so too. Don't let the pressure get to you. Any final words you want to say to your family watching you online?
I want to thank my mom and dad, the Siege group chat, Mitanj, Arhan, Ahmed Jawed, and Gleb.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium.
One more thing?
Of course.
And Connor Clancy. And Gaia Eichenberger.
Love that. All right. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And we can't wait to see you celebrating and keep that big smile on you for the podium. Congrats again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the senior 170 category. I want to talk to, we've seen Oscar Bray. Oscar, you might as well join us in P2. You've done an excellent job. Again, you've just been dominating this entire season. And with a P2 finish, how are you feeling today?
Bit disappointed, but we just couldn't get on top of the pace today. So tomorrow's a new day. We'll try again.
New day? You still got your confidence is... No, nothing to worry about there. For tomorrow, what do you feel like you might change in your strategy just to help you a little bit? And any celebrations in mind in case you end up on the top 3?
Just try and get ahead at the start. It's the most important thing. It's quite a narrow track. It's not the greatest opportunities to overtake. But just work on the pace and keep your confidence up.
That's right. I know you said your finals are coming up soon, so I wish you the best of luck in that. Anything final you want to say to everybody watching? You've always got the whole family supporting you online, so anything you want to say to them?
Thanks for the support. I've seen you in the chat. I love you, and we'll get P1 tomorrow.
Oh yeah. All right. Good job. Thank you so much, and congrats. We'll see you celebrating on the podium. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to speak to Yusuf Busanan, who ended up in P1, but first, We're just trying to see who's available for the interview. All right, there we go. He's coming now. Again, he's been dominating this entire day. Our P1 driver, our winner of the Senior 170 category. Yusuf, congratulations. How does it feel to come on top?
It's really great, and I'm really happy that I could push off of where we finished in the heat and have a clean sweep from the heat onwards.
Is that confidence going to carry on to tomorrow and hoping you end up at the same position?
Yeah, hopefully, and I just need to work a little bit on my consistency, the areas I was making mistakes, and yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Amazing. Well, any final words you want to say to your team?
Thanks so much for all the support. The mechanical support's been completely great this week so far, and they've been trying really hard with getting set up right and everything. So thanks so much to Alan and the team.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Yusuf, and wish you the best of luck again for tomorrow. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. This is going to be an exciting weekend for all our top 3 winners. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more interview here to go before the highlight of the day. I've got Alexandros and Nivas, who finished in P3 for the Senior 170 category. Alexandros, please join me here. Again, I'm very sorry for everything that happened there at the end, and today's been quite a rough day. Anything you have to say about everything, the entire day, summary?
First of all, I need to apologize to Max. Seriously, I never saw any blue flags, or else I would have done whatever I was doing on the pre-final, get the hell out of the way and let them do their race. I didn't know it was him. Only at the moment when we contacted, I thought it was Daria, since we were fighting for position for the whole race. So again, I really need to apologize for him. My dumb mistake cost him the race. I don't have anything else to say.
That's all right. Well, things like that happen all the time, and apologies definitely probably needed from him, and thank you for doing that as well. Anything you want to say maybe final to your team and everybody watching?
As always, thank you to my team. Thank you to Jimmy for the go-kart that he's always ready to give me and to prepare. Unfortunately, this weekend is not going to be our weekend, so we're going to try and get as much as we can and just move forward for the final race of the season. Also, I want to thank my wife that finally she came to a race. So, yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And again, hopefully a better luck for tomorrow. Thank you so much, Alexandros. Enjoy the podium. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got one driver here who we wanted to speak to before the highlights of the day. Ammani, driver number 317. How does it feel? How long have you been racing? Let's get to know you a little bit more. At what age did you start?
I started at 10 years old. Yeah, I started in 2021, and it was in Rotax, not at Iame. So, like, I started racing, yeah.
That's incredible. And anybody in your family, your parents maybe had some motorsport experience, or you just picked up the sport?
I did it. I started it.
Wow. And any challenges along the way? What have you learned so far?
Just to be aggressive, just to be confident, just drive as fast as you can, try as hard as you can. Yeah.
I mean, you do drive with such a, I would say, competitive category. How do you keep up the confidence? What do you do to train yourself mentally and physically to keep going at these races?
So yeah, I just told myself, even if it's better drivers here in Dubai or much tougher drivers, I just say, just drive the way you are, but much harder.
Yeah, I mean, every single race you do, I'm sure you improve and you learn. So I think you're doing such an incredible job. Any final advice that you want to say to everybody watching you that maybe want to follow your path someday?
Yeah, just always believe in yourself. Don't let anyone tell you negative stuff like that. Or yeah.
And are you documenting your experience in karting on socials?
I'm starting to.
You want to shout out your social media page? Or no?
No.
Okay, all right, let's keep it private. Okay, that's also respected. Well, thank you so much. And I wish you the best of luck in this Iame season. And hopefully you'll be joining us in every single season. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We're officially done the races. We're off to the highlights. But again, my name was Joanna Bergan, and it was an absolute honor doing these interviews with the drivers. And can't wait for the action-packed day tomorrow.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome back. I'm not sure there's any sound system for you to hear me back here, but I'll try and raise my voice as much as I can, or maybe we'll wait until my voice can be heard because no one can hear me right now in the audience. Maybe there's a volume dial or another speaker closer to the area. If not, I may have to shout. I'll wait for the director to confirm that with me. Just give me a couple seconds. They'll answer in my ear. If not, I'll start shouting. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. I think I'm still gonna have to raise my voice as the speakers sound like they're on the other side of the paddock. So I'll move the mic further away so I don't injure anybody's ears. No, they can't hear me out here, but you can hear me on the stream, so that's fine. Right, ready? Okay, guys, so I'm gonna raise my voice because the speakers are all the way over there. Maybe the stream is deafened by this, but we'll get through it. We'll start off with Driver of the Day. The award will be given out by the boss man, Giovanni. A round of applause for the Bambino category driver, Alex Freenstein. Oh, he's Mini, not Bambino. Well done, Alex. You can jump down. Congratulations. Alex wins 1 set of Comet tires. Now we'll go on to the Bambino category. We'll start off with 11th place and move our way up. In 11th, a round of applause for Daniel Lee. In 10th place, a round of applause for Nathan Fragnier. In 9th place, a round of applause for Milo Milroy. In 8th place, a round of applause for Rayan Alameri. In 7th place, a round of applause for Shayan Asgomi. In 6th place, a round of applause for Robert Aganyan. In 5th place, a round of applause for Zayad Al-Ansari. In 4th place, a round of applause for Yusuf Al-Kayat. In 3rd place, a round of applause for Samuel Karachkovic. In 2nd place, a round of applause for Mark Ristic. And your winner for the Bambino category, Sam Tester. Okay, guys, all stand on the top step together. Mark, come and stand up here. Up here, up here, up here. Sam, up here. That's it, guys, well done. If you want to jump on down, we'll move on to the under 10 category. In the under 10s, in 3rd place, a round of applause for Amar Tabaza. In second place, a round of applause for Saif Al Khalifa. And your winner for the under-10s, a round of applause for Adam Al-Sheikh. I'm in the firing line. I don't know how to get out the way. Okay, well done, guys. Guys, I need you to come back. Adam, I need you to go back for a top step photo. And Amar. Okay, moving on to the mini category. In third place, a round of applause for Charlie Page. In second place, a round of applause for Albie J. Stubbs. And your winner for today, back on the top step, a round of applause for Achilles Peruzzi. Okay, guys, jump up on the top step together. And we'll invite one of the novice drivers to join them. A round of applause for Leo Reutman. Okay, guys, jump on down. We'll move on to the junior category. In third place, a round of applause for Leonidas Peruzzi. In second place, grabbing their first podium, a round of applause for Harrison Stevens. And your winner for today, a round of applause for Via Chopra. Okay, guys, jump on the top step. Give one more round of applause to your junior podium. Now we'll move on to the senior 170s. In third place, a round of applause to Daria Salome. In second place, a round of applause to Oscar Bray. The awards being given out by Amal, General Manager of the Al Forsan kart circuit. And your winner for the Senior 170s, a round of applause for Yusuf Busanad. Okay, guys, jump up on the top step. Thank you, that's it. Give them a round of applause. If you want to jump on down, we'll move on to the final category, the senior class. In third place, a round of applause for Rayan Dharmadasa. In second place, a round of applause to Maximilian Dexter. And your winner for the senior class for round 8, a round of applause to Nathan Kappen. Okay, guys, jump up on the top step. Okay, everybody that won a trophy or a medal, come up to the podium for a group picture. All the winners and podium sitters for today, jump on up. Give your winners for today one more round of applause, guys. Okay, I believe the podium is now free for all the teams to come and take their pictures, so we will start ending the stream and saying goodbye for today. Hopefully tomorrow the audience can hear me more so I don't have to shout, because I need my voice for another action-packed day for round 9 of the Iame Series UAE here at the Al Forsan circuit. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for everyone supporting in the chat. And thank you for voting for your driver of the day. Thank you to Iame, Emzo, Al Forsan. We'll see you tomorrow for the same type of action, if not more, for round 9 of the Iame Series UAE. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you then. Thank you.